Okay, welcome back everybody to the 2014 Storm Holiday Doubles presented by InsideBowling.com. We are here at Redbird Lanes in Cahokia, Illinois, joined in the booth by Dennis Hacker, and currently Matt Turek is up here with us. Hopefully we've got some of our technical issues taken care of. Looking forward to watching 12 games of round-robin match play with our final 12 teams before we decide a champion later on this afternoon.
How about bowling this weekend, guys?
It's been a long weekend, but wow, we've seen 17, 18, 300 games already. We've seen a lot of big 3-game sets. We've seen some big team games. We've seen an awful lot of talent out there for the last 3 days.
Definitely.
Awesome the difference between the way the mornings and the nights have played here. I don't know what the reason for that is, but this morning the scoring pace was what everybody would probably have been expecting for the entire weekend, bowling on what we know is their house condition here. And then we saw the evening blocks play really tough in a lot of cases.
I still think a lot of it had to do with how each round, each block, how the bowlers played the lanes. We saw some different strategies. Even though this is on a house pattern, there are still strategies at play. And some people on B Squad, which was Saturday morning at 9 a.m., they seemed to play farther right and stay there longer. And I think that just allowed the pattern to hold up a little bit longer and almost blend it out more.
Which is also a majority of the people in the top 24 as we watched this morning. I believe 13 of the teams, if I'm not mistaken,
correct,
were on B Squad, so they probably came here thinking very similar to what they saw yesterday. And that probably led into a lot of what we saw again this morning. Less traffic on each pair also, so if there was any breakdown, it would have happened more slowly.
The team that made the biggest jump this morning in the semifinal round would be the team of A.J. Rice and Jimmy Cook. They went from 19th when they started this morning. They bowled incredible. Both of them had 300 games. Both of them had well over 800 their first 3 games of the set. And they went from 19th all the way to the lead, getting around the team of Hammond and Remaculous that last game to secure the top spot.
They were both up here after the end of the round and before we actually got started here. Those guys were both up here to open up their gifts for their 300 games with Matt Turek a few minutes ago.
Yeah.
And I remember Jimmy was talking about, AJ was actually sitting here and saying he bowled poorly, and I think he shot 1060 for his 4 games.
That's poorly?
Yeah, that's what he said.
Wow. Well, he was telling the story to us about they were in the first game, and I think AJ said, "Oh, man, we're losing pins on the field," and they shot 575 or something, 579.
Yep.
Jimmy was like, "What are you talking about, losing pins on the field? We shot 579. It's pretty funny.
So we're getting started here. This is game 1. It is 12 games of round-robin match play. They've got on their sheets down there, they've got a lane rotation that shows them where to go. And we'll have the teams rotating in and out in front of us here on 11, 12, 13, and 14, which are the featured pairs for all day today. Hopefully this is where the position round will be as well at the end, so we can show you our champion, and I'm sure it will be. 11 games, one against each of the other teams in the field, and that position round at the end will determine our champion. There is no stepladder finals or any other kind of final format. We will award the $7,000 first place at that point. $1,000 goes all the way down to 9th place, and I believe 12th pays $900, and their entry fee was $320 in this tournament.
Right now we've got a special guest joining us in the booth. We have Ashley Cole joining us. Ashley bowled in this event, qualified for the semifinals. So Ashley, how are you doing?
I'm doing great. How are you guys?
Good, thank you for asking.
Good morning, or afternoon, Ashley, I guess it is now.
Good afternoon to you, too.
One of 2 ladies bowling today, and I know that I saw your Facebook post yesterday saying something on the order of, we might not make it to the finals, but it was still a good time, and then the number fell down last night, and you actually did get a chance to bowl this morning. So
Yeah, well, finishing from where we were yesterday and knowing that there were 36 more teams, and with us being 16 after, two squads, both A and B, that basically out of 36 teams, you got to kind of, hope that not 8 teams go around you, but with the field that's out there and all of the guys that was out there, it was going to be pretty close. So I was like, fingers crossed, hopefully we make it. If we don't, we gave it a good run.
Were you hanging around last night watching?
I stayed until they got into about game 4, and then I left and I went home, but I watched at home in the bed because I could not go to sleep until I knew.
So you were watching us last night?
Yes, I was watching you guys last night. I was like, I have to see what's going on. I do not want to go to sleep without knowing.
Wow.
Was this your first time bowling this event, Ashley?
No, this is actually my 3rd year.
Okay.
The first 2 years I bowled with Devera Buckley, which she partnered up with Benina Carlton from Atlanta this year, and I bowled with Floyd Bush this year. So yeah, this is actually my 3rd year.
Cool. Did you enjoy it?
I actually loved it. I was, at first, to be honest, I was extremely nervous. I mean, anytime you get to be on the pair with Liz Johnson, Adam Barta, Sean Swanson, and Casey Murphy all on my pair, I'm like, I just don't want to be the low man.
And Floyd Bush.
Yeah.
And only Floyd out.
Of course, my partner, of course. And I was like, I just don't want to be low man. So to start out today, I shoot 250. I was like, we can do this.
Yeah.
That's also got to give you a little bit extra motivation, having that caliber player on your pair and seeing how well they're bowling. That kind of pump you up to kind of try and keep up with them a little bit.
It definitely did, because I said, if nothing else, if I could just keep up with them, I should be in the run. And that's exactly all I could do, is take it one shot at a time, one game at a time, and see what happens.
Even in my younger days, and that's a long time ago, as Jeff will be quick to remind me here, I'm sure.
Did they have bowling back then?
They did have bowling back then, Jeff. When I was having some success for a while, it always felt good to feel like you belonged on a pair like that as well. Not just being around those guys, but yeah, I do belong out here bowling with these guys. So that had to feel good for you too.
Yeah, I mean, it's all about confidence. I mean, if you have confidence in your own game and know that you can go out there and do just as well as them, then the only thing that's stopping you, of course, is carry.
We have a Jenna alert on lane 12.
Jenna alert. Jenna's got quite a few fans in the chat now after we interviewed her last night. She's going to get her television debut, or internet debut here today.
I think we've already decided we're going to get her a Facebook fan page set up, a Twitter handle. She's going to get her own line of clothing. We're going to get her taken care of.
I talked to her this morning, and I said, how are you feeling after that marathon you ran yesterday? And she said, my legs are completely numb.
Yep,
sure they are.
She said she put a pedometer on her today, and by the end of the 3rd game of the 4, she said she had ran a half a mile already.
Nice.
And she's sporting a Bull Strong T-shirt for me, too.
So again.
Ashley, what was most troublesome during the squad of 9 games last night for you?
The most troublesome for me was my timing was a bit off, and it really showed more today. But the most troublesome for me was, to keep the ball in, not swing it out away from me, and stand behind the ball.
Did that amount of games being bowled at one time, did that affect you at all?
No, actually, I got better as the games went on. I started out strong, and then in the middle I kind of lost it there, and I came back and finished strong at the end. So it actually helped me. If it was shorter games, I would have not been in the money.
Because we definitely saw exhaustion take its toll on a lot of people out there.
It definitely did. I had to get I got a Red Bull probably about the 6th game to finish strong, but I paced myself. I never got too high, never got too low, never, I stayed even to try to stay, because you do have 9 games.
Good plan of attack. As we're not only are we watching the live action in front of us on 11 and 12 and 13 and 14, but we have the TV right up above us. We're watching the PBA Chameleon Championship, and my former roommate Sean Rash up right now. So I just can't seem to get away from him.
I think we just black clouded him.
I think
we put him on the air.
I think I black clouded him for 4 solid years.
We got a weather alert.
Yeah, I wonder how far the reach of this booth is. Ronnie Russell's got them all on the show right now.
Should we throw a weather alert up for that?
I don't know.
No, because I actually know the results of this, and I don't want to give that away.
No, I know. But that's how far our reach is. We go back in time to black cloud things that happened 2 months ago.
Well, I do have a 1985 DeLorean out in the parking lot with
that's what it is,
1.21 gigawatts.
Is that what the weather alert is? I saw that yesterday,
Yeah.
and I thought you guys were
funny.
talking about the weather outside. I was
No.
like, oh my God, the storm is coming. Make sure my windows are up.
No, we're actually really good at black
our
clouding
weather alert.
people. So when it happens, somebody's got the first 9 strikes. We throw the weather alert up there so that they know they're about to get black clouded from us.
It's actually a black cloud too, and that's Ricky came up with that. So
nice.
credit goes to Ricky.
Last night we had the little thunderclap sound effects going and everything.
Yeah, we had a
so.
thunder sound effect too. It was pretty great. Can you tell we're proud of it?
Yeah, very.
So your boyfriend Robert.
Yes.
Let's talk about that.
Oh.
How good is he bowling? He bowled really good this morning in the 4 games, didn't he?
Well, actually, I'm pretty happy that we were far away from each other because I didn't want to, I had to stay in my game. He has to stay in his. But I did hear him and his partner did do very well this morning, and hopefully, they can maintain that same momentum and, do what they have to do in this next 12 games to get into the championship.
He's partnered up with Mike Romokulis, and
God.
Mike went buck wild on Friday.
He did, and he pressed the cruise control button after about game 7.
And then
and he just felt comfortable. But, yeah, he was doing really well. He's been talking about this tournament for like 3 months nonstop. Every week I see him. He's like, holiday doubles is coming. Holiday doubles is coming.
That's
I'm
awesome.
Like, oh, my gosh.
Yeah, there's a lot of hype surrounding this event.
Yeah. It's a big known event. I'm happy to see where this event has come, knowing where it started from, and to see where it is now.
Definitely. And for those of you watching at home, we're talking with Ashley Cole, who bowled this weekend, and we're trying to just get a feel for her experience. And
bowled this morning, too.
Yeah.
Not just
bowled
this
this morning.
but this
She
morning
did make
as well.
the first cut. Yeah.
I did. I felt really good because I said, I'm out here with a bunch of guys. It's not too many of us ladies out here, but
2 of you this morning, right?
yeah, me and Liz.
You and Liz?
Me and Liz this morning.
And from the same pair yesterday? Is that
Yeah,
right?
we crossed all day yesterday.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah, it was really humbling because growing up, she knows this story. Growing up, she was the person that I looked up to, and I said, one day I'm going to bowl with her. And just so happened yesterday, I actually got to bowl on the pair with her. So that was pretty awesome.
I think Brett Shepard needs a spanking. He keeps bringing those pins out from lane 12.
Jenna alert. #Deadwood.
Maybe he's doing it on purpose to get Jen out.
You think so?
Yeah. I mean, come on, guy,
He
girl. Come on.
He could.
Just kind of give you a little update on what's going on in front of us. Here on 11 and 12, we've got the team of Mike Wolf and Brett Shepard, and also the team of, what else do we have in front of us?
Shea
Bittenbender and John Marsala. And then over here on 13-14, we have the team of, I'm going to butcher Dan's last name again.
Lemish.
Dan Lemish. Man, sorry, Dan. I keep forgetting how to pronounce it. And Mike Dole. And then Jake Stansberry, who is my replacement, bowling with my doubles partner, Mike Peters. So those are the 2 matches we got going right in front of us. Keep in mind the winner of each match will receive 30 bonus pins. Moving forward, they'll be bowling 12 games of match play. Game 12 will be a position round, and that will no doubt determine our champion for the 2014 Storm Holiday Doubles presented by InsideBowling.com.
So you said that Jake is your replacement, Jeff. What happened?
I've been dealing with a foot injury for a long time. It really got bad one of my last years on tour. Back in 2010, I dealt with some health issues, and it really affected my right foot. Haven't really had too many problems with it other than just routine soreness, but Friday, while bowling, it started getting worse and worse, and a couple days later, I couldn't even put a shoe on, so unfortunately I had to call Mike, tell him you're going to need a you're going to need a new partner because I'm not going to be able to do it. So
it looks like our black cloud didn't work through time as Ronnie Russell just polished off 300 on TV.
No, we just had a Schlim sighting on TV, too. I know he's at home watching, recovering. Schlim, hope you're feeling better, buddy. We're all behind you. And nice to see you on TV, even though it was a little while back ago.
John Marsala and Shea Bittenbender have a little bit of a lead right now over Mike Wolf and Brett Shepard. They are both in the, they're just starting their 7th frame. Looks like about a 30-pin lead, maybe.
And the team of Bittenbender and Marsala are in 5th. Team of Wolf and Shepard are in 6th currently, so they're both fighting to try and close that gap up to tournament leaders Jimmy Cook and A.J. Rice.
Looked like Mike Wolf's break point was about 2 boards outside of that far rangefinder on that shot right there.
You can get away with it early, but as the round goes on, you definitely want to try and keep those angles shut down a little bit and use that rangefinder as your secondary target. As Shea just did there on lane 11 with a Rotogrip Sinister.
So to comment in the chat, I see Pep Boy said, "Hi Ashley, great bowling today. Thank you. Yes, I will be in Cleveland this year at the Reed Hawthorne, which will be in February. I guess it's Valentine's weekend, so I will see you there."
Was it always in February?
It has been. It's always been in February. It's always been around Valentine's weekend, or always around like the second weekend of February.
Okay.
Matt, did we get invited to come over and broadcast that one year? I thought
I went with Flanagan one year.
Did you one year? Yeah, I know that we had talked about it.
3 years ago. It was a great event. That was, man, what was it? It's in like a 60-lane house, isn't it? Is it still in the same center as it was?
I
can't remember the name.
Freeway's about 80.
Freeway's, yeah.
They almost filled like almost over half the house. Mm-hmm. For multiple squads. That's a huge event. That's like the Rodman down in Memphis.
Yeah, we actually bowled a tour stop at Freeway a couple of years, and that place is enormous.
Yeah, it's 82 lanes now. It used to be 90-something lanes, and they built something down on the other, some kind of game.
Yeah,
shuffleboard or
it's not shuffleboard.
Something.
Scott Hunick plays it. His girlfriend plays it a lot.
Curling, yeah.
It's curling. How else? Scott knows me kind of well from out of town.
He was actually chiming in yesterday.
Was he? Yeah. I've always wanted to go play curling.
He's been on Facebook all morning with me. He's actually bowling a tournament. He had the phone on and headphones in, listening to us while he was bowling his qualifying this morning. So,
well, hey Scott.
I'll always remember Freeway because we always had the paddock, the locker room down by like 3, 4, 5, and 6. And we bowled on the high end. So every morning you see all the guys dragging, 3 or 4 triple rollers from 3 and 4 to 77 and 78. So
looks like Dole and Lemish have this match against Stansbury and Peters, and Carter. Sorry, they're beating 3. It's 2 is beating 3 up here right now on the right side here.
I was watching Michael a minute ago. He's thrown a IQ Nano still. He went front 4, hashtag hambone, and then went solid 9, blower 10. So a couple of bad breaks that kind of sucked a little bit of momentum out of there.
I need a sideline mic so I can go down and see what's happening on 3 through 6 and what's happening on 17 through 21.
We need binoculars too.
Yeah.
At least I do.
Brett Shepard's carry problems continue here on 11 and 12.
So from you guys watching, what happened to him this morning? Because yesterday he got off to a smoking start. What happened this morning?
It's could be easily explained as just another day.
Yeah.
You walk in, your ball roll doesn't match up quite the same. Maybe physically he doesn't feel quite the same. Something small is off. It doesn't really take much.
Well, just body language you can tell today, and I don't know if that's just a result of what's going on, or I guess it probably can snowball on you too. I mean, if he, not that he's making horrible shots, but on the right lane a few minutes ago, for instance, I commented on Mike Wolf's path to the pocket, and Brett almost did exactly the same thing, and he left a solid 10 when he did it. So
normally I would take this opportunity to say that Brett's problem was probably the fact that he had to spend another day with Mike Wolf. Would sap the energy out of anybody, but I'll refrain from doing that.
Now, see, he kept that ball inside further. and carried.
I will say this morning they did play tighter than they have played at least from yesterday. From our point, they did play tighter.
We talked to Jerry Anderson in here in the booth on Friday night, and we discussed what he thought might happen over the weekend, because even in a center like this, and I know he has a lot of tournaments, you don't strip and oil the lanes 6 times and on over 3 days like that. And obviously that's what they did, so we were wondering if they might start being tighter and tighter as the weekend went on, and I guess from what you're saying, that's probably what happened out there.
Definitely. They did to get tighter. They were tighter this morning, and you have a lot less teams, so that's going to hold longer than it has been holding.
And don't forget the fact that the lineage for the weekend, there's an awful lot of games being bowled, so that makes a lot of changes actually in the lane surface itself that you don't normally have with just a 5-person team, 3-game league. You know, there's an awful lot of bowling going on, so it kind of wreaks havoc on a wood lane surface as well.
There are a lot of centers out there, I know, that, for instance, if they don't have specific leagues or tournaments all weekend, it's hard to say with the help scheduled and whatnot if the lanes even get touched on some days. And then here, as we talked about, possibly stripped and oiled 6 or 7 times in a weekend.
Looks like we're also being joined by USBC Eagle champion Matt McNeil in the booth. Matt, how are you?
Good, Jeff. Just recovering from the beating I took yesterday. So luckily, still vertical this today. So it's a good day.
Well, good to have you stop by.
Well, thanks for having me up in the booth, and just came by to watch some more good action here at the Redbird Lanes Storm Holiday Doubles.
It's Mike Wolf over on lane 11, tripping a 4-pin. He can finish out for 249. His partner Brett Shepard has 219 left.
But that would require him to do something he hasn't done the entire game yet.
And that would be pick up a double at some point.
John Marsala finishes 265.
My partner Mike Peters misses another 10-pin. I'm sure he's not happy about that. He prides himself on being a well above average spare shooter.
Yeah, I think if anybody wants some eggs, just crack one on Mike's head right now.
Yeah, pretty sure about that. Wow, just got a load of Tommy Jones outfit on TV. Somebody should have bought TJ a mirror. That looks like something you would wear, Matt.
Oh, those lime green pants?
Yeah.
I've worn the white pants before, the bright white pants, and that's about as adventurous as I have gotten with my pant selection. I don't mind getting a little more adventurous with the shirts, but the pants are tough.
So it looks like with the 4-6-7 split in the 10th frame, Shepard's not going to help out Wolf. They're going to lose this game by quite a bit, as a matter of fact. And with the 30 pins, they're going to lose about 120 pins in the standings to Bittenbender and Marsala. Over here on the right side, we've got 257-220 for 477 winner for Rice and Lemish over Peters and Stansbury's.
Dole and Lemish.
Sorry, Dole and Lemish. Over Peters and Stansbury's 411 team total. Remember that the winning teams get 30 bonus pins. It's not an individual match today, it's winning teams.
Yeah, and with the bonus pins and with the scores being able to be very, very high, it's very hard for this thing to be over. It's hard to accumulate a sustainable lead that's almost safe, because somebody can go bonkers, and 200 pins is nothing really. I mean, it's two 270s and a win.
Yeah, because right now the difference between first and 12th place going into the first game of match play was only 205 pins.
Yeah, that's one good game and a bonus. So anything can happen. I mean, this is I figure this will come down at least to the 11th, 12th game, And it should be very entertaining. So you definitely want to, turn your bowling on ESPN, watch the PBA, set this up on your laptop or your portable device. Have this on the side. Maybe have a little football action going on. I know I'm trying to keep up on the Chiefs game. All that good stuff.
Yeah, we definitely touched on the fact that Jimmy Cook and A.J. Rice went from 19th of the lead in only 4 games, so anything can happen if you get hot.
That's pretty crazy if you think about it. Just, that many spots in 4 games is pretty crazy.
That's the old outhouse to the penthouse right there.
Basically. So we're gonna be joined by Adam Barta and Liz Johnson on 11 and 12 in this next game. I was just told that they shot 513 with a win, so they pick up 143 pins in the standings. And from also the reports are that Liz is still throwing them around a little bit. She beat him by 10 that game. So.
Yes, she did.
She's definitely carrying him all weekend.
Okay, we're back in the beginning of game number 2, 2014 Storm Holiday Doubles, presented by InsideBowling.com. Thanks for sticking with us. We have some issues. Some people are saying no sound right now, but give us just a chance. Thanks, Pat Boys. I'm glad for the feedback there, and let us know that it's here.
So right now on lanes 11 and 12, we've got the team of Adam Barta and Liz Johnson, and also the team of Jason Queen and Tom Adcock. And over on 13-14, we have... Who do we have on 13-14?
Looks like Mr. Matt Ogle.
We've got Ogle and Preston, and do we have Hayes Butler? Yeah, we have Hayes and Butler on 13 and 14, I believe.
Yeah, that was not one last name. It was both names.
Yes.
Yep.
You are correct, sir. So I know over here on 11-12, Jason and Tommy. Jason threw a clutch shot in the fill ball of the last game to get in by a pin. We were talking a little bit over the break about the fact that they're only 200 back. Both guys are able to stay a little bit farther right than a lot of guys. So if that part of the lane holds up for them and they can get striking, then anything can happen. But they're going to need to put it together quick and get going.
You said Jason threw a clutch shot in the 10th. Actually, both guys struck all 3 times in the 10th for them to be in the finals for a pin, by a pin. So, and that was after a disastrous solid 10 in the 9th frame, where it could have been a little bit easier for him at that point by Jason on lane 11 at that. And that was the last game of the top of the 4-game semifinals this morning.
And since I've literally bowled with those guys my entire life, I've seen that so much over the years that I think I called it too, didn't I?
You told me not to count Tommy out for sure. Whenever he got up in the 10th frame there, that you count on him getting 3 strikes if we needed it. So.
Matt Ogle over on the pair of 13 and 14 was one of the gentlemen that we had bowl a 300 game this weekend. He bowled his last night, I believe, in game 1 on lanes 17 and 18.
I think we should figure out how many of the top 24 bowlers that we have out here right now did not shoot 300 this weekend.
Well, I know Adam Barta hasn't.
Oh my goodness!
And he's the honor score king.
I know.
There was a lot made about how many he was going to have. As a matter of fact, people were trying to guess how many he would have last night, and he wasn't even bowling that round.
That's right. They thought he was going to have 5 last night, and he didn't even bowl. So.
But he could put together a 20 to 30 bagger here right now easily and surprise us all.
Well, he did string the front 9 the first game this morning, and we thought.
And then we black clouded him.
We did black cloud him. So
got the Storm Black Cloud out there on him.
Absolutely. It's brought to you by Storm Bowling Products, the Bowlers Company.
Looks like Tom's got the pocket at least on lane 11 this time.
And this was actually the pair that they finished game 4 of the semifinal round. Even though they have done a strip and re-oil, possibly the characteristics of the pair could still be kind of fresh in their mind.
Greg Zika in the chat.
Gas it up, Chicky baby.
11 and 12 definitely hooks a lot more up front than a lot of the other pairs. Also, I think because it's in front of the counter, so I'm sure it gets a little more open play. But this
whole bay seems to curve quite a bit.
It does, in all the places you don't want it to. So
interesting point that you just brought up there, Matt, because I got a couple of guys. And
hold on with that thought for just a second, Dennis, because I'll expand on that as well. I do have updated standings after Game 1 of match play. First place, still leading team of Cook and Rice. Second place, Barta and Liz Johnson have moved up to second. Third place, Hammond Remaculous. Fourth, Bittenbender Marsala. Fifth, Williams Holloman. Sixth, Lemish and Doyle. I got Billy Madison on the brain.
Yes. O'Doyle rules?
Yeah, O'Doyle rules. Lemish and Dole. Seventh, Wolf and Shepard. Eighth, Stansbury and Peters. Ninth, Lambert and Roseberry, who I still think will be a factor by the time this is all done. 10th, Hazen Butler. 11th, Ogle and Preston. And Adcock and Queen are still in 12th. Still about the same amount of pins between first and second, so the field separation hasn't started quite yet. So go ahead with what you were talking about.
Cool. There. Solid 8 for Liz out here in front of us on lane 12 as we're watching game 2 here unfold. What I was about ready to say is last night I had a couple of buddies of mine who bowled in front of me on lane 11 and 12, and I talked about them a little bit. And the phantom report that I got from them as they moved from the low bay over here is that 11 and 12 were tighter. But I know where those guys come from. They bowl on some HPLs at home that hook a little bit, some anvil lane that don't hook all that much. And I think the reaction that they were getting is exactly what you just said. I think what happened to them was they got over here and the fronts were gone, so their ball was done before it got down to the back end, and they couldn't get the finish through the pins that you were talking about.
So it gives you the illusion that they're tighter, which they are tighter just down lane.
Sure.
Yep.
So technically, carry down is more or less a myth.
Except last night at the last game.
Yeah. Hey, well, on lane 17 there was some carry down. But the main thing to keep in mind is when the front part of the lane goes, that basically makes your ball hook early. You lose energy as it goes down the lane, and the next thing you know, you two-pin or wash out, and you're thinking that your ball didn't hook, when in all actuality it just took so much so early that it was just done by the 30 to 40 foot mark.
Last night, Kerry Davis took a tumble in front of lane 12, too, and we said force Kerry down at that point as well.
Kerry down.
Yep. Kerry was down. That was an interesting cross because our team finished at 450 over. The bottom team finished at 450 over. And then the middle team finished at 443 over.
Right.
Wow. So 9 games, all the shots, we were 7 pins different. Of course, it was very irrelevant because we were a good amount out of anything as far as being competitive in the tournament is concerned. But it's still kind of weird. I haven't had many pairings go like that.
One you just brought up a few minutes ago, an interesting topic that we actually talk about a lot in camps and clinics about lane play and how to recognize the lane surface and things like that. You mentioned that the pairs 11, 12, 13, 14 right here in front of the counter that play differently. Go and explain to people what you mean by that.
Well, and this is just because I grew up in a bowling center, worked in a bowling center. You figure this out. Is a lot of time counter control personnel will put a majority of your open play in front of the counters just so they can keep an eye on them. You're not going to have a lot of people come in and they're going to put them on the ends. They're just going to put them in front of the counter where they can keep an eye on them and take care of any problems that occur. So generally speaking, and this is true just about everywhere you go, the pairs in front of the control counter are going to hook more up front, and that's just a pretty general rule that you can pretty well bank on.
Matt, how many times have you seen people who work in bowling centers when nothing's going on will flip on a pair and run down and throw balls, and it's going to be the one that's closest to the counter also.
That
right?
is,
whether it's open play or whether it's them doing it themselves every single day of the week.
Somebody's still got to answer the telephone.
That's right.
That's right.
Just for those reasons that you mentioned, Matt, at home, we actually make a conscious effort whether it be the high school PE programs or open play or afternoon senior leagues or whatever, we kind of scatter them all over the bowling center. So one day you may walk in, there's a senior league on the low end. The next day it may be on the high end. The next day it may be in the middle. We've got a couple of high schools that bring in large groups for PE classes. One day they're on the low end, the next day they're on the high end. We try and spread things around just for that reason, to where the entire center almost gets an equal amount of traffic, except for lanes 35 and 6 that was my practice pair for about a decade. I have absolutely, at Kingpin Lanes in Springfield, Illinois, I have absolutely destroyed 35 and 6. So if you guys ever hit that pair in a tournament or anything like that, I'll go ahead and apologize in advance.
And I think we're all right on that one.
Yeah, I'm actually on you guys' side of the lane, Lee and Matt.
Right.
I mean, we share an arrow more times than not.
Oh
so.
yeah, that's the modern game. You know, I think I tell my parents I was born about 20 years too late. I think I probably would have been more of a factor in the urethane days or the
Right.
plastic days. I would have done a little better with my style of play, but. I tell you, it's really hard when you grow up. You grow up in urethane, so you grow up playing more of the front and the middles, especially in the northern Midwest, where there's generally a lot of volume, and you really got to keep your angles closed down, roll the ball, heavy roll, keep it in front of you. And nowadays you got to give it away. You got to have a lot of tilt. You got to be able to play the back ends. And that's, it's. I'm trying to keep up. But obviously my A game is still keep the ball in front of me and roll it, have that nice clean heavy roll, and more often than not I'm starting to find that's punishing me, and so that sends me back to the chalkboard, and I just got to develop my skills and just be more adaptable. That's it, bar none.
In today's environment, as we're actually watching the PBA Community and Championship right in front of us. You got guys like Ronnie Russell, who's bowling for the title right now against DJ Archer. You got guys like Ronnie and Sean and Tommy and a lot of the top players that are so good at adjusting tilt and ball roll that it gives them an advantage over the next tier of player down, because when all of a sudden a pattern or a lane surface or something conditional dictates that you make that change, they can do it, and they can do it because they've been doing it for so long. They know these tricks. They know all these things to where they could just break it out without even hesitation.
Well, and that too, Jeff, and you know this from personal experience of being out there, when you bowl with such high-level players at a high level for extended periods of time, your game gets very, very good. I mean, you get very sharp. I mean, because you have basically two options. You're either going to get better and get sharper, or you're going to quit and walk away, one of the two. And so when you're bowling with better bowlers for bigger dollars, high level tournaments, you just get sharper, and that gets your game and your head in a lot better place. You're very sharp mentally, you're very sharp physically, and these guys do that week in and week out. They're traveling all over the world doing this. So when you go to, when an amateur goes to like the USBC Masters, or you bowl the US Open, or you bowl something, or you try your first PBA National Tour, you try bowling the Summer Swing or the World Series, and you're like, man, these guys are good, and that's just the level they maintain is so high. It's very hard for even some of the better amateurs to compete at that level, because they're just, that level of competition doesn't exist.
Well, think about this, guys. We've all watched the Olympics, and think about the time on like a swimming event or something like that, where between first and fifth place might be 0.2 of a second or whatever. Last night, you guys were 100 pins out of the cut. If you think about it, that's 5 hits between the two of you over 9 games.
Yeah.
difference between you guys making the cut and 100 pins difference in the standings.
Oh, definitely.
So that's how close everything is when you get to this level.
Yeah.
And if somebody can do what Jeff was just talking about with their hand and make the ball turn just a little bit different, you get 2 more hits in a block, and all of a sudden it goes from cashing or making the finals to not doing anything at all.
Right. After 2 games last night, we had a printout. The field average was 224.
Yep.
To make the top 24 today, you had to average 230.4.
Yep.
6 pins per man per game.
Yep.
That's it.
Yep.
Well, when you're talking about that few of pins per game, let's also not forget about, probably in my opinion, the biggest factor in the sport, and that's has a lot to do with why these guys that we're watching, not only on TV, but the majority of the players that are here today that are still bowling, is the fact that when you don't miss spares, easy spares, and give pins away,
Yep.
you don't have to go back and try and make those pins up later.
Oh,
So
yeah.
when you watch on TV, these guys are, even the worst spare shooter on tour is 94, 95% on single pins for an entire season. If you look at a lot of your amateur players, 94% is a great percentage. My college team, Matt, you being a collegiate bowler for Wichita State, and I know that your program does a lot of charting and keeping stats.
Mm-hmm.
I keep stats on everything that my girls do, and I've got 2 girls that are one's 93, one's 95% on their single pin percentage for the entire year.
Mm-hmm.
And at their level, that's tremendous.
Oh, yeah.
And that's why they've had the success that they've had this year, is because even when they're not striking, they're making their spares.
Yep.
They're not giving those pins away. So when you do find something, you're able to take advantage of it and move forward instead of continually trying to dig yourself out of that hole that you've created by missing easy spares. And we saw an awful lot of easy spares missed this weekend, and the majority of them were from players that we don't see here today.
Yep.
That's right. Let's look at some of these matches that we got out here in front of us right now. If this strike goes here for Matt Ogle, and it did not, I black clouded him on that one, but we were looking at about a 3-pin match over there. On the left side here, we've got a 2-pin match, or actually a 7-pin match in favor of Jason and Tom right now. That match turned a little bit. It was 20 pins the other direction for a while, and so right now there's about a 2-pin or a 7-pin in favor of Jason and Tom going into the bottom of frame 8.
Yeah, very close matches, especially when, you got one guy who's striking, one guy who's, struggling a little bit. Biggest thing is just like Jeff was saying, even going back, if you don't give pins away, it's a lot easier for you to accumulate and shoot bigger numbers. I had 3 games over 230 the whole 9-game block, but I still averaged 230 because I had 88 of 90 clean.
You were asking me about 90 clean.
I know. I messed it up. I had 2 splits in there,
and I didn't realize you were actually in contention for it at that point.
Oh yeah.
So,
yeah.
If I'm in your position, Matt, where you feel like you bowled okay last night and you missed the cut and you're done, I always kind of look back and say, did I give any pins away? Whether it be easy spares or pins, split count, little things like that. If you always look back and say, I really didn't give anything away and I still didn't make it, I can at least walk out of it knowing that, I may not have executed at the level I wanted to, but I just simply didn't give it away.
Yeah.
But when you bowl well and you strike at a high percentage, and the fact that you just can't seem to make a spare when you need to, and you miss the cut, then you walk away, it's a totally different feeling. You're frustrated with yourself because you failed at something that you should be extremely good at. Jenna alert on lane 12.
Guys, we got something big going on down here in 5 and 6 right now. It looks like we have 2 teams that are tied up in the 9th frame, and they both have 558 possible.
And it looks like we do have the front 8s on one of them, so we do have a We do have weather moving in. As you can see, the weather alert is being posted.
Yes.
And where are those guys in the standings right now? It's Ramaclis and Hammond and Wolf and Shepard.
3rd and 7th, respectively.
Remocks up on lane 6.
Is that...
And Mike struck virtually every time on Friday night. I think he shot 2,700.
That's Mike
didn't he?
with the front 9 there, because it does say 9 in a row.
Matt, can you confirm that there is a possibility of a tie in that match?
I cannot.
Also, while we're at it, congratulations to DJ Archer, our newest PBA champion, flying the Rotogrip flag for his first title.
That was a pretty big double in the 10th he threw,
wasn't
it? Those were clutch strikes. I mean, and they were both good. They were just bam, bam.
I tell you, I've bowled with DJ since he was probably 17 or 18. I remember first time I saw DJ, World Team Championships, World Team Challenge Grand Championships at the old Showboat.
Oh, yeah.
And first time I'd ever met DJ, he was bowling with Mark Scroggins in that event.
Mm-hmm.
And I think he was 17 or 18 at the time, and he throws it pretty much the same as he does now, and just being impressed with his, I guess, his maturity level at that age of how well he competed with all the big names that were around him. And, you know, he obviously accomplished what I'm going to assume is his ultimate goal, and that's winning a PBA title.
Mm-hmm. Liz Johnson throws a clutch double in the 9th frame to keep that team within 7 pins. Both teams have a double going into the 10th frame, and other bowlers have spares up. Adam Barda throws a first ball in the 10th for a strike on his spare. And Tom Adcock's up on the right lane now on lane 12, trying to do the same thing and maintain that 7-pin lead of theirs over Liz and Adam.
Another close match on 13 and 14. Matt Ogle's got 247. His partner has 222 left. Hayes and Butler have 197 and 280. So it is a 12-pin match at the moment in favor of Ogle's team.
Tommy
Actually,
goes high.
a 2-pin match. Sorry.
Tommy goes high on lane 12, leaving a 6-pin. He's got 206 out.
And now Adam has a chance to take the lead for his team by throwing a second strike here in the 10th frame. And he leads a solid 10, so the lead stays at 6 pins for Tom Adcock and Jason Queen.
So Matt, your opinion of the guys that were not only watching this weekend, but you do a lot of bowling all around the country. Is Adam one of those guys that's an amateur that could compete at a high level on the PBA Tour?
Without a doubt. Without a doubt. And if he ever wanted money, I would take out a loan just to give it to him.
I think his game is simple and low maintenance enough to where he would never get in trouble, and he could compete on any of the animal patterns. I think there's 7 or 8 animal patterns now that they've added, the badger and the tortoise and the hare and all the other ones that they've got, the
jackrabbit,
the Loch Ness monster, and all of those. I think that with his game and the low maintenance of his physical game, there's not a lot of moving parts to it. He doesn't get in trouble a lot. I think he could compete at a high level.
Oh, definitely. And yeah, I like the quip about the animal patterns. I always say I feel like I'm in a large parking lot at a shopping mall. You have the tortoise, the rabbit, the gazelle. So you remember where you parked. It's pretty much, it seems like what the animal patterns are like. I wish they'd just go back to a lane maintenance crew, and every week it's going to be, every tournament it's going to be something different. You never know what's going to be out there. You get a practice session and then you go.
All right, we got Mike.
Liz.
Doesn't get the 9.
All right, Mike Ramaclis is on lane 5. He's got them all, but
He's got the front 9.
But they are down 10 pins in this match.
Ramaclis, Motive, Tribal Fire.
He's actually going for his second perfect game of the weekend. He will be our first one to
double dip.
Repeat.
Yep.
So he'll be the first one to get a second present. #ham.
Yep.
But Fred Shepard, this is for the game here on 6.
Jason doubles in the 10th here, and that should take the win for Jason and Tom in this match over Adam and Liz.
Looks like Shep is starting to strike a little bit more now. I know he's been a little bit confused so far today, but in typical fashion, he gets it going when he needs to.
We need one of those two guys to smile, and Brett smiles once in a while whenever he's striking.
Yeah,
so.
exactly.
Yeah. We should have a smile count.
We certainly can't count on Wolf or Immaculus to do that for us.
Nice shot by Mike.
Yeah.
No smile, but
No.
Perfect 11 in a row.
Oh, still looks disgusted. Like somebody just took $20 from him or something like that.
Bonus
Jason
pins for the
Queen.
win are 30. Brendan, thanks for joining us today.
Jason Queen finished up on lane 12 right here in front of us. He's got 239 if he strikes, giving them 445 for the team and the win. I still think they have the best hair in the field. We were kind of talking about that last night, Matt, that when you and Gotchel and Zeke were up here in the booth, all of your headphones were kind of flipped towards the back as to not mess your hair up.
Yes. Yep. It's
So
very
I know that's
important
very
to keep
important.
that hair.
Yeah, exactly. I don't have that problem.
300 for Ramaclis.
That'd be his second one of the weekend.
Yeah. Not much has changed from when I bowled juniors with him. Just no smile, shake me upside down for my lunch money, and move on.
Yeah.
So
That's a 547, 537 match on 5 and 6.
That's crazy. Crazy good.
Plus 30 for Shepard and Wolf.
So look at that. 547, 537. So it's 100 pins better than the match that we just saw on 11 and 12.
yeah, 11 and 12, 1 and 2. Yeah, stay away from those.
And
don't try to hit those.
Lee, you let me down here. Look what happened on 13 and 14, and nobody said anything.
We had the possibility of tie, and it happened.
And it happened.
And we are in St. Louis, home of Nelson Burton Jr., who was the most prophetic person of possibility of a tie. It could be there could
Frame
be
one.
a 50-pin difference in frame 4. Don't count this match out. There's still the possibility of a tie.
And
Although he's my favorite
the Choice
sportscaster.
Hotels tip of the week,
And
Yes.
where he popped out of the suitcase.
Yes.
Wasn't it always Chris? We have a possibility of a tie.
Chris, we have the
Chris.
possibility of tie.
That's right.
I got distracted by the
Shiny objects.
right. We talked about that this weekend as well.
I understand.
Oh, I got my little antenna guy going
Yeah.
here. Yeah, I like that.
So another interesting idea. The look up here. We got the tie in front of us, but we also have a strike, a 5, and a 2 in the 10th frame for that tie.
And that kind of goes along with the point that we just said. If you just don't give pins away,
That's a 31 pin difference.
Mm-hmm.
just getting 3 on that on the fill for the split gives your team the win.
Don Gianalo against Jimmy Pritz.
5-1. Was it 5-1 or 5 out?
5 out.
5 out. He still talks about that.
Oh, he never bowled good on TV after it.
Yeah.
I mean, I remember one year, I think it was like 91 or 90. It might have been the bomb scare year.
Oh yeah, in California.
He in Akron.
Oh, Akron. That's right.
And
That's right. Yeah.
he let his leader, and by the 4th frame, mentally he was already talking to himself about how bad he always bowls on TV. I mean, just totally out of it. It was maybe it was 90 or 91, but it's unbelievable. I mean, that was an event for him that he just never recovered from.
Well, an interesting twist of that, talking about how you can recover from a tragic mishap on TV was not many people realize or remember the fact that after Dell's infamous gutter ball, he won the very next week.
Yes, he did.
So talk about somebody who was able to shake off something that was the ultimate, failure, to put it lightly, to come around and win the very next week is something that couldn't have been easy to do.
I didn't even know that.
You want to hear a little interesting story about the infamous gutter ball?
Only if it starts with Once Upon a Time.
Once upon a time.
1991, Fair Lanes.
It was, I think, 2011 when the PBA was, it might have been 2010 or 2011 when the PBA was celebrating their 50-year anniversary. The PBA traveled with a glass case from center to center, and it had a lot of different memorabilia of stuff that they had collected throughout the years. And inside the case was Dell's Blue Hammer.
I know this story.
And the ball had never touched a lane since, well, I guess the next to last shot that Dell threw with it, because it barely touched the lane when he threw it in the gutter. So it had never been down the lane since the infamous gutter ball. So we're in Buffalo. Dell's bowling the TQR, and we're on Cheetah. And I'm sitting back there watching him. And, we were good friends. We hung out together a lot. And I'm kind of just sitting there back there, talking to him, watching him, trying to figure out, what he needs to do. He's struggling after about 4 games. He's not comfortable on the lanes. Just nothing looks good. So he's like, I'll be right back. So he goes up to Corey Kistner, who was the assistant tournament director at the time. He says, my blue hammer that's in the trophy case, he says, can I throw that? And Corey's like, I don't see why not. It's yours, and, it's, product registered. I don't know why not. So they got it out. Well, they noticed that the grips were the old Contour Power grips.
Oh, yeah.
Which are no longer product registered. So Dell had to change the grips out.
Yep.
They were triangles anyway. The ball's so old that the grips had become triangles. So he threw a new pair of grips in. Now this ball's 16 pounds, and Dell now throws 15. So Dell grabs this old blue hammer out of the trophy case that hadn't been down the lane in 20 years. And he goes out there and he goes, if I remember right, like 240, 250, 230, the back 3 games of the TQR to almost make the cut into the main field with a ball that was sitting in the trophy case, 15 minutes earlier.
That's pretty cool. It's like a modern day Brett Wolf.
Exactly.
I bowled the New Mexico Open with that guy, and he beat everybody's heads in with that blue hammer. It was sick to watch.
I remember that Masters well. There was actually some controversy on that because the PBA still controlled the TV show at the time, or for the Masters at the time. The USBC ran the tournament, and then the PBA ran the TV show.
Yep. Well,
Brett qualifies as the leader with his blue hammer. Well, at the time, hammer wasn't product registered. That was before the VBI brand had bought him.
That's right.
And so there was some controversy whether they were going to allow him to throw that blue hammer on the TV show. He was afraid that they were going to make him drill a new ball, but they relented and allowed him to do it. And as it turns out, he ends up winning the Masters with the urethane ball before anybody ever thought about trying to throw a urethane ball on something like that.
Definitely. I had and we got to start talking about what's in front of us here, but just a quick sidebar story. I was checking my Facebook last night after we got out of the bowl, and I had Jackie Marinkovich made a very nice post on my page during my very nice clean 206 game that I showed the internet viewing world. When the field was averaging 250. And I really feel like I let her down, and it really, really ate away at me inside because I really like her as a person and as a friend, and I just can't say enough about that woman. And we spent some time together in Washington, D.C. over the summer, and I'm just here to profess my likeness for her.
Yeah, we talked about Jackie for a while yesterday. I actually became friends with Jackie before the whole Jackie bowling thing, and she actually texted me a few times yesterday as well, talking about what was going on here and the fact that she'd love to be here, misses everybody. So I want to say hi to her if she happens to be out there listening or watching.
She was watching earlier this weekend, was she not?
Yeah, she was.
So it looks like Adcock and Queen have found quite a few more strikes on 13 and 14 than they were finding on 11 and 12. But the new bowlers that we have on 11 and 12 seem to like it a little bit better, too. We got Kevin Williams, and who's his partner?
Michael Holloman.
Oh, yeah, Michael. I forgot about him.
This Williams fellow, man, he, boy, does he get on it.
Have you not seen him before?
I've bowled against him quite a few times.
I thought you had.
Yeah, and it's I've gotten the better of him the last 2-3 times we bowled against each other, but he beat my head in pretty good this weekend, so hats off to him.
I think the biggest thing with him, Matt, is that he started bowling some of our events 2-3 years ago. The power is evident, but he fell off more shots than he didn't.
Yeah.
Now watch him bowl.
Yeah,
he sticks every one.
Yeah, he's sticking them. So the guy is he's getting better, and that's what you like to see. So many times nowadays we see guys come in to a tournament, they get their head kicked around, and then they say, well, I'm done bowling that, and they go back to, being a house mouse.
Right.
I mean, this is great. The sport needs 500 more of these guys, easy.
Okay, let me cut in for a second, guys. We've got score updates after Game 2. First place, still the team of Jimmy Cook and A.J. Rice, or as we like to call them, the team of Cooked Rice, at 1,444 over. Second place, Hammond Remaculous, 1,406. Third place, Williams and Holloman. Fourth place, Barta and Johnson. Fifth, Wolf and Shepherd. Sixth, Bittenbender and Marsala. Seventh, Limish and Dole. Eighth, almost said Doyle again. Eighth, Hayes and Butler. Ninth, Lambert and Roseberry. 10th, Ogle and Preston. 11th, Stansbury and Peters. And 12th place, Adcock and Queen. But now the difference between 1st and 12th has opened up to about 350, 360 pins now. So the gap is officially starting to widen. So Jason and Tommy, Mike and Jake, they're going to have to get something going here really quick. They need a couple of big games, which Jason and Tommy actually have both opened up with ham bones to start this game. So they're going to have to keep the strikes coming if they want to try and work their way back into contention.
Where was Lemish and Dole before that last?
They were in 6th. They actually dropped to 7th.
Tell you what, Jimmy Cook and A.J. Rice can buy a whole heck of a lot of rice.
Wow, unbelievable morning, wasn't it?
Oh, man.
After 3, I think Jimmy said that they had 8:08:30 for both of them for their first 3 games. They both had 300 this morning. So awful lot of striking between those guys this morning.
12th place is worth $900. I think $1,000 goes down to 9th place, and we were only looking at about 30 pins difference there between those places. Actually, between 8th and 12th is not very much. It's only about 40 pins. Tom and Jason are doing a good job over here right now trying to make up some of those pins that they're behind 8th place.
They're going to have to keep it going.
Yep. Bowling Fan 300 says 4 players with ham bones on TV pairs, and good observation.
Mm-hmm.
Matt, Jackie just sent me a message, so she is listening. So Tommy's actually moved his exit point farther right, a little bit closer to where Jason is.
Mm-hmm.
I was kind of, we chatted a little bit during the break, kind of curious to see what kind of moves he was going to make because he just doesn't look too comfortable, and a lot of times wherever your ball reaction doesn't look very good, you try and make some physical adjustments to try and force that to happen instead of it being the other way and just trusting your physical game and allow the ball reaction to come to you after that. So sometimes it's easier to just keep it simple.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, that's always what you got to go with. You got to go with what you do naturally, what you can repeat, what you can be free with. I love it when people say, "Man, come on, try harder," and that's like the reverse psychology of really what you want to do. You want to try less. You want to think less. You want to be more present, more still, and more free. So it's those are the things you want to fall back on.
One of the things that I've always taught is if you're struggling, don't necessarily try and troubleshoot to figure out what the exact problem is. Go back and focus on something that you do well. Mm-hmm. And that may actually trigger something in your mind that will allow you to relax and not press too hard. And then all of a sudden you may self-fix whatever the problem actually is. Your swing loosens up. You can actually read your ball reaction, and then off you go.
I used to call that my go-to shot. Whenever I knew something that I was going to do, and it might even, back at that time when we didn't have all the ball choices that we have nowadays, it might even include putting a ball in my hand that I was comfortable with and knew what was going to happen with out there, just so I could get a better reference of what was going on in the lane.
Yeah, it's very hard to see the lane clearly when you A, don't have the right ball, B, don't have the right surface, C, don't have the right roll, all that stuff. It's very hard to get a good, clear picture of what the lane is doing. And when you're not throwing it well either. See, Tom went back to his jab. Now he was throwing his jab up there on the high end. He came down here low end, went to the intrigue. Didn't work so well. Now he's back to his jab and he's striking again. So hopefully, hopefully he can. I think that's just a little better. It's a cleaner ball, symmetric versus the asymmetric. Hopefully that works out for him. Looks like it's going through the pins a little better.
Not that I'm trying to black cloud them, but what would the ultimate do for them in the standings right now?
That's 230 pins.
Yeah, I mean, it will move them up into a spot where they have a better fighting chance, but even a huge game, they're still going to need to continue with at least one or two more Black Cloud.
Oh, speaking of Black Cloud.
Tricia, that wasn't me. That was Dennis Hacker. Send any hate mail to him at DennisHacker@blackcloud.com. I had nothing to do with that. I rely too much on Jason and Tommy for income, so I would never Black Cloud my own teammates, but Dennis certainly did.
When do you guys bowl nationals this year at El Paso?
I think we're the first weekend of May.
It's the second and the third. It's
Yeah, I
Saturday.
believe
Oh, we
and
bowl the
second.
same dates.
Do you?
Really?
Yep. Yeah, we bowl the exact same nights.
Yeah, I think we're Friday night, Saturday afternoon, or Saturday morning, I think.
Okay, yeah.
Are you sure?
I believe we're the same time.
I think so.
I thought you told me it was Saturday night, Sunday morning.
No, it is Sunday nights. It is Saturday night, Sunday morning. Yep, that is May 2nd is a Saturday and May 3rd is a Sunday.
Yeah, I'd have to look to make sure, but
Those are the dates that you got in our
second,
group.
third, right? Yep.
So, yep, it's Saturday night, Sunday morning. So,
Well, we'll be looking forward to seeing you guys there.
cool. Good deal.
Tommy got that one even a little bit farther right.
nice.
Same
Nice
kind
reaction.
of
Peeled
same
it
kind of
off.
carry as he had the last shot on lane 14 as well. Didn't
You know,
Slap of the
I've
floor.
actually done that a few times in the center where, especially when they're still fairly fresh, and the back ends may be a little bit too crisp, move farther right than I may normally do here, and go to, like for me, I'd go to like an IQ2 or something that's just rolling and smooth, that's easier to control, and then just kind of let it feed to a spot down lane that it'll bounce off of normally, and then just kind of let the lane take it, and that kind of looks like what Tommy's trying to do right now, and I think he's trying to make up for some lost opportunities that he had earlier.
Yeah, definitely. These two guys are experienced veterans. They're going to be patient. They're going to keep grinding. They're going to keep grinding. They're going to find a way to get it done. They're never going to give up or give pins away, anything like that. So they're always going to be a factor. I mean, it's really nothing like. I mean, this game, Queen can get out of here for 250. Tommy can go 300. That's still it's still 180 pins that can hang on anybody.
Right.
So.
You put a couple of those games together, next thing you know, you're in 5th or 6th.
Yep.
And now all of a sudden your mindset changes. It's not like we're in 12th, we're looking up at everybody.
Yep.
Now we're middle of the pack, and we have a chance to continue to move up if we keep the pace going.
Yes, sir.
I know from experience in this event on Sundays, it's a long, draining weekend. You're tired. You're beat up, and all of a sudden, you look in your, 11th or 12th, and you're just like, man, let's just get these last few games over with and get out of here. And all of a sudden, boom, you have a 550, 560. And now you move up and you're 6th, and you're like, okay, now we got a chance. And then it's a matter of if you can keep the momentum going or not.
as different as as their success is right now on 13 and 14, we're not used to seeing Shea Bittenbender and John Marsala have a game like they're having right now.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, they're struggling.
They're in the pocket every time, guys. It's just flat
a matter of
tens,
carry.
flat 7s.
Somebody could go tell Mike Peters that his Cowboys are up 27-10 on the Redskins. That might make him happy and get him heading in the right direction again.
Take care of that if you'd like.
Oh.
'Cause you're part of that team, Jeff.
I am part of that team.
That's an interesting hit on 11.
I'm still
Dennis,
trying to
did you see that?
negotiate
Yeah, it was.
my portion of the prize money out of that, but I don't think they're going to give me anything.
There's a discussion in the chat about Mike Flanagan's problem last night that he brought up around 11:30 with the fact that the center that's hosted the IB Open in the last couple of years has got the NCAA championships for college there early in April this year, and the center doesn't want to cancel leagues twice in a month. And so he was kind of looking for a possibility of maybe relocating the tournament this year. And then there's questions about why not just extend the leagues for 2 weeks? The centers will still get their league money. You know, that's an easy thing to say, but customer service is a big deal nowadays, and you can't go around disappointing, I guess is the right word. You can't go around disappointing or irritating or whatever it is the people that walk in your center every day of the week.
That
just
cuts
because
into golf
you're going to
season.
have... Say that again?
It cuts into golf
Cuts
season.
into golf season. Yeah. That's true. On top of everything else. I mean, just the fact that you might push them off or you know, imagine a league showing up to bowl on time at 5:30 and you've got an event that's run overtime or something like that, and they're standing back and they're watching everybody finish up a tournament, and then you still have to oil the lanes first before they go out there. I mean, that's just something that makes people mad, and you can't afford to do that. So.
All right, Jeff. Mike is aware of your Cowboy score.
I figured he would.
They've got about 480 left, but our team way up there of Wolf and Shepard, they've got about 540 left in the ninth.
Not too shocked about that one.
79 and 68 respectively down there. They're on 21 and 2. Imagine that.
Yeah, exactly.
Not that Wolf's excited or smiling about that at all.
Jason figured out how to strike there in that eighth frame, and now Tommy's up on the right lane in the ninth.
I think, Lee, you better have your finger on the weather alert button right here.
Yep. Burn it up.
There we go.
I had a question in the chat from Ryan D. When I was bowling, what was cover stock choice by most that you could see? I'm not sure I understand the question.
I think what he's asking is probably what he's asking
what
is
did you see down
solids
the
covered, solids, pearls, hybrids, things like that.
I used the best look I had was I used my intellect with a lot of shine on it and got way right, and then just kind of floated the ball and tried to trap it in front of the pocket, and that seemed to work the best.
Everybody noticed that you were further right last night than
we talked about that a little bit. Watching Anthony, you and a few of the other lefties that were farther right than normal, and then you still had guys like George who was still trying to play farther left and be more speed dominant. So a lot of different strategies in play there.
Yeah, I mean, I wasn't having any big games, but I wasn't having any low games. I was just 220, 2-1. It was really hard to create consistent. I mean, I didn't have much room down lane. So I mean, you just do the best you can with what you have. So
Mike Flanagan was picking on you in the chat last night.
Was he?
Quite a bit, yeah, for the way that you were lined up.
For those Shea Bitt fans out there, the gold ball is back in play, so y'all know what that means. He usually strikes an awful lot when the gold ball is in his hands. So we'll see if that holds true to form.
For the open setup, with the feet pointing straight at the wall.
The open setup and the feet, and just where you were standing on the approach. I mean, the fact that you were lined up for the right. Yeah, he was commenting on it quite a bit last night.
Yeah. Well, I told you, I'm like the recovering drug addict in the methadone clinic. I'm still not all there, just kind of trying to live day by day right now. So
got Tommy Adcock up here on lane 13 with the front 9. I, for one, am hoping not to black cloud him.
That wasn't me.
Carry.
Great shot.
Nice shot.
Tommy.
Very nice shot.
Even though that cloud is sitting right over his right shoulder.
Exactly.
Right now, the lightning just hit him.
The key with Tommy, and again, I've mentioned this, the fact that I've bowled with him since he had a mullet the first time back in the 80s. The key with him is when he's really nice to it at the bottom, meaning he just doesn't hit up on it, and he just basically just sweeps it off his hand. That's when his ball reads the entire lane. It's whenever he catches it on the way up a little bit here and there, almost trying to make it recover down lane. That's when it kind of reads early and he starts to lose overall motion. So we'll kind of keep that in mind. That one in the 10th was a great shot off his hand. We'll see what he does here on this next one.
Kevin Williams just shot 247 on 11 and 12.
Same way. That was really clean off his
Very
hand.
nice.
That ball really finished hard.
Kevin switched from an asylum to an optimist in the last ball and came back saying "wow" on the reaction that he got. So that'll be interesting to see what happens after that.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, Dennis, do you know what wow spelled backwards is?
What's what?
Wow spelled backwards is?
No.
Wow.
Oh, wow. Wow. Oh, that's what I heard you say. Okay, now I understand.
Well, here we go.
I'm not even going to say it.
No.
I'm not even going to look at him.
We're all looking, and the cameras are on.
Good
him.
shot. That's 10 back.
Very nice.
Oh.
Well, 9.5 back.
9
10
pins
down.
trying to get out of there.
So congratulations to Tom Adcock, our latest 300 game bowler, and he gets a present, #ham.
Mm-hmm.
He's actually looking at him.
So that is our second 300 game in match play here in Game 3 of the final round of match play for the 2014 Storm Holiday Doubles, brought to you by InsideBowling.com.
Tom got one of the coin counting jars.
Coin counter jars?
Seen a couple of
Oh, those are nice.
He needs to make sure he takes that with us to El Paso so we can sort bracket money hopefully again this year.
Well, not if we have anything to say about it.
Hashtag ham means that a lot of the presents that we have under the Christmas tree didn't get used last year, and there's an idea that
I had. My thought was that if Jerry wrapped up a holiday ham for a present last year and it didn't get used, it's still under the tree, and somebody's going to get surprised when they open up a green ham. Not green eggs and ham. I could not own a boat. No, not like that, but an actual green fuzzy ham.
There's Jason up for the second shot in the 10th frame. This will be for that 250 that we mentioned earlier, and a 180 pin move up in the standings for these guys.
Good shot.
Very nice. Big win. This win is 120 pins higher in score than their last one on the other pair.
Well, the key is still the 30. You know, I mean, as long as you're winning matches and getting those 30 bonus, it still kind of gives you a better mental feeling than if you're just getting beat. So we have a 501 over here on 11 and 12 that was a winner against a 447. Jason strikes here. They will have, is that 550, 554 to 530 from Shea and Marsala. So Queen and Adcock win that game and move on in big fashion.
430.
That may take them from 12th and move them up in the standings, so we'll see where they're heading next.
Remock had 800 for his first three.
He did?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yeah, he just had 260 something. So that was 8-0.
Not totally surprising.
No. Still no smiles.
Dick Weber Lanes in St. Louis is now closed. AMF did own them, and they closed earlier this year, as a matter of fact, I believe.
Yeah. I remember bowling Junior Olympic Gold here in St. Louis, and we bowled at it was affectionately called AMF Strike and Strike.
Yep,
although
absolutely.
it was not. It was called Strike and Spare. It was dubbed Strike and Strike.
Strike and Strike. I've spent many times in that building.
Oh, question from Ryan D again. Actually, I like to get a little further right than that. In league, I will get further right than where I was last evening, so that wasn't too bad. When I bowled league at High Sierra when I lived in Reno, they hooked quite a bit, so I played very, very far right.
Jason just stopped by and said that Tommy was hoping that he won a Flowbee as his gift so he could continue his new hairstyling adventures.
I remember. You remember the commercials for the Flow Beat?
I sure do.
God, those were horrendous.
You got to remember, Matt, we're old. We're older than you.
Yes, this is true.
I still swear I live in the 80s.
We are older than him.
You're older than me.
I am.
You're older than dirt, dude.
I think, Matt, I'm probably, you're 27?
No, I'm turning 30 this year.
Turning 30. Okay, so I'm not quite twice as old as you then.
Yeah.
Close.
Although I still get mistaken for like 20 or 21.
That doesn't surprise me.
No, keep a youthful appearance.
I had a AT&T salesman come by a couple weeks ago. He's like, "Is your mom or dad home?" I took that as a compliment, I guess, but it's kind of funny.
I guess the wow wasn't enough for the optimist for Kevin because he's back to the asylum for the first ball in the next game.
Yep. A little ball switch. Now, the team they're bowling against, those are the defending champions.
There's 4 lefties in this pair.
Yes.
This is when I would normally say that's 4 too many, but I won't say that right now, especially since we have one in the booth with us.
Young Matt.
Yes.
It's quite all right. I hear it quite a lot. You're just used to it.
I guess I'm not technically in the booth right now.
Yeah, actually.
I'm next to it.
Yeah,
right,
Lee.
you are, Lee.
But as big as you are, Lee, you could be sitting in a chair down there, and we're almost still eye to eye. Where are you, like 6'12"?
That's left-handed math right there, if I've ever heard it, though.
That's just simple math,
it's
guys.
It's not 7 foot, it's 6 foot tall.
Just simple math. I'm not 6 foot. I'm 4 foot 24.
Hey, what do you call 50 left-handers chained together at the bottom of the ocean?
A good start.
Yep.
So we are starting
Game 4
yeah. here of 12 round-robin games. We will have the position round here in Game 12, so we'll be able to see who the champion will be. Unless things are so bunched up that what happens on 19 and 20 matters, which is possible.
Yes. I like that high bay. I think that's the best scoring bay of this place.
I like eBay.
eBay is good too, but they tax you so much when you sell stuff now.
Well, yeah.
I stick with the Craigslist. I do like that high bay. That's they are nice up there. I would not be offended if I had to bowl a lot up there.
Even 17-18?
Minus the water.
Minus the water.
Hey, I heard they're flooded, but not literally.
It's weird that you get all kinds of comments like last night in the chat, and people were wondering, how come it's never been fixed and whatnot. Well, we all know that construction of the building, a flat roof is probably not the greatest thing in the world for that kind of stuff, and there's no easy fix to something like that. So it's not like you can just, call somebody, let's get them out here and fix the roof. You can't just do that. So they do what the best thing they can possibly do. And, of course, yesterday it decides to rain for 3/4 of the day and fill the whole place up with moisture. So
they were up on the roof Friday afternoon for a couple hours, put some tar up there trying to help it out a little bit. Some of our workers came back with more tar on them than anything else.
Jerry, I was talking to Jerry about it, and he said, I just spent $5,000 fixing that spot. And that's the type of guy Jerry is. I mean, he's not a proprietor that's going to let something like that go unattended.
No.
He's doing his best to do what's right for the center and do what's right for the bowlers, and he did what he could, and we had a problem come up. Jerry addressed it and came up with a fair solution, and what more can you ask for?
Well, you can, throwing words around in the chat and whatnot, different things being said, we can complain about everything, but imagine it was your house and you had issues with it or trouble with it. I know it's not excuses that you have to make around other people, but it still can be just as understandable and troublesome. So,
certainly.
Lee's got some standings to give us here.
I do. Cook and Rice are in first. They're at 1548 over. They have a 93 pin lead over a tie for second. Tie for second between Anna Barta and Liz Johnson and Robert Hammond and Mike Romoculus. 1448, so only 100 pins behind. The first place team is Wolf and Shepard. They're in fourth. Lemish and Doler in fifth at 1381. Williams and Holloman are in sixth. Bittenbender, Marcella, Tim Adcock, and Jason Queen guys moved up to eighth place.
That doesn't surprise me. That's basically the jump I expected him to make on that game. So
they're in plus 1270. Lambert and Roseberry are in ninth. Hayes and Butler 10th. Ogle and Preston 11th. Stansbury and Peters are 418 pins behind first.
So let's talk about that bunching at the top of the standings there a little bit. First place pays $7,000 in this event. You said there's a tie for second and third. Second is $4,000. Third is $2,500. So there's a big chunk of money between those two places on how they navigate. And then fourth place is still $1,500. So how many pins were difference between first and fourth, did he say?
Looks like there is about 93.
But there's less than 10 pins separating the teams in second, third, and fourth.
Yes. That's 7 pins right now. I mean, there's so much bowling left.
And a $2,500 difference between those three places in the standings. So
every pin counts 100% of the time. Sounds silly, but it's so true. I mean, you never give up pins. Never. Even if you're looking at a Greek, you always take 3. Big 4, you always take 2. Unless it's a do or die situation, you just have to try to go for it. But, man, you just can't give away pins.
Right. Like that?
Like, that's just silly. That's nonsense right there. As easy as they are, that was in the 5-pin spot. But I tell you what, I guess, one of the things is when you're striking so much, you can get away with that a little bit.
Well, take that point a little further. When you're striking so much, you probably and you hook at spares.
Yes.
You probably don't know what's going on the other parts of the lane whenever you're trying to get a ball to run over there and catch that 10 pin. So
slow messenger for Remock and no smile, so he's right on par.
Should have a smiling contest between Remock and Wolf.
I would like a smile jar. Like we keep, every time he gets a good break, doesn't smile, we throw like $1 in, and then when he finally does smile, whoever put the last $1 in gets the jar or something like that.
Matt, back before people used plastic for spares all the time, and it became so important to throw straight at like single pins and whatnot. I remember things like, I was talking to Jeff yesterday about the Brunswick World Team Challenges.
Oh, yes.
And you'd have a lane condition with such clean back ends, and then you get out there and you actually bowl on it, and you rip up the middle part of the lane and tear up the front, and it looks like instead of lane hooking as much as it was, it actually looks like it got tighter down lane and whatnot. But then you leave a 3/6-10, and this is back when people did hook at those, and you don't know what's going on past the pattern on that part of the lane, and so you end up thinking that it's going to not hook as much as the strike balls that you're throwing right now, and all of a sudden it hooks away from the entire spare because that part of the lane is still fresh. So that's basically what happened out here on lane 14. He was expecting that ball to hook more, and it didn't. He probably missed a little bit, though, the way he threw it, I think.
Well, I think his partner has a very interesting way of shooting 7 pins. He throws
I saw that yesterday. A two-handed backup.
Yes, I had to do a couple of. That turned my head more than once during the block last night.
And they say that he does that all the time.
Yeah, he does it. I didn't see him miss one. So I mean, I compare spare shooting to making 2-footers in golf. As long as you can do it the same way every time and keep your head off, then you know what? Go ahead and go for it, man.
We have a genociding.
Oh yes, our favorite
pin
chaser.
So while I was up walking around, I stopped down to chat with the ever-pleasant Mike Wolf and Brett Shepard. And I asked Brett, because we talked about it a little while ago, about how the fact that he's not striking nearly at the pace that he did yesterday. So I said, is it you physically or ball reaction, what's going on? He said that to him the back of the pattern was just a little bit tighter today, and he couldn't get the ball to face up the same way, same angle down lane to go through the pins to strike the same clip that he was yesterday. But while I was down there, they were both striking. So see if they can keep it going. They definitely have some work to do. They're sitting in 4th place after Game 3.
Do we know who Bowling Fan 300 is? It's from up around your area somewhere.
I do not. As far as keeping you updated on Jason and Tommy, I just went down there to Jason and I just went and did our little stupid handshake thing that we do. And Tommy had split, so I turned around and walked away. There happened to be $1 sitting on the floor when I walked down there, and of course they said there's $1 on the floor, and I had to come walking up at that point in time. So
there was that two-handed backup at the 7-pin again just now up there.
Covered it nicely.
I couldn't even do that in my mind.
No.
It's fun to watch, though.
Barta and Liz, where are Barta and Liz?
They're
tied for
high
second.
end.
They're down in Bangladesh on 21-22. So
one of them, whoever's bowling first, has not missed yet.
That would be Adam.
that would be Adam. Yeah. I think he's throwing that the resin thane burgundy hammer. They call it resin thane, I believe, or something of the sorts.
He's thrown it since the first ball of this block, so working well for him.
Once again, the pairs in front of us, except for what we saw Tom and Jason do last game here, the pairs in front of us are not showing us the scores that are happening in the other two bays.
No, those are the better bays with less traffic. Back ends are a little nicer. And these pairs up here are grind out pairs. I mean, I really feel 230 is a heck of a good game on these pairs in front of us. So, I mean,
Barta and Liz are bowling in, what did you say, Bangladesh this game?
yes, Bangladesh.
Okay, that's where they are.
They took a rickshaw when they got there.
They're in Abu Dhabi.
Pretty tight match on 11 and 12 right now. Actually, there is a frame to be thrown still, so that wasn't exactly true. But it'll only be 10 pins, so it's still a 9-pin game at that point. Mike's not liking the look he's got on 12 at all.
No.
Looks like the fronts are starting to hook a little bit early on him now.
Yep. Yeah, he 4-6-7'd on the last shot, and he thought it was pretty good. And then I think he made a little move and went high again. So he'll have to chase for a little bit and hope his partner can hold him up while he tries to find something.
Like Jeff said, Shea's down on 5 and 6 throwing the gold ball now. So
I saw him wash out 2 frames ago. Kind of shook his head. I don't know if it was a bad shot or a bad read, one of the two.
There's a strikeout of Adcock there on lane 4. I like these "is it just me" questions. Those are cool.
Is it just me?
Or
does it look like the down the board players are having trouble carrying on 11-12? Yes, that would make perfect sense, because as we talked about earlier, the fronts are going to hook a little more, and the back ends are going to play a little tighter. So if you're going up the pattern, your likelihood of washing out and splitting are going up. So you got to give it away a little bit through the fronts, and just like Matt Ogle did there. That's exactly what you want to do. And he's got a double 9 spare triple, so that is exactly what you want to see happen.
a little floating going on 13 and 14 right now too for the lefties.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you know, it's really, really interesting. how different they've played every single squad, and then the subsequent blocks. It's just very, very interesting. So, and that's just, that adds more flavor to the pot. See who can adjust, see who can stay on top of the moves, and even though the scores are high, I still whoever wins this tournament really earns it against the field, and with all the different with the lanes and all the different pairs and all that. It's boy, this is a feather in your cap if you win this one.
Guys, unfortunately, Barta had a small gray cloud come get him.
Uh-oh.
He left a 7-pin in the 9th frame.
I thought the gray cloud was Pete.
Solid 9, or actually not, I guess you could call it solid 9, but it wasn't the typical solid 9 hit. It was still a stuffed pocket that he didn't expect the ball to make that reaction on lane 11.
Dennis, on 13 and 14, the teams have exactly the same score after 7. So we're going to call a possibility of a tie. They've got the same score.
I guess you can do that, Lee.
All right. Our matchup of all left-handers.
The difference is that the bowler on the double actually takes advantage of that and picks up his third strike. Now let's see if the other team can do the same thing. Both teams had a spare and a double up with the same score in the 6th frame.
Yeah, and this gentleman on 12, he had the front 3, but he's been struggling since. He's just trying to go too much up and at him. He needs to back off on the speed, kind of get on what Ogle's doing, and and open it up a little bit, not give it away too much. But probably I would say 3 left at least, maybe 4 left, and just try to hit that 8, 9, 10 board downrange. I think he would be right there. Oh, there's a very nice break at a very opportune time on lane 14. Oh, there's another missed spare. Missing a spare in this tournament is like giving away a 4-bagger with how high scores are.
Lane 12 doesn't like what he just did, so it gave us a little pin protest there.
There's Williams. He goes
let
high.
You let that asylum roll. That's the mistake that he made with that ball yesterday. Whenever he got it out, it wants to roll immediately out of his hands.
Yeah, I think that was slow. It didn't look down lane like it was any further left than his other shots. It really looked to me that it was just a speed. He just got a little slow. Have you guys ever? And we were talking about this. I had breakfast with Craig Nidifer and Anthony Pepe this morning. We were just talking about this. Have you guys ever tried throwing a shot two-handed?
Yeah, a few times messing around.
Oh.
Yeah, a few times messing around. Just doing it, kind of jokingly. But it's something that I know a lot of people that have done it. I recently saw David Leverage. Do you know Dave?
Yes.
He's been battling some injuries, so he's been doing it in league for several weeks, I think he said. And I even saw a video, and it looks good. I know Corey Kistner back home has gone from, Corey was right-handed and left-handed, and now he's gone to right-handed, two-handed. Mm-hmm. And he's become, pretty proficient at it. I know a few other people in our area that have done it. I've done it messing around, and I think it's something that I guess if I really wanted to do it and work hard at it, I could do it. It takes more athleticism to be able to do it. It's just interesting, being a coach. I'm trying to develop a two-handed coaching style so that I can help, especially the kids that want to do it. There's differences between the international two-handers and the domestic two-handers. If you watch on video, the international two-handers, in most cases, especially with Jason and Osku, they both leave the ground. They actually kind of have a hop in the middle of their approach, where the majority of the domestic two-handers have more of a traditional footwork approach. So there's some subtle differences between those two, but yeah, it's interesting to watch. I know that there's all kinds of talk, and Mike Machuga had his tournament recently that banned two-handers and things like that. And the way I look at it, it is what it is. It's not where the whole sport's going to go, but it's definitely here to stay. I think we need to embrace it. I think we need to accept it. I think we need to not necessarily promote it, but let's not try and push kids away that want to do it. I was talking to somebody earlier. Even though my son doesn't bowl, I mean, my son's a baseball, basketball, and football player. And by the way, again, happy 10th birthday to my son Trey. But when he does bowl, I mean, the kid's a natural athlete, so he picks up a bowling ball. He's got great timing at 10 years old. Whether he throws it one-handed or two-handed, doesn't matter. He just goes up there. Everything looks the same, and he can do it either way. So if he wanted to bowl, I'm not going to tell him he can't bowl two-handed. I've had parents ask me what I think what should I do? Should I make him go one-handed? Let him bowl. Yep. Let him do what he wants.
Yep. Yeah, let him enjoy the game. And the conversation that came up between the three of us was not, on, fair or unfair or this, that, or the other thing. It was just on how hard it is to deliver the ball two-handed. And to create ball speed is really, really hard. I mean, it takes a lot of athleticism and a lot of hand-eye coordination and a lot of skill to deliver a ball effectively and consistently two-handed. So, I think it's a two-sided coin. You take out the biggest thing that hinders one-handed bowlers, and that's the thumb-finger release combination. But then B, what you lose, or what you gain, I should say, I believe you really lose in the ability to get to the foul line.
Depending on who you are, I mean, you still watch a lot of the players, and I've talked to Belmo about this at length, and I remember we were in Japan a couple of years ago, and we were talking about some things, and I had spent some time kind of studying some of his shows, watching, and it was right after he had, the big World Series in Vegas where he made all the shows, and the trail leg was up. At the release point, everything was just basically exploding, and then all of a sudden you see him, and trail leg's down, and he's under control and more finesse, and he's doing some different things. And we were sitting talking at lunch one day. I said, so what happened? What changed? And he said, well, mate, I finally realized I can't just overpower the lanes on every shot I throw. I have to learn how to bowl. Mm-hmm. And once he did that, I think that took him to the next level, to know that when he has to overpower it, he can. But when he has to bowl more traditionally, even though it's still two-handed, he understands that as well, and that gives him the ability to kind of do what you said. It may be hard for us to sit here and think it's got to be impossible for two-handers to get to the foul line. But for him, he's been doing it his whole life. Mm-hmm. For him to do it one-handed, he's probably thinking, I don't know how these blokes do it. Is that English or Australian? Do they still say blokes in Australia?
Yeah, I think so. I have we got an Aussie on our collegiate team,
That's
Stephen
right,
Collins. So
all I know is me and Belmo have a running argument that he seems to think that cricket is better than baseball, and he'll never win that argument with me.
No.
All right, guys, on the high end, Barta and Liz Johnson had 487. They defeated Cook and Rice with 425. And Butler and Hayes had 474. They defeated Wolf and Shepherd by 3 pence.
That's going to cause a change at the top of the standings.
Yes, it will. Lots of games out there to play. We got only a third of the way done. I'm still thinking about it as a bowler's points. I got to think about it as a spectators Well, you know,
That's true.
as a bowler, you're like, oh, geez, there's 8 games left. You're not even concerned. You're just say, okay, let's throw some good shots here and try to win this match. You're not even really paying attention to the standings. We're spectators here. We're trying to keep it interesting, so
Right.
gotta keep talking about that.
The interesting part is that they bowled the team that was ahead of them this time and did enough to go ahead of them in the standings. So that's
Yes.
going to be you have to take advantage of those situations when it happens.
Definitely.
Because you can't count on other people to do it for you whenever you're having good games someplace else.
Definitely.
So once again, you're watching the final shots here on 11-12 of Game 4 of match play of the 2014 Storm Holiday Doubles, presented by InsideBowling.com.
Matt Ogle and his partner easily defeat Ramackless and his partner.
And Hammond.
Yeah, looks like Hammond went 3 opens in the last 4
Right.
frames.
Splits, too.
Yep.
So after this game, they'll be moving to the next pairs. They'll have 7 more games of match play before we take a short break to figure out what the position round seedings are going to be. And then we will have the 12th and final game shortly after that with no step ladder to determine who the champion is going to be of the 2014 Storm Holiday Doubles.
Yes, sir.
Cool Papa with a good point here in the chat. We're talking about taking advantage of, like Adam and Liz, when they were bowling the team ahead of them and doing enough to be able to move ahead of them in the standings. 11-12 is going to be bad. It's going to be bad pretty much for everybody unless you just got somebody that comes over here and catches it and nails it. So when you get on this kind of a bad pair, everybody's going to hit it the same number of times during the day. You have to make sure that your bat is just a little bit better than their bat, I guess, and not lose pins to the field that way. Somebody is going to be here. Now, do you hit it early or do you hit it late? Could be a big factor.
Oh, certainly. I think the later you hit 11 and 12 in the day, the worse off you are. But then again, you're bowling an opponent, you still get that 30 pins bonus. So even if you and your partner can scrape out a pair of 2-1s or 2-20s and grab that bonus, you just hope that you're fortunate not to get eat up by the field that round. You take your lumps and you move on type deal.
I think that could create an interesting dynamic to the position round.
Oh, certainly.
If you've got 3 teams close, that third team doesn't bowl on 11 and 12.
Yeah, that's a very good point.
Good point, Lee.
They would have to overcome the fact that one of the 2 teams in front of them will get 30, unless there's a tie, of course. But
Very
they
good
could easily
point.
put up 500, win their match, leapfrog both teams.
Well,
Win the thing.
if you're hanging in the top of the standings, you probably ought to pay attention to what's happening on 11 and 12 then, so you don't come over here and get blindsided by it in the final game, too. Get a chance to look at Brett Shepard and his ball motion here on lane 14, and he leaves a half 10 after opening in the first frame. I didn't see what he left in the first frame, but it was an 8 and 1, and it doesn't look like it was a split.
Okay, a little useless trivia for you guys real quick.
All right.
Just kind of looking at the 300 games we've had bowled so far. We've had 2 on 1 and 2, none on 3 and 4, 2 on 5 and 6, 2 on 7 and 8, 1 on 9 and 10, none on 11 and 12, which doesn't really surprise anybody.
Nope.
2 on 13 and 14, 2 on 15 and 16, 1 on 17 and 18, 5 on 21 and 22, and none on 23 and 4. So only 3 pair in the building this weekend have not had a perfect game bowled on them.
Did you
That's
say
pretty
none on 3 and 4?
None on 3 and 4.
I'm going to say that's going to change. We'll go out on another limb here.
Better be a big limb.
That's a big limb for Big Lee.
This is the same limb that said Miniman, Orff, Brocklin, and Miller would.
You might want to go out. You might want to go out on a tree stump there, Lee.
We also have A.J. Rice, Jimmy Cook, Shea Bittenbender and his partner. I don't know the
John
lefties.
Marcello.
John Marcello.
Yeah.
There we are. Throws it pretty good.
Yeah, he does.
Yeah, nice, simple game.
Very clean at the bottom.
Yeah, gets around it and kind of throws that little looper out there. Nice roll.
He's a senior player.
John actually bowled on my USBC Open team for
Oh,
a
did
couple
he?
of years.
Yeah, how'd he do?
Did well.
Yeah.
We had he actually in his the first year we bowled together, he and his partner had well over 1,000 for 2 and doubles,
Oh, very good.
making a run at the number. And, didn't make it, but still had an excellent set.
Yeah, he throws it pretty good. I think he's got a nice game. Shea's really had a hot hand lately, guys. It seems like he's been.
You see his name at the top of everything. And
Yeah, he's really had the hot hand lately, and that's good to see.
Did his team win the Team Extreme here?
Yes,
too?
they did. I believe. John has the house record at St. Charles Lanes.
Right.
We were told.
Lee, you were speaking earlier about your pick of who was going to make it into the top 24 teams, right? I've had a saying my entire life, one of my favorite sayings in the world, and that is, if the minimum wasn't good enough, it wouldn't be the minimum. And it turns out that was true with the minimum that made the top 24.
That's a tongue twister. Minimum and minimum.
Of course, if Mike had $1 every time someone said his name, Mike Minimum.
No, it's not yours. It's mine, man.
I think Matt McNeil just black-clouded Shea Bittenbender here.
I might have.
Shea Butter.
Well, and somebody old school black clouded him too because he said he had the hottest hand in
Father
town.
Father John Brockland.
Oh, that's Father John?
Yeah.
All right. Hi, FJ. Thanks for letting me ship some stuff to you.
Shea's worried about that gold ball. It's stuck down there. He doesn't want anything to happen.
Somebody needs to figure out a way to get Jenna to go get the ball return call. I think she's cooking pizzas and running Deadwood and jack of all trades this weekend.
Well, that's the great part about Jerry's staff here is they can do any job in the center. They can bartend, they can porter, they can pin chase, they can run the front counter, they can cook. I
think Larry was busy in the bar last night, Dennis.
Yeah. The bar business has not been bad the last 2 days.
You know, I was going to say it earlier and kind of got sidetracked when we were having some issues with the live stream, and somebody kept saying that it was stuttering really bad earlier. I was going to chime in and say that I think that was Derek Sapp and Jason Wojnar that were stuttering pretty bad in the bar last night.
Yes. Now, somebody, I'm not going to name names, but the House Shot Blues turned somebody, got somebody back, or somebody fell off the wagon. Last night.
That's not good.
That's not good.
Lee, you got some standing updates for us?
They were thrown in my face.
Oh, nice.
But I caught them.
These are official, even though Lee's not in the booth.
Yes.
I'm leading on it. How about that?
Actually, we need to change the graphic to say just outside the booth is Lee
outside the
Bedores.
booth.
All right, Cook and Rice lead 15-73 over. Wolf and Shepherd second, 15-19.
Nice little jump for them.
Flemish and Dole, they're up to third, 14-79.
They went from fifth to third that game.
Hammond and Ramacos, 14-48. Williams and Holloman, 13-93. Barta and Johnson, 13-83. Hayes and Butler in 7, 13-62. Lambert and Roseberry in 8th. Adcock and Queen in 9th. Stansbury and Peters in 10th. Shea Bitt and Marcel in 11th. Ogle and Preston in 12th.
Okay, so after that huge game that Adcock and Queen had, they'd moved up to 8th, and now they've fallen back to 9th.
Something's wrong with that.
Hold, please. Turk told me that what was thrown in my face is now incorrect.
Yes, because you were talking about Barta and Johnson beating Adam and Liz beating Cook and Rice last game, and we've talked about there was going to be a change in the standings. They should be in first place now.
Okay, so now basically what we need to do is tell about the 300 viewers that we have to scratch what we just said from memory.
Yes, please do not remember that.
Strike that from the record.
Why is 11 and 12 such a bad pair? It's been misbehaving.
it's going to get cold next year for Christmas. Or the leftover ham for a third year. #ham.
The backup at the 7-pin just missed, but that's the first one I've seen miss.
Seen?
Yep.
No, Matt's been talking a little bit about what's going on here in the middle part of the house, and what makes 11 and 12 particularly difficult is that the fronts go so quickly, and your ball is done before it hooks in the back. So it appears that the back end is, and it truly is getting tighter down there, and they just can't get a ball to recover when they send it, and whenever they try to hold it on line, it goes through the nose.
We've seen some decent games on that pair, but nothing huge, and certainly with no consistency.
All right, guys, we got Pete Barta here. Pete is responsible for catching that mistake. Pete, on behalf of our 300 and something viewers, we'd like to thank you for your kind service to us.
That service was not free, by the way. You will Inside Bowling will receive a invoice from Pete Barta Inc.
Well, see,
Flanagan gave us a blank check anyway.
I gave him my email address as mike@insidebowling.com.
Perfect.
We're good.
Perfect.
So we actually have Frank Caliendo and Kate Upton coming for the fact that we had a blank check. So
these are right now.
Correct.
So we can listen to these. So Cook and Rice are at 1573. Their lead, as Wayne Larrabee might say, by the slimmest of margins. Bart and Johnson are behind by 1 pin. Wolf and Shepard are at 1519. Lemish and Ball 1479. Hammond and Romaglis are in 5th, 1448. Williams and Holland 6th. Hayes and Butler 7th. Lambert and Roseberry 8th. The rest were right.
So right now, 1 pin is $3,000.
Yes. That's why every pin counts 100% of the time. I'm such an old school broken record, though. I mean, it's people can't like hearing that all the time, but it's so true.
It is what it is.
It is so true.
Well, Tom Adcock and Jason Queen made it into the top 12 by 1 pin today.
I remember I made it into the IB final match play segment by 1 pin over Kurt Pelon.
That's right.
Mr. Kurt Pelon.
Mr. Kurt Pelon. I'm sorry, I didn't put the Mr. in there.
Mr. Pelon.
Yep, Mr. Pelon.
Forget the curveball, Ricky. Give him the heater.
That's right. And Jerry just got taxed for $110 on a new rack of AM flights after that shot by AJ.
I agree with you. I was going to comment on the very same thing. You saw
this. I saw him. I watched AJ bowl at the. I bowled the summer high roller with him, but I was watching him bowl the tat, and I was helping him out a little bit. And the pins fly around pretty good at the Orleans.
On occasion, yes.
On occasion, they do. And he had just some of the most devastating mixers. I mean, I'm talking like head pin to the 10 side, back to the 7, back to the 10. It was very, very impressive to watch. Very, very impressive to watch. And of course, he won the Proprietors Cup over the summer. So he's turning into a force to be reckoned with out there.
Was that 15,000?
That was. I
Was
wish
it
Billy.
10 or 15?
I believe it was 15. I'm very sure it was. Actually, 15,000.
Saw Brett Shepard up on lane 14 with the IQ Nano throwing another strike. So him and his partner Mike Wolford trying to somehow get themselves back into this match against Adam Barta and Liz Johnson.
Nice shot by Liz. And
that's been said a few times this weekend.
Yes, she's being inducted into the USBC Hall of Fame. April 29th, and
very well deserving.
Oh, certainly. And a teammate of mine on my Linz Lakers team, Sam Lanto, is also he's also being inducted, which is amazing.
Along with is Larry Lobb going in as well? Larry Lobb is going in as
Mr.
well.
Larry Lobb.
Right.
And it's really good. Sam has battled with numerous cancers and beat them, and he's still out bowling, and so it's just a testament to him, and he's still a competitor out there. He's bowling on some PBA 50 stuff. So.
Now, are you enough of a bowling historian where you've actually seen a lot of the guys from the 60s and 70s bowl? Have you ever seen Larry bowl?
I've seen Larry bowl. I'm mainly my stronger points are going to be late 70s, 80s, and then through 1997 when ABC stopped covering professional bowling.
Yeah, Larry was another one of those guys that was just a true, pure stylist, just effortless, along those lines of Sutar and Dickinson and those guys in that era. So
always famous for having the ball down real early.
Yeah, yeah, he had very early timing. He got it off his hand quick.
Well, and that was such a big plus back then, and that was because you had to play the front part of the lane.
Right.
You know, you had to get the ball.
That's actually what made Marshall so successful, is because he was actually a power player. He's one of the only power players I've ever seen in my life with early timing. Mm-hmm. And he was so unique, I don't think people realized what he was until recently when you go back and look, say, oh my God, look how early his timing is, but look how he still, created axis rotation to be able to generate that power.
Yep.
I mean, him and Mark Roth were in the exact same era, doing the same thing, but accomplishing it two totally different ways.
Definitely. And Dell was another big early timing guy.
Yeah.
In the late 80s when he ran over all those majors, it was another thing. And it's really weird. It was Dell, Marshall, Albee, and John Mazza were the guys I really tried to model my game after when I was growing up, and it was a lot of early timing, and that's where I developed my early timing from, because I like to roll the ball, put a good heavy roll on it, keep it in front of me, but you still get it through the fronts and allow it to finish.
So Adam strikes out for 268.
238.
238, sorry.
It's simple math, Dennis.
I know, sorry.
Jenna alert.
Yep.
All I had to do was turn around and look at her.
If he had an endless 10th frame, it could be 268.
Very good point. Well, technically, if it's endless, it may still be going.
Mm-hmm.
But Wolf finishes with 247, so that's going to make the 10th frame between Brett and Liz extremely important.
Well, Brett's got 229 out. Liz is already in the 250s, so this match is...
Well, if Brett goes...
this match is...
still tight. If Brett
Liz
doubles and Liz happens to open or whatever...
Liz needs a mark, I think.
What do you think of the split on line 12, dude?
Yeah, I hate that split, the 3-6-10. I would normally just say, give me 2, and I'll hit the reset button.
Yep.
Great shot by Shep on that one.
All right, so Adam Bard is here. I'm supposed to tell Marcy and the kids that Adam loves them, so I did. Otherwise, I got fired.
Ah, yes. We wouldn't want that to happen.
Right.
Well, you got to remember, Pete has connections. So if you cross Adam, you cross Pete. That's a winner.
Yep, winner, chicken dinner.
Well, Adam's already told me I'm number 1 this game, so...
You're number 1?
That's what he told me.
Yes?
I don't know in what, but...
Now, if I understand right, when Brett gets this ball out, he uses it for about 5 games. Isn't that what Mike told us yesterday? Oh, he's going to try something for his fill. He's going to get his Pearl High Road out again, it looks like.
Mm-hmm.
Which he finished with yesterday. So that kind of goes along the lines of what we talked about. Your strategies change, even though there's fewer people on a pair in match play like this. The breakdowns are very, very similar. So a ball that you finish one round with, you may still get to it early in this round. So
not so friendly break for Mr. Marcelo. How do you pronounce the last name? Marsala. Sorry. On lane 12. That was the same leave I had on that lane. That high pocket 6-7. A nasty little bugger.
$279 for Liz.
Hello all.
as Liz blows me a kiss after 279. You all are jealous.
I'm very jealous.
517 plus 147 that game.
I just got a wink from Liz. Wink and a smile.
Was that a call me?
I will call her any day of the week, twice on Sunday, my friend. I better calm down though. Jackie Bowling might still be listening. Jackie, there's nothing going on between me and Liz, I promise.
Looks like Shea Bitt went to a wipeout.
Yep. Hey, Jerry Mars, thanks for joining us. Heard you were bowling fairly well today. At one point, I think I was told that you were in second place in a TV tournament up there.
Big Jerry Mars.
Jimmy Cook trying to rebound from open in the middle of the game. He could still bail out 230. His partner A.J. Rice is still looking at 245 if he strikes out. Still in the middle of a dogfight between their match with Shea Bittenbender and John Marsala. Flat 10 for Shea on lane 11. Looks like AJ went to an outcry.
Mm-hmm. The speed went up as well.
I think
amazing.
a lot of these guys, their ball speed levels are harder, and hardest.
Yes. It's unbelievable the speed he generates getting up to the line is pretty heavy. Lots of speed there.
I think anymore at this point in my career, my ball speeds are slightly above average, slower, and good night.
Tim Chris.
Yeah. I'm not quite turtle speed, but
I am.
Hey, you are, dude.
I remember the Bakes had pretty slow ball speed as well.
Bakes still does have pretty slow ball speed.
Yep. That old spin to win out there.
Definitely the spin biscuit going on there. Him and John May.
Yes, sir.
Good old John May. I used to have to translate for John May because I speak redneck.
So Jimmy Cook picks this up, fills. It's 190.
Who wants to shoot this spare?
Yeah. That's one way of making it.
That is, I was going to say, that's just not the part of the lane that you want to have a ball going down there. Right.
I think that was unfortunately famous for Joe Ciccone.
Yes.
I feel sorry for him every time I see that spare because not many people nicer and better for the sport than Joe Ciccone, but going for that spare to win his first PBA title in Vegas at the doubles that year, and all he needed to do was make it, and he missed them both. And wow, felt very, very sorry for Joe and Ronnie as well. But I know how much a PBA title would mean for Joe, and boy, I was rooting hard for him that day.
Yeah, that was just one of those. It's like watching Mika miss that 10 pin to lose the Open. I mean, you just got a double take and be like, did that really just happen?
Yeah, that was, and that's exactly what Norm said. Norm said he looked up there and saw it, but he didn't really believe what he saw.
Mm-hmm.
He kind of had to look at the scoreboard just to make sure that it was real.
Mm-hmm.
This is interesting here because this is what I was talking about before. Adam and Liz, 517 with a win, 147 plus added to their total here. The team that was ahead of them by 1 pin is on 11 and 12 this game, and there's going to be a pretty drastic change in the standings.
Yeah, they're definitely
just
gonna
because
move
of
into
the
lead.
pair.
Yeah.
But Adam and Liz are going to be back here on 11 and 12 here later on, and so we'll have to see. That was a huge double in the 10th frame, though, for AJ to make up some more pins, even though it's a low-scoring game.
So they're going to be about 60 back, which is still very, very early. You know, like we said, we're wrapping up Game 5 of match play for the 2014 Storm Holiday Doubles.
Presented by InsideBowling.com.
Yes, I like the the team of Traber Dale and Traber Dave tearing this up.
Dale wasn't a very big fan of this place. We bowled regionals here a lot, and this place kind of got to be famous for, if I remember correctly, it was either this or Scott Air Force Base. It might have been Scott Air Force Base, where the lefties dominated so much that in match play, Mike Nape went left-handed in position round and shot 279 at Dale bowling left-handed to keep him from making the step ladder.
Oh no!
And it was one of Dale's epic cries there.
Yes, the glue factory.
Yeah, the glue factory.
The glue factory.
All right, so this is going to be interesting here, guys, because 450 on 11 and 12 is not a slouchy game at all. It's a pretty good game based on what we've seen so far today. But as I said, Adam and Liz are going to hit this pair again, and it happens to be now. This is Game 5.
They're going into Game 6.
Going into Game 6. Okay, so it's early in the round, as we were talking about. This is the second time that they're bowling on this pair at this point. So they're not going to hit it until the last game, possibly, of the day, late in the round, and they're gonna have a 60-pin lead. We know right now.
Okay, I'm gonna go out on a limb here real quick. I was gonna try and do it before Adam threw a shot, but I'm predicting Barta and Johnson bowl 500 plus on 11 and 12. You heard it here now.
All right.
Can we get like the Dan Rather dun 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 or music, whatever it is? Breaking news.
Mike Doyle.
Mike Doyle.
Mike Doyle.
Mike Doyle.
Yeah, Jerry, I was wondering if that was the reason that you weren't down here bowling. This tournament opened for entries on October 1st and filled in 35 days. They only took full payments and prepayment for the entries, and so anybody who's interested in doing this next year, make sure that when the advertising of the entries being open happens, you're prepared and ready to get your entry in here.
Yes. Send in that check.
Jerry could also start a bidding process for the entries. You know, the later it gets, the higher it goes.
Yes, it does. I think I bowled C
Did I
squad
just Black
last
Cloud
week.
Lizard?
Yes, you did.
In the first frame.
Yes, you did.
Okay, I think we have a new record, Lee. I think the earliest Black Cloud in history was me with the first frame.
I think I'm going to try to bowl the B squad next year. The C squad has yielded 230 average performances with zero financial gains. So I think I might try that Saturday morning squad.
Are you a better evening bowler or a late day bowler than an early day bowler?
I'm a better. I definitely am a better evening bowler. I think. I get better as the day goes on.
That always was the same thing for me. As a matter of fact, everybody, for the last couple of years, we've bowled the 10:30 at night doubles and singles squad at USBCs, and we're not doing that this year, obviously. But everybody always made a face when I told them that that's the squad that we got or something like that, and that pleased me to bowl in that squad, honestly.
Yeah. Well, they gave us money.
Right.
They gave us money to bowl the late squad.
Yeah.
It was like they were paying us to bowl late, and that's the time we like to bowl anyways.
It
was $55 a man.
Yeah.
If you paid on time and booked the late squad.
Yeah, it was great. I mean, it was something we always bowled the late squad for singles and doubles.
I'm a little disappointed that Dole didn't break out the pink Power Ranger jersey for today.
Oh, yes. No Power Ranger jersey.
He needs like a Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle jersey or something else to go along with the one he had on last night. So.
Captain Planet.
Yeah. Ooh, I remember Captain Planet.
Captain Planet.
That's another good topic. Last night we were talking about genociding. We were talking about movies and music and sports, and another one was cartoons.
Mm-hmm.
What was your favorite cartoon growing up, Matt?
I think my favorite cartoon growing up, even though I really didn't get the humor, was definitely The Simpsons.
Yep, I have seen every episode of The Simpsons.
I have too. But then next to that, I grew up watching a lot of Nickelodeon as a kid, and easily my favorite cartoon on that was Doug.
Oh, yeah.
Doug was a great show.
Well, you're not old enough yet. Dennis, you certainly are. And I'm not sure how many people of our near 300 viewers are old enough to remember Hong Kong Phooey.
Yes.
He was my favorite.
Hong Kong. See, now that's a name I have not heard.
By far, he was my favorite cartoon.
I think it's
Captain Caveman was right behind him. Thanks for bringing that one up.
I think it's Rugrats, not
Rugrats, not Ragrats.
Yeah. Yeah. I love Hong Kong Phooey and Captain Caveman.
I'm staying away from that because we've been instructed today, but I was going to take off on that one, and I didn't. I'm not going to do it.
Oh. I remember even there was like a few cartoons like Rocko's Modern Life and Ren and Stimpy that were, if you watch those, you were like, man, this is kind of adult theater.
Yeah.
Really. Oh, here we go. We got a whole lot of good ones.
Jetsons was good. I like
Tailspin,
Jetsons.
Grape Ape, I
DuckTales.
love Grape Ape. And the Laugh Olympics.
Oh, what about the
Jabberjaws?
Flintstones was good for me.
Space.
It was always Roadrunner though, because the
yes.
coyote and Roadrunner and the different things that was, and there's no talking in that. That's the cool part about that cartoon. No talking at all.
Another one of my favorites that I still have them all downloaded on a hard drive to this day that maybe somebody will remember, but it was Dino Mutt and Blue Falcon. They were pretty awesome too. So, okay, we'll get back to the bowling action.
Look at all these cartoons we got.
It seems like every time I start that, the chat blows up with everybody.
So Lee, are you still with us?
I'm here.
Okay, Lemish, does he bowl here quite a bit?
He went to school. Yeah, he bowled for Lindenwood.
No, but I mean, does he bowl in this center quite a bit?
I wouldn't think so, except for the big tournament.
Well, technically, anybody that has bowled collegiately in the St. Louis area has bowled a lot in here for sweepers and everything else.
He looks like any of the other right-handers so far. He looks like he's got a little bit more inside information on 11 and 12 is all I'm saying. The way he's playing these lanes and what he's doing with his bowling ball, it looks to me like he knows this pair of lanes.
Well, it also could simply be just paying attention and watching
or
to see
matching
what.
up.
Yeah,
true, but
his ball roll may take 11 and 12 out of play compared to what other people.
But
he's definitely left of the rangefinder down lane, so he's keeping that angle a little bit tighter. And if the ball will actually pick up in the right spot, then it's going to look better than everybody else's.
There's some pretty smart bowlers that have come across this pair so far today, though, and still it's for him to do what he's doing right now is impressive. So.
But then you have the team of Bart and Liz Johnson that are playing much straighter overall with firmer ball speed. Even though Adams isn't hooking it, his angles are much straighter. He's not going around it nearly as much.
And Liz is just pounding that shim.
Yes, she is.
Oh, my.
Kind of a little funny thing about Liz is we spent some time with her. It's been a few years working, trying to get her ball speed down and trying to create more motion overall. And we kind of screwed her up for a while. And you just turn her loose and just let her just go full speed, and off she goes, and say, okay, we'll just use more surface on the bowling balls and get matched up that way, and let her do what she does best and stay out of her way, so to speak.
Yeah, that goes back to the conversation we had yesterday. When I sat in with you guys, we were talking about just doing what you do best, doing what you do naturally,
right.
Playing your A game, and not trying to reinvent the wheel. It may not look pretty, but it gets the job done type thing. You just gotta let people do what they do naturally and work within those confines.
I can't resist. Somebody mentioned Beavis and Butthead, so I have to do my, hey, Beavis, shuck the foul. Hey, Butthead, fire. Sorry, I had to do it.
Yeah, that's okay, dude. So we're 5 frames into Game 6 here, and Dole and Lemish have 1 blemish each. Sorry, dude.
Did you say Lemish has a blemish?
That's what I said.
Man.
Matt, we get punchy in the booth here.
I like it.
How come Mighty Mouse hasn't even brought up the fact that Mighty Mouse is a great cartoon? That's what I want.
Mighty Mouse was a
Holy
great cartoon.
cow! Good point.
Yeah. So it almost makes you want to break out the John Gruden. Go, it's a Serpentine, son. I think Adam Barta needs to call the spider 2Y banana right now.
Man, that stuff you're doing out, I can't do it. I can't do it. But it's always the man's, and I love what you're doing out there, man. And
man, that was a great shot there by Adam Barta.
I could watch Frank Caliendo all day.
It's unbelievable.
His Morgan Freeman is unbelievable.
It is. I need a mix between Morgan Freeman and Samuel L. Jackson to narrate my life.
Frank could throw in some John Madden for emphasis here.
Yes, absolutely. And Queen and Adcock have snuck in on one of the feature pairs in front of us again.
They're on 13 and 14, which they lit up pretty well there on there the last time. So we'll see what they do here.
They're actually wearing our USBC team shirts today. Our sponsor flying the Turbo logo today for us.
Yes,
so.
they are.
It was a nice shot by Tom.
Hey, standings just thrown in my face again.
Go right ahead there, Lee.
All right, Barta and Johnson are plus 1,689.
As Liz wraps a 10-pin on a strike.
They lead by 35 over Cook and Rice. Another 8 back to Dole and 1 Lemish. Wolf and Shepard are in 4th, but they're still within 100 of the leader, plus 1,595.
Yes.
There's another gap of 120 to Williams and Holloman. They're in 5th. Adcock and Queen, they have moved up to 6th position at plus 1469. Hammond and Romoculus, Hayes and Butler, Stansberry Peters, Lamberry. I did it again. Lamberry and Rosebert. That's what I'm calling them.
Yeah.
They're in 10th. Bitt and Marcel in 11th. Ogle and Preston in 12th. So 96 pins separate the first 4 teams.
And that's really nothing. As we've seen, the swings of scores are so volatile that even a 150 pin lead is not by any means secure.
Well, for instance, we saw Queen and Adcock started the round in 12th. They had a big game in front of us, moved up to I believe 7th. Then they fell back to 9th. Had another good game. Now they're back up to 6th. So it's kind of a roller coaster ride, going through this match play when things are bunched up like this. And that's why it's important not to lose it mentally. Keep your focus. One big game and the bonus pins could, put you right back in it very, very quickly.
Yeah, you just got to be, I remember I said it yesterday, but you got to be patient out there, and not every shot you're trying to start a six-bagger on. Okay, good tempo, good timing here, make a good shot. Okay, good result. All right, just keep at it. Keep at it, keep at it, keep at it. Don't give them away, and before you know it, that well will yield water.
So Mike Dole carries a light hit on lane 12 and shaking his head, but he doesn't realize how good they're playing the lanes right now. This pair is troublesome for a lot of people, and
it is.
For him to do that is good.
This is the highest scoring game so far we've seen on 11-12.
By a long shot, as a matter of fact.
Big Mike in the chat had a new partner for Jimmy Cook, Eddie Bird. Cookin' Bird.
What? Pretty Bird.
Cookin' Bird.
So I know that I said that Barta and Liz were going to bowl 500 on this pair.
Right.
They still have an opportunity to do that.
Right.
Certainly.
So getting Liz in the first frame wasn't enough for you. You have to go after her again in about the 6th or 7th frame.
I didn't mean to do that. Sorry, Liz. Love you. Today's one of those unfortunate days in the NFL that I actually have to root for the Browns to beat the Ravens to keep them out of the playoffs. As a Steeler fan, the last thing in the world that you would ever want to do is root for the Browns or the Ravens.
Oh, boy.
You a Vikings fan, Matt? Admittedly?
No, I cannot even begin to grasp that thought. They are absolutely horrible. Along with the Minnesota Twins.
Are you a Twins fan then?
No, they suck equally as bad. So I don't root or support either of them. And if you go downtown in Hennepin County, you get to pay $2 on top of whatever drink you buy as a stadium tax. So I'm not a fan of that whole scene.
Liz is throwing an IQ Tour Nano right now to answer the question in the chat.
Nice shot by Dole.
Yeah, it was a very nice shot. He's got to make up for his partner's 10-pin gash.
Oh, yeah, that's huge.
O'Dole rules.
O'Doyle rules. O'Doyle, I have a feeling your whole family's going down. Adam just can't get it to finish right on 12.
Now they're both going to have to strike out for me to
the
get
one
my
difference. The one difference there, though, is he's got the pocket. You know, that's something that a lot of the other right-handers haven't had, even though it isn't finishing through there. They haven't had the pocket. So. Nice shot there.
No blemish on that one.
Nope.
No, sir.
Sorry, guys.
That's all right. You started it.
It's a good line. I like it. We're going to have to use that.
No blemish for Lemish.
Guys, we haven't had any weather alerts in a while. Did you realize that?
It seems like the clouds have kind of rolled out of town here.
Transition time for these games, for these lanes right now, too. That's whenever they went away earlier.
Guys, there are some very faint clouds on 19 and 20. I'll keep an eye on them for you.
Gotcha. There goes my 500 prediction on.
Same hit, though, for her and Adam. It was just a different angle into the pocket, but the very same way that ball tried to go through and just didn't do it.
Yeah, 12's the tighter of the two. 11 hooks at least, I would say 2, 3, maybe even 4 boards more than 12. And Lemish did the same thing. He wrapped a 10 on 12. You almost, on 12, you just got to be a little further right with your break point and just a little softer. And you just got to let that ball read the lane a little sooner and kind of set up a little more and hopefully you get that 6 into the 10.
Are we talking Austin Bolds there, Mighty Mouse? He did not make it into today. They bowled Friday night. Him and Jack actually bowled pretty well for a while. Exactly what you were just talking about, Matt. Adam gets up on the left lane and throws the ball in the same place that he threw it on 12, and the ball hooks in for a heavy 4-pin instead of finishing plaque for.
Well, even last night I was playing them 3 boards up front, 2 boards down lane, and then with a different ball. 12 versus 11.
Gotcha.
So, I mean, I was using a melee jab on 11, and then I was using a mastermind intellect on 12. And then I was 3 left on 12 versus 11. 11 was hooking, and 12 would not.
And you were standing in the wrong place, according to Mike Flanagan. So
of course.
All that stuff was going on at the same time. So.
Well, just about anywhere I stood yielded 220. So I think it was almost irrelevant at that point.
He should be grateful.
Injured.
Our leaders could be taking a hit this game.
Yes, they could.
Well,
very good.
It's not over by any means, but especially with this pair to bowl on here. But
we keep talking about 11 and 12, and there's something that's shaping up that might as well go ahead and bring up now. But take a guess where in position round 1 versus 2 is going to be bowling.
11 and 12.
11 and 12.
Yeehaw.
So, that could come into play as far as not only who wins that match, but if whoever's on 13-14, the 3rd and 4th place team, depending on how far back they are, you could see, a team that's outside of the top 2 make a jump in and actually sneak away with the $7,000 top prize.
That could very easily happen.
And a few of the tournaments that you and I've run, Dennis, we've seen that to where one pair or one lane totally dictates the entire day. Quick story, Matt. I ran a small, just for fun, Baker tournament.
Once upon a time.
We've done it the last couple of years, but we started it last year. And it's based off of our local Springfield, Illinois All-Star teams. So the two All-Star teams, the captains get a free entry, and then we do a draft.
Mm-hmm.
Of the 50 guys that show up, everybody gets drafted. We've got 5-6-man teams. Well, we did it with the 10 teams, and we started on lane 1 to lane 10. Well, last year something happened. Lane 1 was just absolutely unplayable.
Mm-hmm.
But it's a position around every game.
Mm.
So every game, the leader starts on lane 1.
So it's like a Swiss almost.
So it was a constant shuffle of the standings because lane 1 was so hard, and the leader had that every game that it was constant back and forth rotation all day. So we may see something like that here where 11 and 12 may become the equalizer, and if you're close, you may be better off to be in 3rd or 4th than you would be 1 or 2 and have to bowl on 11 and 12.
That's true.
Yeah, there's
Very
some strategy there.
It's like football or basketball. You just want the ball last.
Yeah.
Yep.
On the coin flip, I will defer to the second half.
So it's a 252 for Mike Delay, 237 for Barta. Liz has 28 left, and Lemish has 46.
So it's a 33-pin match right now because Lemish has a double up to Liz's 1 strike. And Liz hasn't been able to get the ball to go through the pocket on this lane.
Well, that's one way to do it.
It is. I mean, honestly,
That's
whenever
one way to do it.
when the lane is playing like it is right there, that's not a bad play at all.
That's the old Billy Waylu, straighter is greater, tighten up, speed up.
Lemish follows right through, and that pretty much will take care of the win over here.
Yeah, puts him in the 230s. Yep, 230s. That's enough.
A 33-pin lead with two balls to go. And did Liz change balls?
No.
On that shot?
No. Oh, that was still the IQ Nano.
But now it looks like she's going to.
I mean, if you would have told Adam and Liz that they would have came to this pair and shot 465 with 1 open and no other count less than 9,
I think they'd take it.
I think they'd
Look,
take it.
You'd have been Jeff Carter. You'd have told them they were going to come to this pair and shoot 500.
But you're not Jeff Carter, and you're not Batman either.
That's
Looks like Liz is going to a totally defiant, totally different cover than what she's thrown all weekend so far. So. Good shot.
So our leaders will have plus 60 with a loss. Dole and Lemish plus 128, including the 30 pins for the win.
Jason Queen with another strike.
Still plugging away.
Yep. Big Mike comments on the Totally Defiant. Actually, it's been a good seller for us. It was a good seller in our area. I happen to really like it. One of my favorite asymmetrical core balls on the rotogrip side. Big fan of that one.
Mike Romaklis with a strike over here, and looks like it's a 4-pin game in favor of Tom and Jason at this point.
Yeah, I remember when that ball came out. We moved a lot of those through our shop. A lot. We moved a lot of those through our shop. That was a pretty good piece.
It seemed to be one of those balls for me that the more games I'd put on it, the better it got. It just kind of helped blend the lane out for me. I actually really liked it on shorter patterns. I could stay a little bit farther right with it and just let it blend the lane out. I know some of the challenge patterns that we put out for some of the tournaments that we run or some things that we would do practice-wise, that ball would come into play. And I actually drilled some Totally Defiance for, if I remember right, three or four of my college girls. And they travel with us all the time. We use them constantly. A couple of my girls, that's their favorite ball.
We need a little bit of weather.
We need weather?
Is there a weather alert?
Looks like we do have a weather alert. Brought to you by Storm Bowling Products, the Bowlers Company. Trying to look down and see who it is. Lee?
Yes?
Can you see down there who we have a weather alert out for?
So that would be Mike Peters.
Mike Peters, yes, on 19 and 20.
Correct.
Awesome.
That pair
Awesome.
hasn't had any 300s on it. So
There's been a bunch of threats on that pair.
1920s had two.
Oh, I have that pair confused with 21-22, don't I?
21-22's
Yep.
got five.
Shame on
Right.
me. Naughty,
Right.
naughty.
And we have a fight in the Cowboys-Redskins game right in front of us.
Awesome.
Bench clear.
The chat's been very interactive today. You guys notice that?
I do like all the guys contributing to the chat. It gives us something to talk about. And
Well, look at the flurry of cartoons we had a while ago.
That was
we were
very
talking
good.
about. I mean, all we have to do is mention something like that.
Last
and
night
everything
when
just
you were bowling,
flattens.
Matt, we got into a conversation, and actually I found out that Adcock's the one that started it. Best rock drummers. Because, of course, we were talking about Van Halen with me being in the booth. Of course, it always goes to there.
Don Henley.
Yeah. Well, Tommy Lee's my favorite. But Tommy's a Rush fan, so, of course, he brought up Neil Peart. So.
Ah, yes.
Nice job for Tom there again. Keeping the pressure on.
Well, I only go back on that topic. I only say Don Henley because he could drum, play guitar, had amazing vocals, incredibly successful career with the Eagles, and then incredibly successful solo career, and then another incredibly successful career with the Eagles when they got back together.
Right.
So
4-pin for Jay.
Yes. Jason Queen, 1997 Masters champion, 300 on TV, Red Wolf Pearl.
And he still wears the same size pants.
He does.
Jeff Mike's up on lane 20.
So does he have the front 9, front 10? What's he got going?
This is the first ball in the 10th.
So he's still throwing his IQ Nano. He drills that first one.
The big balls with some shine really looked good. The big balls.
Yeah, controlled motion.
Yeah. Big
Bigger
solid
cores.
Yeah.
Mike is actually going for his second 300 game today. He had one in game 2 this morning on lanes 15 and 16. So he's going for yet another Christmas present. #ham.
You guys might have to buy some more Christmas presents for next year.
I'm not sure Jerry is prepared for this one.
Nope.
Oh, missed messenger.
That was the cloud. The cloud hit him.
My job is done.
All
we have the all clear. So right here in front of us on 13-14, we've got the team of Vermaculus and Hammond still going at it against Queen and Adcock. Tommy and Jason do have a pretty sizable lead. Tommy's up with the 11th shot. Strikes there. So Tommy had a little bit of a flat 10-itis in the first half of the game, but he's struck since the 5th on. And he's got 269 if he strikes here on the fill ball. Jason has a chance to shoot 238, so they have 507 out with the win. They were in 6th place going into this game, so that could, depending on what Williams and Holloman and Wolf and Shepard did, that's got a chance to bump them up a little bit as well. So still fighting to get into that top 5, and again, like what we mentioned with the issues with 11 and 12, if you get into the top 4 and you have a crack at it, anything could happen.
Good spot for the 5-7.
Yes. Well, it's just Adcock and Queen. They're experienced veterans. They just don't go away. They don't give them away, and they just stay right there.
Tommy's 5-7 was like 1984 all over again right there. At El Dorado Lanes in Decatur, Illinois.
Question in the chat about how many or what's the most viewers we had at one time this weekend. We were in the 380s yesterday.
Yeah, we were.
That I remember.
What are we looking at right now? How's our viewer count?
Well, mine's not up to date over here, so we have to look at Jeff's, and you got to get rid of that. That's stuff right there.
It's like 285 somebody chimed in with.
Okay.
Well, when Frank Caliendo comes on, put a couple zeros behind that.
I think Kate Upton might drive viewership more than Frank Caliendo.
Frank's like the opening act.
Yes, exactly.
For the first time in a long time.
So we'll see if Jason can get this hit here to give them 500 plus for the game. Anytime you can gain 130 on the field, you're doing a good job.
Yes, sir.
That was like Jimmy Cook stopped by a little while ago. We were chatting. He said the first game earlier this morning, I think they had somewhere close to 570. And AJ come back. He was just shaking his head. And Jimmy's like, "What?" He says, "We're losing ground on the field." He's like, "We just shot 579. How can we be losing ground on the field?" So Mike's changed balls and moved right. So he's trying to bail out 220 for the team. That would give them 457. They were in 7th, and this certainly isn't going to help their cause.
No.
But we do still have quite a bit of time left, but
very nice.
You don't want to waste too many games at this point in the day.
No, sir.
So that's a 238 gives Queen and Adcock 505 for that game, plus the 30 bonus. They were sitting in 6th, only 2 pins behind 5th. So depending on what the team of Williams and Holloman shot, that might vault them up in the top 5, where they were 12th when they started this round.
That's a $300 difference in the standings right now, just because of the moves that they've made so far.
We just had a question in the chat. Someone might know this. Is Steve Jaros bowling at all anymore?
Not very much. I think Steve is still working for, if I remember right, he was working for Bob's Business at one point, or one of the bowling ball one of the bowling product distributors in the Chicago area. I'm not sure how much he's bowling, but I know he keeps busy. He's got his 2 twins, Evan and Hannah. They are classic. Thanks, Greg. They're very active in sports and other stuff, and I'm sure that keeps Steve and June busy. Plus, with the pro shop at Fox Bowl, I'm assuming they still have that.
Rudy Revs. I heard he was living in like Louisiana or something.
Rudy's still in Louisiana.
I actually saw a video of him bowling recently on Facebook. So
I think it said he was kind of back to bowling.
Yeah.
Rudy had fought some health and injury problems there for a while, and I know he had one of his main businesses, kind of an interesting deal. He was actually kind of doing this when he was on tour, but he kind of had an eBay business where he would go to places like Walmart, things like that, buy closeout bicycles and power tools and things like that, and they had a warehouse, and they would just sell stuff on eBay. And he was doing really well with that. He used to travel on tour with a trailer, and he would just go from city to city and they would go into these places and just buy closeouts and then just sell them. So. Father John, not that I know of. I haven't seen any scores come through for the consolation tournament today.
Jerry also told us yesterday that it was unrelated to them this year. That was
that's true.
They were only promoting it for them over here, but it had nothing to do with.
I didn't see any final results. I know they had 40-something entries.
Are they done already?
I do know that 0 left-handers cashed. I heard that.
Yep.
So
figures that you would know that.
That is true. But I haven't seen anything final yet.
So now we have over here on 13-14 the team of Jimmy Cook and A.J. Rice against the team of Matt Ogle, and I do not know his partner. His last name is Preston, but I do not know his partner. And then on 11 and 12, we just saw Hammond and Remaculous on 13-14. They move over to 11-12 against the team of Lambert and Roseberry. So, we've talked at length about the issues on 11 and 12. One thing we haven't really talked about is it the same left or right? Are the lefties having the same problem that the righties are having? Is that going to come into play if all of a sudden we get into the last couple games and left-handers are still whacking 11 and 12 where the right-handers are struggling?
Mike
Is
Dole
that
had
going
a
to cause
decent
a
look.
difference? Yeah.
Don't you think?
Yeah.
Last game?
Yeah. Mike Dole had a good game. AJ Rice had a decent game.
Yep.
So it's not. I don't think it's pronounced as much right now on the left side. It will get there eventually, I believe, for the left side. Right now, I think the right side's seeing it a little more than the left, but I don't think it'll take much longer for the left side to catch up. And the defending champions are pretty good at making every lane look the same here.
All right, guys. I'd like to thank my friend and teammate Brian Jones for letting us know that Casey Murphy was the victor over at Bel Air this morning. Congratulations to him. He averaged about 250.
No big surprise.
No big surprise there. They paid 12. So good little turnout there.
Yeah.
12 out of 48, I think.
And that was at Bel Air?
Correct.
We got Preston up here on lane 13 with a strike.
He washed out his first shot on 14, so let's see what kind of move he makes on his third frame shot on 14.
Folks, we're just over halfway through the 12 games of round robin. This is the start of game 7 here. This game and 4 more, and we'll take a short break for tabulating scores and reassigning lanes so that the right people get here in front of us and we can watch the final game to find out who wins this year's Storm Holiday Doubles.
All right, so here's we were talking about the Glue Factory and his brother, the Traber clan, a little earlier. Here's a little trivia. See if I'm sure one of the chat guys is going to get this. But when was the only time the two Traber brothers balled each other on television?
And what ball was Dave Traber throwing?
Yes.
I know that one.
Well, how about both of them, much less? Let's just say both of them.
I can't remember what Dale was throwing off the top of my head, but I do remember what Dave was throwing.
If you're guessing Peoria, that's wrong.
If you're guessing Golden Corral, that very well could be correct.
Golden Corral could be very, very right.
I have spent a lot of time with Dave and Dale at the buffet and restaurants after we get done bowling.
AJ was a little surprised by that shot there on lane 13. He's shaking his head.
Obviously, it was a good shot because only good shots strike.
Well, somebody just got the year right, 1994.
Yes, that's what. Yeah, Dale was throwing the HPH.
They could not both have won. Oh, at the Golden Corral, maybe.
No, 94 is the right year. 1994 is the correct year.
Oh, no more Jenna.
Actually, no, that wasn't what Dale was using. That was a different show. That was the show that, if I believe,
HPH wasn't out yet.
right, if I remember correctly, that was the show that Barnes had broken his toe, and they had to cut open the shoe so he could bowl.
Yes.
Where Dale was using the HPH on that one.
Was the knife PBA registered?
Well, I don't know about that.
Now we're getting right. Now it's Toledo, Imperial Lanes. That's correct.
It was Toledo. You're correct.
Yep. Dave won.
And what ball was Dave using there, Matt?
Dave, Traber Dave was using the orange Piranha,
Correct.
wearing a very, very sporting Columbia shirt.
Yes.
And
Was that the one with the checkerboard or whatever it was?
Yeah, the blue and black.
Blue and, yeah.
That looked pretty good. And then the Glue Factory was throwing the four-screen Quantum.
Okay, gotcha.
I love that Piranha.
Yep. Johnny P shot 300 on that show, too. And then he lost to Dale on a stuffed 9-pin. Stone 9.
Yes, he did.
So Kevin and Michael are down on lanes 5 and 6 for the question in the chat that was about that one. Looks like they're in the third frame. If 21 and 2 is Bangladesh,
No.
what's 5 and 6?
23 and 4 was Bangladesh.
Okay.
We have some passing clouds down there, though. We'll see how those hang up.
1 and 2 is like North Dakota.
Ah, yeah. How about South Dakota? We'll get into Jeremy Sonnenfeld land.
Yeah.
I heard Imperial has been a parking lot for many years, not recently, to Big Mike.
Jimmy Cook with a strike up on lane 13, him and his partner. Let's just, I don't want to black cloud them. Let's just say they have no score.
Which is a good thing to see here.
Which, ironically, is funny because one of my closest friends' dad, when he comes out and watches us bowl on Friday night, if somebody has a string going, he looks up and says, "You got no score." And immediately he black clouds you and you miss. So we tell him to leave.
All right, guys. Jerry Anderson likes my little spot so much, he's going to sit here for a while.
Awesome.
All right, cool.
House. We got the.
We have our host.
We have our host, Mr. Jerry Anderson.
Guys, we actually bring you the standings as quickly as they are available. So I understand you're anxious out there and whatnot, but asking about them doesn't make them come any faster. So
I remember back in the day when you had to wait days to be able to find out the results from a PBA tournament,
right,
and read it in the newspaper.
Hey, Jerry.
How's it going, guys?
Good.
It's going awesome. How are you doing? You hanging in there?
Oh, yeah. It's not bad now.
It'll be later when you get home and you sleep for about 4 days.
Now I got my seniors in the morning.
Oh, that's right. Got to get up and make sure the coffee's ready. And
Yep. That's what I'll be doing.
It'd be nice if there was a couch or a chair to sit down in around here.
Well, I do. I rent one for the tournament.
I know you do.
I got one in the tournament office for the bowlers if they need a place to sit back and relax, look at their phone. So I got a couch, and it cost me $40 for the week.
Just another reason why this is the tournament to be at. Jerry rents a couch.
And a love seat.
And a love seat. Heck, that's better than...
Oh. Almost there.
What do we think about these left-handers right now?
Kind of hard to say. It's been a little up and down.
Well, this is exactly what happened last year. Last year, because there was a lot of left-handers, they start out really good, but because there's so many of them, they actually start catching transition like the right-handers do early. But last year, they ended up coming on real strong.
Right.
So they died off for a while, and then they just come back and started killing them.
Or when you throw it like A.J. Rice, you don't worry about transition.
No, that takes the lane out of the play. I mean, he could throw that shot in the parking lot. It'd hit just as hard.
I would say that's sick, but that's an insult to anything that is sick.
I know.
Right. He's amazing.
I'm going to go home and start practicing 7 pins and do it the way Derek Roseberry does.
We love that.
I really do. I think that's the way he throws it. If he's going to struggle with 7 pins, the key is to make it. It doesn't matter how you do it. The key is to make it. And if that's the way he's got to do it, props to him for doing that and obviously making himself good enough. Didn't you say a minute ago we've only seen him miss one?
Yep,
7 pin?
I saw him miss one. That's it.
So, yeah, kudos for him for having the confidence in himself to actually do that.
Somebody in the chat just said that was an illegal throw just now by the two-hander. I don't know how that's illegal.
No, it's just a backup ball.
Yep.
The question about whether A.J. Rice won the Proprietors' Cup, yes, that is correct. He did win the Proprietors' Cup last year. Man.
The question is, this isn't sanctioned anyways, is it? But I think it is.
Jerry, is this event sanctioned?
This is sanctioned.
Yeah, I
yes,
believe
it
so.
is.
Your hand may cramp up from filling out all the underscore forms.
I don't even fill them out. We print them. If they're here, they fill them out. We turn them in.
That away.
So, Motive, your point is his right hand was over the top, meaning he changed hands to deliver that ball? Is that your point?
Still the same dominant hand.
Yeah.
Even so, that would only come into play in a handicap tournament, being that this is scratch. There's not an
advantage.
There's no rules against changing hands in a tournament. The only time changing hands is when you have an average that's based on one dominant hand versus another dominant hand. So
we have a weather alert.
Weather alert. 19 and 20 again. We have front 9 for the team.
Looks like, is it Brett?
It's Brett.
Wolf?
I think it's Brett. It looks like Wolf's shooting 258, so they're shooting 558.
Believe it or not, the simple fact that Shepard averaged about 330 yesterday, he did it without bowling a 300 game.
Yes.
Cost is going to have to go up next year. I got to buy presents next year. These presents are 2 years old.
Well, the running joke, Jerry, is that last year you wrapped up a Christmas ham and you didn't give it away, and it's still sitting underneath the tree.
There is a ham sandwich, though.
So we're waiting for somebody to unwrap the hashtag green fuzzy ham.
You just say there's ham sandwiches?
Yeah, I think one of them was a ham sandwich or a hamburger, cheeseburger.
Yeah, sweet.
Oh, that's right. I remember that last year.
Well, we did the dinner for 2. That was the real popular, but nobody picked it. We had a table set up back behind by the candy machine. We put a tablecloth and a candle, and it was a dinner for 2.
Two hamburgers.
So anybody that won, we would come, had a waitress that was going to come and get their order, and they'd just sit there, and we'd serve them, and be able to sit there, and we had it all roped off so nobody could get inside of it.
And also, right in front of us, while we're talking about ham sandwiches, Jimmy Cook has the front 9, so weather alert for him.
Yep.
And that would be his
Black
second
cloud.
of the day.
Black cloud alert.
Storm weather alert brought to you by Storm Bowling Products, the bowlers company.
All we had to do was say something, because weren't we complaining a few minutes ago that there weren't any going on for a little while?
So I black clouded the fact that we weren't able to black cloud anybody.
Yes. Jeff, do you have like a royalty counter on the storm cloud?
No, but
thing?
I'm working on it. I figure it can't hurt my chances.
No, it can't.
It may be a little early, but Tom Adcock's at the front 7 down on 5 and 6, as a matter of fact, too.
I figured that at some point, every time I say that, Mr. Christmas somewhere is smiling and I'll just save those chips for later when I need them.
That's right. Jimmy Cook is throwing the Burgundy Hammer, the new Burgundy Hammer, the new old Burgundy Hammer.
Jerry, I don't know if you know it or not, but we've actually created a new cult hero with Jenna. We have plans of creating a Facebook fan page for her and her own line of clothing. She's become very popular in the chat.
Yeah, she deserves it. I mean,
Yep.
that's hard to run down there back. I can't do it. That's why I have to have them.
She has worked her butt off all weekend long.
Yeah, I mean, she's good at it.
Oh, Jerry, your food's ready, by the way,
I didn't order
according to Jenna.
it. Yeah.
JennaPen.com.
No, I had a sandwich on Friday at 11 o'clock this morning.
that should hold you over.
Yeah, this is a good tournament because I lose 15 pounds by the end of it.
You know, you'd probably lose 30 if you caught a few of them deadwoods.
Yeah, well, I can't run no more.
Hey, that's actually another good idea. We could actually create the Jenna Pen workout routine where all you do is run down the gutter cap chasing deadwood.
Yep. Looks like Brett just shot 300.
And we black clouded Jimmy Cook, but Brett finished his off. So that is that would be 300 number 20. And that was on 19 and 20.
Jenna, I made it special just like he likes it. I just think of the sloppy joes from Billy Madison, the lunch lady.
Yeah, Jenna, you need to go back ball some hamburger.
Hey, does Jenna do booth service? Can we get booth service?
Oh,
I'm sure she will. Yeah.
Those pizzas you guys had cranking out looked pretty good.
Yeah, we tore some up yesterday.
They're really good. They're TJ's Pizza is real popular around here, but I went to they're Andaro's and Sons. They just give you a lot of topping, and they're just really good pizzas. We sell a lot of them.
This is a huge game.
All right, so Shepard had 300, obviously. Wolf had 233 plus their bonus. So that's 163 pins for those gentlemen. And I need to put in an order with Pin Chaser Jenna for a pizza and some water or something. Or actually, you know what? Pizza, water, and a Bud Light. Being that Bud Light is we got some sponsorship there. I need to support our sponsors.
Yeah, I got Gray Eagle. Actually, this year they didn't really give anything, but I told them what I could do. I told them what I would do for them. They're supposed to be watching. We're going to talk, but hopefully for next year, they're going to jump aboard.
Good. Glad to hear. We've tried to mention them a few times here and there to make sure anytime we have a sponsor or potential sponsor, it's always great to be able to get them to pay attention to the broadcast and give us an opportunity to maybe develop a future relationship with them. So good thing for pointing that out, Jerry.
Yeah, what I include too is where their banners are right now in 9 and 10 and 15, 16. I give them the whole year.
Right.
I let them sit up there for the whole year.
Oh,
we can
that's
change
great.
them out for tournaments, and I give them that special place for. And then also my 3 major tournaments, the Team Extreme, the Holiday Doubles, and the Righty Lefty. I give select pricing on their for the
On their
tournaments
products,
on their
right.
products.
That's great.
Awesome.
Jenna, I need a pepperoni pizza, please.
So, getting back to the action here on 13 and 14, we had the team of Jimmy Cook and A.J. Rice bowl 568 that game.
Big game.
Obviously, they won, so they basically just picked up 200 pins that game.
They were in fourth.
Yep.
That's a big
that's large.
big move.
Big move.
Question on what was happening with Jason down there on 5 and 6 with Adcock doing what he was doing. Jason, last time I looked down there, had a smash 7-10 on lane 6. Now he's got a double up, so he's strung 2 strikes since then. Looks to me like a low 2-teen game, but Tom does have the front 9.
Tommy does have the front 9?
Yes, he does.
Yes, he does. So we need the...
Weather alert is back.
We have the weather alert.
Weather alert, black cloud. And Jenna just showed up here with my water. Can I get a
She's not old enough to serve Bud Light.
Oh, okay. Well, we'll have to have somebody else.
Well, no, she can serve it.
Service.
Oh.
I can have somebody open it. She just can't open it.
Oh, okay. I'm gonna pay for my water. I gotta. This is service here, I tell you. Somebody just in the chat offered to pay for the booth food, and being I got my head kicked in this weekend, you are more than welcome to buy my lunch.
Who's that, Mike?
Who is the gentleman? Who is that gentleman?
Is that ILL?
ILL?
It's ILL or I.
Just tell him to call 618-337-5840. Give me his credit card number.
He says I have to call with credit card number.
Yep, he's calling with the
That's
credit card number.
So Tom Adcock's up on the left lane now, down there, throwing his first ball in the 10th frame.
You don't have to worry about calling in with your credit card number because I still happen to have the Underhills American Express card number.
Oh, there's number 10 for Tom.
Number 10.
That would be a Fletch reference for anybody that didn't get that one.
It's neat to see Tom and Jason.
One of my favorite Chevy Chase movies.
Jason and Tom didn't even get into the tournament until a couple days ago.
Right.
Well, actually, like Tuesday or Wednesday.
Take a steak sandwich and a steak sandwich.
Waiting list for a reason for them, Jerry, or did they just get it in late?
They just didn't. Yeah, they just didn't turn it in, and when they called, it was full. And they only could bowl Saturday because they had prior commitments on Friday. So they didn't get in until I think it was Christmas Eve.
Jerry, that doesn't surprise me because I have been dealing with that for ever, 25 years on
USBCs and stuff?
Yeah, them being late for everything. So,
well, it's funny because
actually, the funny thing is we have a tournament in Springfield. The deadline to get the money in is this week, and we've got like 90 of the 96 spots already paid. So it's almost down to nothing left. And Jason and Tommy both brought their money yesterday for me because I told them if I don't get it, you guys aren't bowling.
Yeah, I've been looking at that Springfield stuff, man. You've been doing great with that. You've had almost every tournament you're running now is filling, which is great.
Yeah, thanks. We, thankfully with the use of social media and
300 for
like
Tom.
300 for Tom.
Yep.
So with social media and other avenues, we've been able to kind of create some cool things for Springfield, Decatur, Bloomington, those areas, and give a lot of people things to bowl and raise a little bit of money for charity at the same time. So it's always good to do that.
Jerry, it's funny. I got here after we got out here so late Friday night, as you well know. I pulled in the parking lot at 9:07 on Saturday, ready to come in and sit in the booth again. And they followed me in. They drove in behind me, and they were starting to get out. And Jason's out there stretching in the parking lot. I said, "You guys got here in plenty of time." And Jason looked at his watch. He said, "We still got 15 minutes."
The joke for 20 years has always been, if you're going to bowl with Jason, tell him that we start a half hour earlier than what we actually do, so that way he'll actually be there on time and so on and so forth.
So he's on queen time.
He's always on queen time.
Yes, queen time.
And I'm sure if Tricia is still at home watching, she totally understands what we mean.
Solid nine.
Jerry, the local liquor distributor was the sponsor, correct?
Yeah. They are technically a sponsor. They didn't give me anything this year because it was too late because of their budget. But I told them that I was very interested. Last year we had Chickford Distributing, which is still awesome, but they weren't able to do anything.
Mm-hmm.
So I told Gray Eagle that I wanted them, and I said, let me just show you what we do. Give me some banners. I'll post them. I'll call you my sponsor this year. And in hopes they have committed to next year. So hopefully
beautiful.
everything
That's
will
cool.
work out.
Beautiful.
So it is Gray Eagle Distributing, right, Jerry?
It is Gray Eagle Distributing, correct.
And they're your local Bud Light distributor?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, gotcha.
AB Products.
I typically don't drink Mick Ultra, but I had a couple of those yesterday at lunchtime. So
We served a lot of Bud Lights this weekend.
Jerry, do you happen to know if you wrapped up a Floby under the Christmas tree? Because we're hoping that's what Adcock's going to get as far as a Christmas present.
I don't think there is. No.
Okay. Well, we may need to send somebody down to the dollar store,
Dollar General.
Yeah, because we may need to get one for him. Cody, we're talking about Around the Town is the tournament in Springfield. Technically, it is full. We're just still trying to wait for the rest of the money to filter in. I think there's we filled like 4 more spots yesterday, so.
Looks like we're just doing some shuffling here, shuffling between the games.
No, as far as Around the Town, currently, I believe that we are totally full and paid for. I'll have to check that when I get back home. But if you check the Lane Lincoln Tournament's Facebook page under events, under Around the Town, probably midweek, Tuesday, Wednesday, somewhere in that area, I'll have everything posted. And if any spots do happen to open up, you'll be able to see that, and that information will be available.
Jeff, how is the Land of Lincoln tournaments doing as a whole?
Good. We've had some success, more with some than others. The team challenge was something that Dennis and I had been working on for a long time. Put a lot of work into that. And the first year that we ran it, we had about 28, 29 teams, Dennis?
Yeah.
Somewhere in that range. And the field was very, very strong. Great turnout. The Pro-Am was unbelievable. Had a good time. We joke about some of the things that we've gone through in the booth as far as, getting out of here at 2 o'clock in the morning, even with the IB Open, where, last year at the IB Open, or the year before, we were broadcasting at 3 o'clock in the morning before we got the results out. But the first year with the team challenge, we actually got done because we had a roll-off, a full 5-person team roll-off. We walked out there a little after 3 in the morning and back at 9.
Yep.
But it was a great tournament. Everybody loves it. The next year, we were down to 24 teams, partially because the field was so strong that, unfortunately, we think that we scared some people away. And then the next year, we were down to, I think we had 13 teams sign up. And at that point, we decided let's go away from the team event concept. We went back to a doubles. We filled the doubles. We had over 36 teams for the doubles. And so, as much as I want to do the team challenge and we love team bowling, I can't come up with a way that we can make it fair for everybody, because I want everybody to be able to bowl. Mike Wolf bowled, Fagan's bowled, Tommy Jones bowled, Pete. We've had so many of the guys bowl, but nobody wants to come out and bowl against a team that is that loaded. So, we've run that. We have an over-under 200 average doubles that we run that we fill. We have a couple of memorial tournaments with lower entry fees that we run fill. 4th of July weekend, we have a trio tournament that we fill every year that is a low entry fee handicap with an average cap. So it's maximum 675 average. We fill that every year. Some singles tournaments, match play tournaments. We've got a wide variety of things that we run, and we seem to do well with some. Some we've had to cancel due to lack of interest, but for the most part, the ones that everybody's used to bowling, we fill them.
That's good. That's good to hear. Once again, thank you for the offer to buy the booth food. Greatly appreciated.
We do still have the blank check from Mr. Flanagan. So.
Oh, that's right.
So we are starting game 8 right here in front of you. Looks like we have the team over here on 11 and 12, the team of Hayes and Butler. Also the team of Jake Stansberry, Mike Peters, and myself, because I'm still with them in spirit, I guess I should say. And then on 13 and 14, we have the legend Mike Wolf bowling with his partner Brett Shepard, and the team of Williams and Holloman. So that's the action we've got going on in front of you right now on our featured pairs. As soon as we get standings updated after Game 7, we will quickly pass those along to you as well as get them posted as Jenna brings Matt McNeil his pizza.
Thank you, Jenna.
Has there been any, I know Brett's got a couple 300s. Anybody else bowl multiple 300s? So
Brett actually only has one.
I thought he bowled one yesterday, I thought.
No, he not that I know of.
Yeah, I think
he did. I'm sorry. You're right. He does have two. I misspoke.
Did he get his
somebody
second
else had
present
two.
today?
I know he got a present yesterday. I don't know if he just got
I don't
one
think
for
he got
this
a
game.
present for this one, this latest one, did he?
Now he's probably worried about that $7,000 present.
Yeah,
Could be.
exactly. He might be the only one that has two. I'm trying to look through my notes and see if there's any that have doubled up. And Mike Remaculus has two.
Yeah.
That's what I thought. I told him I thought it was Mike.
Yeah.
Adcock has two, right?
But Jerry, you'll be interested to know I kind of broke this down by pair. There's been 2 on 1 and 2, 3 on 5 and 6, 2 on 7 and 8, 1 on 9 and 10, 2 on 13 and 14, 2 on 15 and 16, 1 on 17 and 18, 3 on 19 and 20, and 5 on 21 and 22.
Yeah, that's amazing. The two tournaments we ran leading into this tournament, 21-22 has been the lowest scoring pair in the house.
Yeah, we were talking about that before the tournament even started, that I think my career average on 21 and 22 is about 160. Okay, they just handed me standings for Game 7. Run through our 12 teams real quick for you. Leading, our leaders are right here in front of us on 13-14, the team of Wolf and Shepard. They are at plus 19-16. Only 29 pins behind them, the team of Cooked Rice. In third place, the team of Barta and Johnson. They are only 38 pins out of the lead. The team of Lemish and Dole are in fourth at 1832. As looks like Mike Wolf just left a 4-pin. Fifth place is Queen and Adcock. With that big game last game, they've moved up to fifth. They're 1747.
He did shoot 300, Greg.
Sixth place, Stansberry and Peters, 1625. Seventh place, Williams Holloman, 1602. Eighth place, Hammond and Remaculus, 1518. Ninth place, Bittenbender and Marsala, 1516. And starting to fade a little bit, Lambert Roseberry at 1482. Hayes and Butler at 1469. And in 12th place is Ogle and Preston at 1350. So we've got several teams still in this. You know, right now we've got the top 5 are all within about 170 pins of each other. After that, we've got another 120 pin drop off to Stansberry and Peters, which still with 5 games to go, you know, it's still possible.
Yeah, they were in last place about 3 or 4 games ago.
Yeah,
so
right.
Must really be coming on.
Yeah, Peters bowled well a couple of games ago. I think he had the front 10. And then somebody just said something. Yes, you're right. Adcock has 2 300s as well.
Right.
During match play.
During match play.
Yeah, so he's had 2 300s in the 7 games of match play so far.
Nice bowling, dude. Too, by the way. You guys all have the front 4. So.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah. So technically, if I'm part of that team and we all have the front 4, we have a team 300
You
already.
do.
All right. You know, Jerry, I feel bad not being able to bowl this event this year. I think that I think I've missed a couple here and there, but it's been pushing at least 15 years since I started bowling this event. So.
Yeah, I know. I mean, stuff happens. It's hard for me not to. I did it 30 straight years. 30 straight years I bowled. Last year was my first year, but it's too hard to run this and bowl anymore.
Understand that.
We were talking yesterday that I remember one year that I can't remember who all I was with. There was 4 or 5 of us. We all stopped here on the way to Seattle to start the second half of the tour season.
Correct.
We came down here first to bowl, and then as soon as we were done bowling, we all hopped in the truck and started driving to Seattle.
Yeah, because back then that's when the tour was, getting started right after the holidays.
In some cases, we bowled pro-ams on New Year's Day.
A lot of good memories here.
Yep, absolutely. We've had a lot of great bowlers come through this place, bowl this event over the years. Did Dick ever bowl this event, Jerry?
Yeah, Dick did bowl. I actually bowled with him one year.
That must have been a treat.
I got some great memories of bowling against Dick during the Pete Weber Invitational here, but I didn't remember Dick bowling this event.
Yeah, he did bowl. He's bowled at least a couple times, and it was a year he started he wasn't feeling too good, and he was getting ready to bowl the senior tour, and I didn't have a partner. I always had a tradition. I always switch partners every year just to try to bowl with different people, and I asked Dick to bowl with me, and he said yeah.
Was that the year Dick was having problems with his feet?
Yeah, it was. Yeah, he had something was going on where he wasn't doing a lot of bowling, but he was getting ready to start back and trying to bowl some of the senior stuff. So he wanted to get some games in.
Somebody commented about the full lawnmower release on 11 and 12. That's Mike Peters.
That's Mike Peters.
When Mike gets in, he starts really banging on it pretty hard. The hand goes flying, the hips go flying. He starts jumping up in the air, and that's when I see that break out. He's filling my pockets is what he's doing, because we're making money when he gets that action going.
Dollar signs roll in the eyes.
Well, actually, even though I don't bowl in this tournament, I still invest in this tournament.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, well, when we have odds and ends and we need to make stuff where we don't have blinds and things like that, I'll always, go down, hey, Redbird might throw you in some.
Gotcha.
I've taken a butt whipping in the last 2 years. But Mike was the guy yesterday. He ended up making me about $100.
Good. Yeah, Mike's a good dude. I think I mentioned it earlier. We've been bowling together since we were probably about 17, 18 years old. Not going to say how many years that's been, but between myself and him and Scott Raines and Adcock and Queen, we bowled all over the Midwest together.
Question in the chat for the two of you. Have you either one ever won this event, and if so, with who?
I haven't. I think I've finished second or third at least 5 times, probably with 5 different partners.
Yeah, actually, I have won. I've won this tournament. It took Pete Weber to bowl with me to get his first title in this tournament.
I think I finished second with Peters. I finished second with Hess. I think I finished second or third with Gene Vincent. Who else? There's somebody else in there. I think I bowled with Paul Nicholas one year, maybe. Never been able to break through and win this one.
I think, me and Dennis Sherman. I bowled with Dennis Sherman. We got second one year.
Yeah, I actually brought Dennis up yesterday when we were sitting watching Kyle.
Yeah, he's a good guy.
Talking about how, back when I first started coming down here bowling Grand Prix and some other things and the shootout and everything else, that Dennis always stood out as one of the nicest guys in the world that you would ever meet.
He is. He is really a good guy. I bowled with him. I traveled out to St. Charles and bowled in a trio league with him, and it's a treat to bowl with Dennis.
Are the Burnings still bowling at all?
I just think they hang out at St. Charles. I don't know about Kevin.
I think, is it Kevin that's actually working there?
Yeah, Kevin works at St. Charles, and Keith, he's bowling. I've seen him bowl some of the senior Grand Prix.
I stopped in St. Charles earlier this summer. I was coming down for the KISS concert, so I went over to hang out with Eddie Bird, waste some time, and Brad Miller was there practicing, and I saw Kevin in there and running back and forth, so I figured he was working there as either a mechanic or whatever. So.
What a talent he was.
Yeah, absolutely. And then
is golden.
Weather alert's happening a little later today,
yes.
Mike, than right now, but neither of the players on lane 11 have unstruck yet.
That's see right there.
Yeah, thanks. That one's on Flanagan.
Yep, that's on Flanagan. Yep.
And Mike, see, that's why we've been waiting until about the front 8, front 9 before we break that up, because we're trying to give people a better opportunity to break our jinx.
Mm-hmm.
We've had a couple of 600s in this tournament.
Yeah, and actually one of the local team from Springfield actually did it one year. Dave Barker and Scott Rogers.
Right, I remember that. And then I think it was Bob Marable and somebody did 600.
You're right. Yeah.
And it was a few years ago when Mark Brevard had it. They was going to do something. Well, they did it. It was supposed to pay $10,000 if you shot 600 during qualifying.
Wow. Jerry, is there any plans at all for synthetic lanes?
No.
No. Got to keep the wood. Got to keep the tradition.
I got a couple investors and myself. Investors live a half hour from here, had the place for 10 years and never been in it. So it's pretty much all on me to keep it going, to do what we can. We don't have very big league base here. The community here is kind of flipped, and they're not going to do too much as far as. I still think we probably got 10 or 15 years left on the wood. So that's about how long it'll last.
I wouldn't know what to do if I walked in here and didn't see the wood in this building.
Yeah. I don't know what I'm going to do when I have to close it down. It's going to be a devastating day.
Yeah, I mean, we've been coming down here for not only this tournament, but regionals and everything else for so long that, I almost need to rent a locker.
Well, we have some. $15 for the year.
Oh. Black Cloud strikes again.
Way to go, Flanagan.
Way to
Black
go,
Cloud,
Mike.
my partner.
Well, Mike, he can get this. If he left the 10 pin, I think it's about 30% that he'd pick it.
Yeah. Yeah, he wasn't real happy about the few that he missed earlier.
Yeah, maybe just better off hitting the button here and move on.
This one may be totally with snakes in the finger holes, if he hooks the whole lane at this thing.
You can just see, it's interesting. Like, you just watch somebody shoot a spare, and usually you can tell if you're pretty in tune if they're going to make it or not. Yep.
Attaboy.
Attaboy. Mike, he stared it down.
We should have gave him the wave.
I don't know if Jerry, do you remember Larry Oxenine? You remember the Ox?
I remember the name, yes.
Okay. Well, that was a nickname that Riggles gave him, was Snakes, because every time he would throw a bowling ball, his follow-through would go dead to the right. And it looked like he had snakes in his finger holes, and he was just trying to get the ball off his hand quickly. So
that's who I'm going to get down here. Jeff Rickles is going to bowl this tournament.
Oh, no.
I'm going to get him down here. I know I will.
Well, he said earlier that if we can get Nape out of town, he would come down and bowl with Nape.
I know he was.
And that would be an entertaining duo to call from the booth.
Yes, it would.
And now Zika wants to come down, so it could be old home week. We get Larry Stepp here and Doug Buer, get him out of retirement. It'd be just like an old Midwest PBA regional here. Get Dale and Dave Traber.
Yeah. I tried to get
We don't want Eugene here, though, right? I'm just kidding.
He's all right.
Yeah,
I've had him here the last couple of years. He's
I know.
a good
Eugene's
guy.
a good guy.
But
he did bowl here last year, didn't he?
Yeah, he bowled. I hooked him up with a local left-hander here, John Bogag.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, I remember that.
They were a top 12 last year. But who I was trying to get down here, or actually for him, it would be up here, is the bowl with him was Ron Williams.
Oh
yeah.
My goodness, yeah.
Yeah, me and Ron were going to bowl together a couple years ago, but with the Christmas and the holidays and the pro shop, this tournament's not a good time for people who got pro shops.
Is that are you referring to King of the Hill Ron Williams?
King of the Hill Ron Williams grew up here at the bowling lane.
We actually talked about,
I did not know
about
that.
him yesterday.
Yeah,
he's from Cahokia, isn't he?
Yep, he's from Cahokia. I was the best man in his wedding. What a devoted guy he was when he was bowling on the tour. I mean, he was up here every day. I never was good enough to do the tour. I tried to bowl some stops and things like that, but I never practiced. I never was able to give the time. Ron would come up here every day, 3 hours a day, and bowl on each arrow. I mean, he just, no matter what was out here, he'd always try. And he made the best of it.
Yeah, he had a good solid 2-3 year run there for a while where he had a lot of success.
Well, he made his career off those King of the Hill matches. He cleaned Choice Hotels out for for a good amount of money.
Pretty much. A little update on the low end of the center here, or low bay, I guess. Tom Adcock just threw his first shot in the 10th frame. One more shot puts him in the 270s. His partner can go out for 269. So I think it's 279, 269.
So Jason and Tommy are definitely making a run at this. Right here in front of us, Peters and Stansberry. Michael is up in the 10th.
With the possible 270?
I think he's going at 279.
Very nice.
Jake had 266.
So that's the same.
So they're going to be in the 540s. At which, hey, we're on 11 and 12. We just saw a 540 bolt, and we didn't even really notice it.
There you go.
But Mike is probably farther left than most other right-handers on this pair so far, and he's using a strong core. And then Jake being left-handed, and we talked a little bit about the dynamic of the lefties on this pair. It's not quite as bad, but it's just interesting that we've talked about how low the scores have been on 11 and 12. We look up, there's 545.
Right, and he's got room from where he's playing the way it looks too. Most of the two-handers use a strong core out there today too.
Yeah.
Well.
Yeah, I think that was the best way to get the ball to control the back end of the pattern. It didn't overreact. That was a big trick.
Eric Mike is using an IQ Tour Nano right now. Actually, he's been using it most of the day.
Yep.
Hey Jerry, if we're going to do a wave, you got to give me some warning, because after having sat here all this time, it takes some planning on getting up and down very quickly.
Well, that's why I took the seat off the stage. Friday night when I tried to get down, I couldn't.
Wasn't it crazy?
I had to sit down just to drop on the 2-foot step.
Would you, you gentlemen hungry? I got a lot of this pizza left over here. If you guys want any,
we may take you up on that here pretty quick. It smells good.
I'm pretty good right now still. So
looking down there, it looks like Queen struck.
Yep.
So those guys are going in. Would you say, Dennis, about 530, 540 as well?
Well, it's 270, 260, just like we saw here, except a few more. 270, 269, I think, is what the other one was. So maybe they can have a few more pins here, 540.
Did you guys just see what noticed on 13 and 14?
What's that?
Oh, we had a possibility of a tie in the 8 outs.
Well, he gets up in the 10th. Michael Hallman gets up in the 10th, goes pocket 7-10. Brett doubles. He goes up and doesn't get neither one.
And got neither one.
Brett strikes.
Well, then he goes 8-1. He did a drive-by on the 3-pin, totally missed it, and he clipped the 9.
And that's 30 bonus pins for the leaders right there. That's free 30 pins there.
Right. That's an error-filled 10th frame right there.
We saw the same thing earlier. There was a tie on that lane, and one of the bowlers, the bottom bowler on the left lane, went 5-2, and it was a tie.
Yep. Just by giving away count and
right. Looks like Jason did his job down there.
Yes, sir.
That's huge for
Queen and Adcock.
Yeah, for where they are in the standings right now and everything. Did we go over Game 7 standings?
Nothing that Jason does is huge, though.
Okay.
You can't be 5'3", 5'4", and it may be above average in size, but it's not going to be huge.
Jeff, here's some of this wonderful Redbird Lanes pizza. I don't know if we can get a shot of this wonderful gourmet pizza here at Redbird Lanes. And I got myself a Bud Light from Gray Eagle. Gray Eagle Distributing. I'm Matt McNeil, and I fully support Bud Light and Gray Eagle Distributing. Nothing quenches my thirst quite like a ice-cold Bud Light after a 9-game block of bowling.
Did they have Bud Light when Harry Carey was alive? Was it just Budweiser?
I think it might have just been Budweiser. And I was just informed by the numbers man, Pete Barta, that Adam and Liz will be back into the lead.
Ah, very interesting.
As far as he knows.
And he normally does.
How far was Queen and Adcock out before that game then?
Out of the lead, about 140.
Oh, okay. So
I think things are going to get bunched up. Not to mention the fact that Peters and Stansbury, who we thought were almost way out of it, that game put them right back into the mix.
Well, Peters told me earlier when they were down at the bottom, he said if his left-hander can keep up, he said he thinks they got a chance to move up, and it looks like it's happening.
I like that mentality.
Mm-hmm.
This game will be telling here for Tom, as late as it is.
Mike Flanagan is getting into some old school Ron Williams King of the Hill trivia with not your typical lefty.
We were joking last night that if Nick Hoagland was here, Nick could tell you what color the gutters were painted on that show.
Yes.
And how many lights were out on the AMF triangle masking units.
That was one good guy. He was the oil in the lanes, I think, for the Midwest PBA when the regionals were here, and he'd come a day early and spend some time with us here.
He's doing the backhaul direct thing.
He is. He works for Greg Harris at Backhaul Direct.
Yep.
And he and Steve Harmon and Dylan Murphy are running H2M tournament management.
Yes.
So they run a lot of stuff in the Indianapolis area.
I was actually just talking to Steve Harmon on Facebook, and he was asking if I was going to make it out to their New Year's Day tournament in Indianapolis, and Team Harvey is heading out to Carolier for their tournament, their New Year's Day tournament. But, boy, what a job Nick Hoagland did for the Intercollegiate Nationals Championships. That was by far one of the most demanding conditions I think I've ever bowled on in my career, and it was fair right to left, forwards to backwards. It was, anything and everything you could want in a lane condition, and just what a great job he does, and what a great person he is for the sport to have.
What made that shot what it was for you? What made it so demanding?
Well, there's really no room. I mean, you had to be pretty much just perfect to get 9, much less 10.
And Nick is very creative when it comes to designing patterns, and he's very knowledgeable about how things break down, how things work, and he can set things up to where it forces you to do specific things. I always joke that I was actually good when Nick was running the lanes because I seemed to match up well with some of his thought processes when he was designing patterns for the Midwest PBA. But very, very knowledgeable and creative person when it comes to lane maintenance.
Yeah, definitely.
James Box just messaged me on Facebook asking about the pattern down here, so obviously they're either watching what's going on up there, probably.
I would ignore him, dude.
You did.
Well, it'll be okay. Let's this is going to be an interesting match. We got Adcock and Queen who've just been red hot lately, and they're going to be on the difficult and troublesome 11 and 12.
Especially as far right as they're wanting to play.
Right. Both of them missed in, at least looked like missed in, or the ball took off on them on lane 12, and then Tommy got up on lane 11 and almost threw it past the head pin and then carried everything light, tripped a 2 out. So
Let's see what Queen does here. Still throwing that melee jab. Tried to go for the shaker. 7-pin stands. 11 is the more hooking lane of the two, so we'll see what he does for an adjustment on 12. There's some more trivia going on in the chat room, and I'm going to pose a question here. If somebody can get it, I'll be very impressed. Who is the only person to have a televised 300 on 2 pairs of lanes? The right lane broke down on the television pair, so they used the left lane on the television pair and the right lane on the pair left of it. I'll see if anybody can nab that one. Ron, Schaefer and Nornduk, and we got some standings here. Mr. Carter, I will yield the floor to you.
Okay, just run through the standings after Game 8 real quick. In the lead, the team of Barta and Liz Johnson at plus 1982, which was a good year. Second place, Cook and Rice, 1966. Third place, Wolf and Shepherd, 1963. Fourth place, Adcock and Queen at 1925. So your top 4 teams are all within 57 pins of each other as of right now. 70 pins behind fourth is Lemish and Dole. Sixth place is Stansbury and Peters at 1,800, and they are currently 182 pins out of the lead. Seventh place is Bitbender and Marsala. They are another 130 back, so there's a pretty substantial gap when it gets from sixth place on. Eighth place, Hammond Remaculous, 1669. Ninth, Williams Holloman, 1619. 10th, Lambert and Roseberry at 1531. 11th, Hayes and Butler at 1524. And down in 12th is Ogle and Preston at 1217.
And going back to my trivia question, it was answered correctly by Mr. Zicka. It was Jim Stefanich, 1973, in the Arc Alameda Open.
I happen to know it definitely was not Ryan Schaefer, because I had a pretty good view of that 300 game.
You were right there.
Matt, was you watching that in 1973?
Nice pickup, Tom Adcock.
Oh, nah.
Tremendous shot there.
Come again, Jerry?
I said, was you watching that in 1973?
I was.
Yeah.
Oh, 1974, sorry. Not 73.
And I probably was too, Matt.
You know, I remember immediately getting done with Junior League and rushing home to turn the TV on to catch the Pro Bowlers who are on ABC. Or that, or when we got a little older, me and the guys who I bowled with on Saturdays, we'd just hang out in the bowling center bar, and they'd let us hang out in there and drink root beer, and they'd put it on the the old projector big screen TV that they had in the bar.
Still, one of my favorite ones was Pete McCordick's televised 300.
I love that game too.
Watching the close up of his face when he was shaking,
sweating.
Yeah.
Most people don't realize he was actually using 2 different balls on that show.
He was
way back when. Not many people realized that you would ever even have 2 of the same ball.
Right.
It was Black UDOT, if I remember right. He had 2 totally different ones that he was using. Another funny story about using 2 different balls was my buddy Charlie Tapp. You remember Charlie?
Yes, I remember Charlie Tapp.
Charlie had made a TV show. He was using 2 different yellow dots. And Charlie gets up and throws a shot, and the ball just goes dead straight, and he smacks himself on the forehead and goes, "Man, wrong ball." So I still tease him to this day about that.
Charlie Tapp is from South St. Paul, Minnesota.
He's actually coaching a college team in Michigan right now. Couldn't even pronounce the school's name. It's AQUINAS or where Aquinas or Aquinas.
Yeah, there's a St. Thomas Aquinas school around here someplace.
He's under the moniker Peter Griffin on Facebook,
correct.
right? Yes, all right. I am friends with him.
Yep. Very, very funny guy. Like him a lot.
So guys, we got actual sparking going on in the lanes out here. I saw what happened when Tom Adcock threw his shot on lane 12 a few minutes ago, and then when John Marsala threw a ball down on lane 14, I saw it happen when his ball hit. It's not happening on everybody's, but you see a spark come out from under their ball when they hit part of the lane out there. So.
And this is game 9 as well, right?
That is game 9,
Yep.
and every once in a while, that's what happens whenever you're dealing with a wood lane surface, especially with some volume of oil on there, and guys use stronger bowling balls to start with. The heads go quick, and then you're trying to navigate that part of the lane, which isn't the easiest thing to do. Mm-hmm. And then all of a sudden, you kind of lose the other parts of the lane as well. So, regardless if this is on house pattern or not, it gets tricky.
It does. I really think, just from my experience yesterday, I think the proper move is to put the bigger ball in your hand to slow down the reaction time and to smooth out the back ends, and then cover less boards on the back end.
And that's if you can still get it to go through the pins and strike.
That's very true.
That's the biggest key is when you
see Lemish balled up there. You see that he went to that crux,
and he was catching a bunch of crap at the end of the day yesterday for having a crux in his hand that late in the block, and a lot of people didn't understand what you were just saying.
Yeah, but no, that's the right move is to get the bigger ball in your hand. Really tame out the lane. I mean, you're going to get it through the fronts. I don't think that's the issue.
I still think that, with the way Peters was playing that pair is definitely the way to do it if you've got that in your game. If your rev rate's high enough and you can jump in and create that angle with a strong enough ball, that's definitely a way to go. But he's one of the few guys, the few right-handers that can actually do that.
Mm-hmm. Mike Dole is really reeling here on 11 and 12. He's got, through 5, he's got 3 9 spares and 2 opens.
And it was just a few games ago that Mike Dole had a 240-250 on this pair.
Yeah.
And we actually said he had a pretty good look. Right. Remember that?
Yep.
And so we should have put the weather alert up because you just clouded him.
Mm-hmm.
I did.
And Flanagan said, do we have fire extinguishers on hand? I was with the booth right behind 11 and 12 here. I was going to say, do we have welder's masks on hand?
This is a huge shot here for Tommy.
Yeah, that's a rare miss.
Yeah.
Rare open frame from Mr. Adcock. 17 has a built-in sprinkler system.
Ricky's picking on you a little bit there, Jerry.
I'm sorry, I was dozing off. What was that?
I said, you were dozing off?
Well, no, I was watching.
Okay.
Looks like we're getting a glare from the window. The sun's coming out finally.
The sun's coming
now
out.
Now that it's over.
Oh.
Looks like they're getting a glare on from the door down on the south end.
Looks like we actually have some storm clouds starting to move in. Not quite there yet, but Jason went to the trip 4 well once again. Didn't get it that time.
No, I really think Jason might have to creep left and ball up. I think that jab is just going to give him too much over-under where he's at. I think he maybe might need to creep left and put a little more core and a little more cover in his hands. Adcock switched to the brute.
We would need Flanagan here to be able to sing "The Sun Will Come Out Tomorrow." I don't think we have that in our wheelhouse. I know I don't. Although after last year, you could probably get up there and do a nice little dance for everybody, Matt.
Somebody had to post that. Somebody reposted the video from YouTube. I thought that was finally behind me. I could move on.
That's the beauty of technology.
I know.
It's on the intro web now. It's there forever.
It's there forever. Yep. Well, thankfully, I don't think anyone in my family has seen it. And we got a weather alert.
We do have a weather alert on lanes 13 and 14.
Mm-hmm. Adam Barta got the black cloud.
Currently has a double ham bone work.
With lightning bolt.
Has he ever bowled 300?
He hasn't this weekend yet. And everybody predicted he would have. Everybody predicted that he would have at least 50.
They thought he was going to have 5 last night, Jerry, and he wasn't even on that squad.
Well, Queen moved left. Maybe just made a hand change there. He did move left, made a little hand change.
Mighty Mouse just posted what happens at Redbird ends up on YouTube. Thank goodness YouTube wasn't around the year that I, on lane 2, I went to get Deadwood because Jenna wasn't alive then. I went to get Deadwood out of the right gutter on lane 2 and mistakenly just put my thumb in it just to go throw it. I hung up in it and threw it into the right gutter on lane 3 about 30 feet in the air. Had to get John Weber to come down and say, fellas, what's the problem here? And I had to explain to John that ball over there is mine, and I still need to get the Deadwood out.
That was a good John Weber impersonation.
Yeah, I had that broken out for a little while last. I actually called some action with the fake John Weber in the booth last night.
Wriggles does a very good...
No, actually, it's Bobby Jacob. Bobby actually does the best.
Yes, Riggs was telling me that.
Yeah. Bobby and I have both actually called John and talked to him as him, but Bobby actually went as far as calling Juanita one time and talking to her, and she didn't even know it that she was talking to Bobby. I actually called John one time and left a voicemail message for him as his voice.
Oh, see, we black clouded Barta.
Black clouded Adam.
That 8-pin.
Sorry, Adam. Didn't mean to step in your way. I'm just trying to come through and update scores. Didn't mean I accidentally clicked the black cloud button. I can't figure these computer things out. I mean, hell, I should be doing this thing on an Etch-a-Sketch the way I do things.
He was sitting on the sidelines for the ESPN tapings at the World Series of Bowling.
Yeah, he was.
Yeah, he was wearing the suit, doing the whole deal.
Yep.
He was here last night.
He still does quite a bit of stuff. He runs the senior tour, and anytime they're doing a World Series or something big where they have to pull more staff in, the PBA usually brings John in to help him with that stuff. So
good for him.
They had to get him a booster seat so he could actually see well enough. But that's another story for another day.
Oh, no. That's
Elizabeth
disaster.
smashed 710.
And that's...
a close game over here.
Yes. Because Liz is
nice
now
shot, Tommy.
in the 190s.
Now, see, if I was Liz, I would look at Tom and say, I'll give you $20 if you can make this 710 for me. Because Tommy used to be pretty famous for being able to make about 25% of his 710s.
Not happy with that result. Looks like
it's a 21-pin lead.
Mm-hmm.
Adam's going to finish up with 279 here.
Yep. Even with that double.
So they got 486 if they go to the wall.
Oh, Jason.
Wow.
Oh, no.
He knew it, though. He saw it off his hand.
Yep.
Well, actually, I think he liked it off his hand. That's why he kind of started walking back.
Oh, really?
Yeah, that's another one of his signature moves.
Gotcha.
Yep.
Believe me, I have all my teammates' signature moves down.
And we can do a hashtag for. I'm going to do a hashtag for 11 and 12. Hashtag the struggle is real.
Hashtag fried ham.
Mm-hmm.
It's also where the championship match is.
We know that. We've been discussing that for a long time now.
Yep. It's like Johnny D at South Point. He always puts title matches on 29 and 30 or whichever evil pair that is, the high end of the low end. That's me and Patrick Allen shot 279 there in the doubles. And that wasn't one of us. That was both of us.
Jerry, we were discussing earlier, let's say, what if there's 50 pins between first and third, like there
or fourth,
like there has been? Would there be any strategy to actually making sure that you were on 13 and 14 for the position round instead of 11 and 12.
As far as moving the first place team?
No. Like if you had a chance to bowl on 13 and 14 instead of 11 and 12, would you throw off at all so you didn't have to bowl on 11 and 12?
Because it's possible that the winner on 13 and 14 could jump them both if it's close in the standings.
I like Flanagan's answer. No, not at all.
Right. I'll get all you can get.
Barta finished with 279.
All right, Jason.
Jason goes from Big 4 to a Swisher 5-7 out of there.
Well, see, 11's the lane that's hooking a little more. I don't think Jason's having a problem with that. I think 12 he might have tried to give it a little extra or be a little softer to it, and it just read and went through the face.
Shea Bitt with the strike in the 11th. He's going at 279 as well. They're going to pick up a bunch of pins. They were in 7th going into this game, quite a ways back, but again, we've seen it before. We saw it with Peters and Stansberry. We saw it with Queen and Adcock. You bowl a big game, pick up the extra 30 bonus, and all of a sudden you're right back in it.
Flemish double there to keep them in the game.
No blemish for Lemish.
No blemish for Lemish on
Again.
that one. Yep.
Hey, guys.
Hey, Matt.
Hi, Matt.
Matt?
What's up?
Hi, Matt. Thanks
Hi,
for
Matt.
coming.
How are you doing today, Matt?
What's up?
I'm getting by.
You don't look as hot today.
No. Well, there's not as many people in here.
That's true.
And I haven't been running around like crazy like I was on Friday and Saturday.
What about earlier today?
Earlier today was a little stressful in the morning.
I thought so.
We had a little issue with the stream, but it worked out. And now it's been smooth sailing, knock on wood.
Tommy got a hold of one there, and that's good. That helps them.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Mike Dole is in a world of hurt right now. He's on a 160 pace. Shea strikes out, 279. His partner shoots 268, 537, plus the bonus against the leaders. That right there is a 70-pin swing.
Dan didn't like that hit too well.
No, that light swisher 4.
This is a big shot right here. That's actually a good shape.
Oh, Jason liked that one.
Yep.
Nice move. Nice adjustment on
Yes,
that.
very nice.
That's bold strategy, Cotton. We'll see how it pays off for him later on.
That's my line.
We're wrapping up game 9 here.
Peter still has the hip shake going. Everybody's afraid when he becomes a double ARP member, which he might already have his card.
Easy now. He's only like 9 days older than me. So.
He might throw that hip out.
Have a lot of money invested in that hip shake.
Yes, sir. Liz finished with 207, 486 for Barta and Liz.
And Mike Dole's holding his head.
Yeah, Mike Dole is head scratching. Mike Dole did exactly the opposite of what I was saying to do. Not that he could hear me, but that was move right and ball up, and he balled down and moved left, and it did not pay dividends for him. Nice spare, though.
Considering what Tom just got up and did, though, that was a big pick.
Yes, that was a very big spare. Because Tom really had the axe in his hand.
Yep.
Looks like we're going to get another look at Robert Hammond and Romakolis in the next game.
Yeah, that split there made that game closer than it needs to be at this point.
Yes.
It's still in the teens. It's still let's see here.
Well, Queen just needs to mark. Queen marks, it's all over.
It's all over but the shout.
It's
Yep.
a 22-pin lead for Jason.
Flanagan turned the heat up so Remack has to take his coat off.
Why does everybody always worry about guys that like to bowl on coats? I don't understand that.
Jason trips out that 10, that little light hit, and that's a hammer right there. That's a good job.
Roman numeral 3 was asking what did I tell the Dole to do, and that was, I think the best advice for either side on 11-12, and Lemish is doing it. He's going to have a nice, decent game here, and that's move into the oil and ball up to take away the over-under that everybody's seeing on 11-12.
I don't think you can bowl in a snuggie, Mike.
No, not at all. Not that I would want to.
Nice shot by Jason.
Yeah.
That's a pretty gutsy 220 there by Jason.
Yes, it is. But and look at the we saw a 540 on this pair last game, and now this game here with these guys being as close in contention as they are, it's only going to be 420 plus the 30 pins, obviously, but only a 420.
Yeah, and you're not going the other way, which is absolutely devastating. I mean, you're looking 380 for Dole and Lemish, and that's going to put a blemish on their scorecard.
Yes.
And Adcock and Queen can get out of here with 4 1/4 and get their bonus pins and take their lumps and move on to the next one.
I didn't realize that was going to be as popular as it was when I said it. That was,
Oh, that's gold. That is just broadcasting gold right there, Mr. Hacker.
Oh, there goes Flanagan again. Yep. Take the Flanny cam.
Yep.
Yes, Dennis Easley, he nailed it. Mike balled down and tried moving left, which was the bad direction to go. He needed to ball up and go right.
Oh, we got a present opening going on down here.
Oh, yes.
Tom had forgotten about it, so let's see what he gets here.
Hopefully it's a Floby. Hashtag Fuzzy Ham.
It's a phone mount for his car.
Just what he needs.
Oh, yes.
Very nice.
I think he finally got rid of his flip Nokia phone that he had for a while.
Could he play Snake on it?
Yeah. I think Tom still had a car-mounted brick phone for a while.
Hashtag Fuzzy Green Ham.
Fuzzy Green Ham is now trending worldwide.
Guys, we're in Game 10. Starting a Game 10 here on 13 and 14. Peters and Stansbury against Remaklis and... Sorry, the name slips my mind here. Hammond, sorry. I don't know why I can't remember these. Maybe it's the Mad Cow.
You do have mad cow disease, dude. Now, Jimmy Cook will definitely be somebody that could be able to take advantage of this pair the way Mike Peters did. We'll
Correct.
see how he plays it. Hashtag mad cow.
Jenna's listening to me.
Hey, what do you guys think I could bribe Remaklis for a smile? $2, $3?
Might need a beer.
Another Mountain Dew? Oh, we got a smile. We got one smile out of Mike today. Just got him to smile.
And right on cue, Jimmy Cook starts off with a strike.
That is Mike Remaklis. Father John tells us what we'd have to do to get him to smile.
According to Facebook.
Now, by eliminate, does that mean remove them from the event or from the planet?
I have a feeling that's open to interpretation.
That was pretty good right there.
Yep, it was.
FJ right on cue.
Bump.
Well, this has been fun.
This has been pretty good.
We try not to do anything if we can't have fun at it.
Right.
That's right.
And I'm pretty sure that nobody wants to just sit and listen to you call technical bowling action all day long. So we try and keep it light, discuss other worldly topics like cartoons and music and movies and fuzzy hams.
That one jumped on him. I don't think he got it. I don't think he fed it down the lane the way he intended to on that one.
He needs to get that one righter down lane.
Because 11's hooking easily 4 boards more than 12.
He needs to play lefter, but get it righter down lane.
That's right.
And for those of you that are just joining us, I do have my own vocabulary that I use. Words such as righter, lefter, frictitious. Those do come into play now and then.
What does frictitious mean?
Frictitious. You haven't ever heard me use the word frictitious? Right now, the front part of the lane on 11 and 12 is very frictitious. There is hook, there is a lot of friction, then there's frictitious.
So that's like extreme then, huh?
Yes.
If you hear me use the term frictitious, the ball's going in the air at some point.
All right, we'll start one more off the topic tangent. See if we can get the chat room lively here with best. We'll do this, guys. It'll be a musical question, and it'll be best one-hit wonder of the 80s.
Ooh.
Best one-hit wonder of the 80s, and
there are so many.
Discuss, talk amongst yourselves.
99 Red Balloons.
Yeah, Nina would have to be up there. Rick Astley, never going to give you up.
Yes.
Yeah, there you go.
I think that takes it.
You got rickrolled.
Yeah, we just got rickrolled.
We got rickrolled.
Too bad we don't have that queued up to play.
No, you can't use MC Hammer. He had at least 3 or 4 hits.
And that was the 90s, too.
Ooh, there you go. I'd have to go with Dexy's Midnight Runners.
Yes.
Come on, Eileen.
Yes.
Yep, I'm going to go with that one.
Ooh, Flock of Seagulls.
Which, I'm a big Flock of Seagulls fan. Yes, I can tell.
Yeah.
You can't say whip it because it's back on television in a commercial right now.
Yeah, that was Devo, the flower pots.
Yep.
I think they got those outfits. I mean, I think those outfits have made their way into like a modern day S&M adult video. Well, envelope just got pushed too far.
And Kevin.
Awkward silence.
Yep, awkward silence.
Kevin's got a nice look there.
He's got a very nice look.
Still using that Asylum, I believe, huh?
Yes, he is.
Peters loves Barry Manilow.
I'm Too Sexy by Right Said Fred.
Oh, yeah. Very nice.
Oh.
867
309.
Yeah.
Tommy Two-Tone.
Yep. How about this? How about Rupert Holmes?
Oh, the Pina Colada song.
How about the Pina Colada song? I may have to go with that one.
That was a nasty leave on 11.
Michael Holloman for a 6-8-10. I hate it when I have to reverse that stuff in my head.
I know.
You know?
I think right-handed, so
I do.
You want to say 4-9, but
it's just the mirror version of the 479.
Yes.
Yep.
Or how about Ram Jam?
Ram Jam.
Yeah, it was Black Betty.
Oh, Black
Yep.
Betty.
Yep.
Black Betty.
Yep. Rock Me Amadeus. Yeah, there you go.
Oh, Rock Me Amadeus.
Was that 80s? Black Betty?
Yeah.
Yep. What about Soft Cell? Tainted
Yeah,
Love?
Tainted Love.
Tainted Love.
Yeah, but there's been a couple remakes of that.
Level 42.
Level 42. 99 Left Balloons?
Yeah, we mentioned
Yeah, that's
Nina
like
earlier.
The first one.
Yep.
That's a good song.
Nice kick on the 10 there.
Yeah, Jimmy made a good move there. James Cook.
Ooh, Black Betty was 1977. My bad, guys.
So that is DQ'd.
That always reminds one of my favorite Stephen Wright jokes. Says, I'm not going to sing every song that the Beatles ever recorded. I don't have time to do all of, heard it, not, oh man, I just blew that.
Whoops.
I'm going to go to the bathroom now. Thank
We
you.
need the Price is Right fail horn sound. Sound bite. Yeah.
Oh.
Okay, on that note, I'm going to give you guys the standings after Game 9. Still leading, team of Wolf and Shepherd at 2074 over. Second place, the team of Barta and Johnson at 2068. Third place, Cook and Rice, 1999. Fourth place, Queen and Adcock at 1979. Fifth place, Lemish and Dole, 1877. Sixth place, Peters and Stansbury, 1876. Seventh place, Bittenbender and Marsala, 1849. So all the way down to seventh, you're still looking at about a 230 pin difference between first and seventh. Then it opens up a little bit more down to eighth with Hammond and Remaculous at 1702. Williams and Holloman at 9th. Hayes Butler 10th. Lambert and Roseberry in 11th. And 12th is Ogle and Preston.
What I miss?
Hey, Lee.
Howdy.
Who said Somebody said Starland Vocal Band. That's
Afternoon Delight.
Yes.
Yeah, Afternoon Delight.
That was actually Richie Allen's theme song for his Pro-Ams for a few years on tour.
No.
Yeah, Richie used Afternoon Delight. I remember there was a few guys that had some creative... Oh, sorry, there was an error.
Oh, and Pete Barta was right on top of it to get the numbers right.
Trying to see what the error was. Looks like the difference is Stansbury and Peters is 5th, not 6th. Bittenbender and Marcel are 6th, not 7th. And Lemish and Dole are 7th and not 5th. So
all right,
we will have those posted for you very soon.
So is there a blemish in Lemish's score? Is that what you're saying?
There was.
Yep, there was a blemish. And there's a blemish on...
I should be getting royalties on that one.
Yes. A blemish for A.J. Rice on chopping that 4-7. Oh, the safety dance, men without hats.
Yep.
Let's see what happens here on 11 for this guy. He just went through the face, made a little move.
Michael Holloman.
Yep, wasn't enough. Went high, goes high again.
How about the Eddie Murphy song? Remember the song Eddie Murphy recorded?
And Bruce Willis did one, too.
Somebody just mentioned the Bruce Willis and Don Johnson both as well.
Don Johnson did one?
Yeah, he did one, too.
Oh, my goodness.
Eddie Murphy was party all the time. Yeah, that's what it was.
Yep.
But he did that with somebody, and it was somebody that was pretty famous at the time.
Was it Rick James?
Yes.
Yes. Let's not even start talking about Rick James.
No.
Okay, getting back to the bowling action. Wow. See what you started, Matt?
Yeah.
We thought the cartoons was bad.
No. Just horrible. Just went south so quickly.
Speaking of Jimmy's shot over here on 11 and see if
he big forward in the second, made a move to get the ball going right a little bit more off his hands. He just left of the rangefinder down lane, which the one in the second frame was way left, almost like he was trying to play fallback. So now Jimmy has got a 4-bagger working. We'll see if AJ can get striking as well, because they're going to need it, because they are about 75 pins out of the lead right now. And you definitely don't want to let Wolf and Shepard and Barta and Johnson get away from you very far.
Oh.
Dennis easily just used one of my words. Just have to warn you, folks, that if you do use one of my words, it is 25% or 25 cents payable to Jeff Carter. I do take cash, checks, and PayPal.
Oh my, that was almost a 0 by Williams.
And they were picking on him a minute ago because he balked in the shot before that.
Did.
So something must be going on.
Something's not right.
Did Chris Hester just actually say that in the chat? Did he really say that the Rangers stink? Wow.
Jeff, he's probably talking about the New York Rangers.
He could be.
Yeah.
He better be.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's got tape on his wrist, too. Like,
he might be hurting a little bit.
That's what we hear.
I remember there was, we were in Detroit at Taylor Lanes, and I was sitting watching Randy Peterson, and I think it was World Championships, and they were pretty hard. And you guys could figure out what he did, but He got twice as many pins on his second ball as he did his first ball, and still had 4 pins standing.
Wow.
After the frame was over.
That sounds like something out of the old high roller days.
So he got twice as many pins. It's like a little riddle.
Yep.
He got twice as many pins on his second ball as he did on his first ball, and still had 4 pins standing.
I still claim the craziest thing
so
I've ever seen is 2 out with no gutter.
Yep, 2-4. Good job.
The old deuce 4.
Yep. But we were actually talking about it last night. Still one of the most impressive things is everybody remembers Tom Doherty's 100 game, but did you know that every shot Tom threw during that 100 game, he knocked over at least 1 pin?
Yes, he did.
Every shot he threw knocked over a pin.
Fritz Hester's talking about knocking 4-8 out of the rack 6.
I don't know why he started that with my first shot at college bowling, because I think I've seen him do that multiple times. I think Chris is the ultimate team bowler because he knows how to pick 4 good teammates to carry him everywhere he goes.
Got to stick with what you're good at.
God love him. We've had some good times. We used to bowl the Ozarks together when we had our team put together. It was Sean Swanson, Chris Johnson, Mike Wolf, Chris, and myself. Had a lot of fun bowling that event.
Oh, yes, the Ozarks tournament. That's a great tournament. That's
It is. I mean, it's not impossible to go over there and bowl well,
No.
but it's just hard enough to where, I think that the year that we won the team event, we won it with like 3501.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, not a huge number, but, and it still paid $9,000-$10,000 to win. So,
That's
of course, we only gave Hester about a tenth of the winnings.
Did you pay off prorated by height?
Yes, exactly. We paid him in slushies.
The slushies.
Yes, and he remembers he had
Yes.
604. We needed every one of those pens too, Chris.
Yeah, I thought it paid at 100. Paid $100.
D thinks Peters needs a Coors. I think he actually started with one for breakfast.
He usually starts with 2, actually.
Yeah.
They say start with 2 glasses of water. Mike starts with 2 glasses or 2 bottles of Coors.
Remember a couple years ago at the USB season in Reno, we were bowling doubles and singles at 10:30, and somebody still had to go wake him up to come down and bowl doubles and singles with us.
I remember that because I was coaching that year,
Yeah.
and I was there.
Oh, that's
when,
right,
yeah,
yeah.
I was there, and he was in rough shape, to say the least, because he was up all night gambling and drinking.
Yep. He decided, I'm going to go take a nap. I'll be good for doubles and singles. And we're standing around waiting. Somebody needs to go wake him up.
He just shaking his head based on what he just did on Wing 11 there.
So it looks like Jake strikes on 14 for a triple. Now he needs to kick his partner in the butt and get him going if they want to make a run at this thing.
Oh, that's a big trip 6 there for Holloman.
It's a close match there, guys.
Yes, it is. On the hashtag struggle is real pair.
Just being told that Liz and Adam 508 with a win this game.
What's that, Dennis?
Liz and Adam 508 with a win this game, I believe.
We can't see down there to where Wolf and Shepherd are. They're down there in the Antarctic circle down there. See what Jimmy does here on lane 12.
Nice shot there.
To make up for that missed spare in the 8th right there.
So, Matt, take a look at Kevin Williams' game there. That one missed the 3 count there, whatever happened in the middle of the game, and I don't know. He does come back grabbing his wrist every once in a while, but he's got a mess of strikes all around it right now. So if he's hurting, he's giving everything he's got anyways.
Evan Holloman runs that slap 8 out. Made a move there. A.J. Rice just destroyed another box of pins. Poor Jerry is out. Jerry's out at least 15 cases of pins.
These pins are less than a month old, too.
Yep. Just ruined them for the rest of the season. Let's see what James Cook does here on number 11.
Mike Peters is standing in the spotlight. Now he's out.
All right, guys, the match on 21 and 22. Wolf and Shepard can strike out for 509. Adcock and Queen can strike out for 484.
So as of right now, based on those numbers, Barta and Johnson won't gain any ground this game, depending on what happens in the 10th frame.
And that was the lane to do that on.
But there's going to be more
Williams.
Yeah, but there's going to be more separation between second and third place, which is going to play into what happens over here in the finals.
Yep, very well could be, because after this game, we've got one more game to go. Then we'll take a short break and tally the scores up. Come back with you for position round. Position round will be starting on the infamous 11 and 12 with seeds number 1 and 2 in position round being on 11, 12, 3 and 4 being on 13 and 14. So that could play a huge role as to how things shake out from here.
Mm-hmm. See, now Kevin got that one way wide, and it still came back and struck. He's shaking his head. He can't believe it.
So Hester's wanting a bet for the Reds Rangers this year. That's
Dinner
actually
bet.
Interesting. I think I'll go ahead and take that one, Christopher. I think that's a pretty fair bet because neither one of us right now have any idea what's going to happen with our baseball teams next year.
Who's your baseball team?
I'm a Texas Rangers fan.
Uh-huh. Man, you want to talk about one team that's been so close to winning world championships.
One pitch.
Oh, my gosh.
One pitch away.
Just
Nelson Cruz catches a fly ball, and they defeat the St. Louis Cardinals in 6 games in the World Series.
Yep. And this is going to be an easy win for Williams and Holloman. Cooked rice. No win is an easy win on 11 and 12.
No.
The struggle is real. I think one of the worst sequence of events I've ever seen in baseball is got to be the Bartman for the Chicago Cubs.
I remember when that happened, we were actually in Kansas City bowling a tour stop. We were at Hooters. I know that's hard to believe, but it was me and Paul Nicholas, Bobby Jekyll. I can't remember who else was with us. We were sitting there watching, and we couldn't believe our eyes. You know, I mean, you're just kind of sitting there watching. They're both Cub fans, and you know,
they're ready to win the World Series.
Exactly.
And that's it. Or go to the World Series, I should say.
Absolutely.
Win the NLCS.
Of course, everybody forgets the sure double play that got booted about 12 seconds later.
Yeah.
Oh,
was
yeah.
that what was his name?
Alex
Gonzalez, right?
Yeah, and he was up for a Gold Glove that year.
Yeah, I think so.
But that's the beauty of baseball. I mean, you don't tempt fate in that game, and you don't ever count that things are going to happen the way they are on paper.
Yes.
Ever.
Yes. Just like in bowling.
True.
Just like in bowling. And
Right,
nice
guys.
out for A.J. Rice, but they're going to be well short as Holloman and Williams go 251, and Holloman's going to finish it up here for 245. One of the bigger games we've seen on 11 and 12.
Yep.
On 21 and 2, Mike Wolf 9-pin, Brett Shepard 2-pin on doubles.
And on 13 and 14D, it looks like Peters is going to need at least this one, maybe 2. to pull this match out. And he need 2 pins. The problem with where Mike's at right now is when you get in that far, if you keep your angle too tight and you don't get to the friction, it's never going to pick up a roll and change direction. Where if you get to the friction too fast, it's coming off of it too hard. Mm-hmm. So, yeah, they're definitely playable in there, but execution becomes more and more critical.
Mm-hmm. I don't think 2 pins is a verb, dude.
Yeah, it is.
I don't think it is.
Anytime that you can say a word and put apostrophe D after it, it works for me.
There was a spark.
So the team of Hammond and Remaculous is going to win this game 465 to look like 453, I believe. See, Peter's got that one a little bit farther right down lane. Mm-hmm. Came off spot a little bit harder and went through the pins the right way. So it's just simple math.
Mike's not a very happy man right now.
No. I know I'm gonna need another Bud Light from whoever I can get one from.
According to the Gray Sports Almanac, the Cubs will be beating the Marlins in the World Series this year.
Yes.
So Adcock and Queen defeated Shepherd and Wolf 472 to 464.
Wow, that was huge.
Wow, they must have had an open or something late because they were going at 500 pace.
Right, they were both on doubles. Wolf left at 9, Brett left at 2. Adcock punched and Jason got the first one.
So that's actually going to change things. Bart and Johnson will go into the lead, dropping Wolf and Shepherd down to second, and that is actually going to vault Queen and Adcock into third and close the gap up onto second. So with one regular game to go, that actually puts Jason and Tommy in a really good position to possibly be on 13 and 14.
They're probably not going to make up enough, but they probably could stay in third place, basically.
And also, as we see in front of us, here comes Shepherd and Wolf on to 11 and 12.
Right.
So if Jason and Tommy want to make a run at this thing, this is the game to do it. They can put a game together right here, and they're on a pretty decent pair down there with 19 and 20, it looks like.
With our cooked rice team?
With cooked rice team.
Cooked rice.
And wasn't Tom's first 300?
Nope, Tom was 300s were on 5 and 6 and 13 and 14.
14, that's what I'm talking
But
about.
we have had multiple 300s on, 3 300s on 19 and 20 already this weekend. So.
I'm just wondering if Tom and Jason end up bowling in the position round on 13 and 14 with that.
Oh, very well could be, yeah. But it's going to depend on what happens.
Right.
I think close enough that they have a big game and Shepherd and Wolf struggle, they could vault all the way up to second.
And Adam and Liz are on 5 and 6. They just came off of 3 and 4. Those pairs usually play very similarly, so they're bowling Peters and Stansberry.
Yeah.
Yes, I got it right for the first time this weekend. Baby steps, right?
We don't have a wild card here today.
I had one in my bag, but it didn't
Did you?
do me. Yeah, it didn't do me very good.
Okay.
I always carry a wild card with me for our Friday night poker games, so that way we can continue playing a game I like to call Jeff Wins. I'm so bad at any kind of gambling, cards, whatever, that I literally have to ask him every game, does 3 of a kind beat a full house? Or I think every once in a while they take advantage of my stupidity.
Hey,
does a straight
Roman
flush beat 2 of a kind? No, it doesn't really.
Is Roman number 3, Roman numeral number 3, still offering to pick up booth bar tabs?
Yeah. I think he said food. He didn't say anything about bar.
No bar tabs? All right. So I'm reaching for change now to pay for beer, which is not a good sign. Not anymore, he says.
Food, you savages.
Food, you savages.
This is the start of game 11, folks.
This is the nitty gritty.
Hi, Bobby 3.
Yes, Queen and Adcock were still in 12th after 2, and not only have they managed to get their way up to 3rd, but it's very possible that they could be pretty close to 2nd, and with one more big game, they could be right in the mix to take home the 7,000.
This is game 11.
Two more games to go. These players have bowled, well, 24 games thus far. A lot of bowling.
That's actually a funny comment with Hester. His Derby squad, the big tournament in Louisville, is basically everybody we've got in front of us right now. This is pretty much all Louisville teams.
Now it's how do you pronounce that again, Jeff? It's Louisville?
Louisville.
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 Louisville. All right.
You can actually say it without moving your mouth.
Okay.
Louisville. Wow.
McHadden, we didn't have to do a thing. You black clouded him yourself.
Mm-hmm. Hester chimed in. Luuuville.
Yeah, he got Louisville.
Yep. He got Louisville.
It's nice to know that people actually listen to us.
Yeah.
All you got to do is throw an apostrophe D on the end of something, and it is now a word.
Louisville.
Not only a word, but it's a verb.
It is.
Or a dangling participle. If you can't make fun of yourself, who can you make fun of?
That's
besides
right.
Chris Hester?
Yes.
Well, see, this was a bad turn for. Look at both Wolf and his partner go through the face for
After
splits.
a double.
Yeah.
And we know that's the troublesome lane, as we talked about last.
Yes.
And the worst part is when you both come in and strike in the first frame, you think you got it figured out, and then all of a sudden you go up there and make a shot where the lane takes it away from you, and it's done.
This just in, breaking news. We have the standings after game 10. Now leading the team of Adam Barta and Liz Johnson at 2,205 over. 67 pins behind them. The team of Mike Wolf and Brett Shepard. 57 pins behind them, and only 124 pins out of the lead. The team of Adcock and Queen. Fourth place is Rice and Cook at 2037. Fifth, Bittenbender and Marsala, 1996. Sixth, Lemish and Dole, 1932. Seventh, Stansbury and Peters, 1929. Starting to fade far enough to where, with only a couple of games left to go, they're not going to have much of a crack at this. 8th, Williams Holloman. 9th, Hammond and Romoculus. 10th, Hayes Butler. 11th, Lambert and Roseberry. And 12th is Ogle and Preston.
All right.
So on 11th and 12th, we have the second place team taking on the 12th place team. And on 13 and 14, we have the 11th place team taking on the 10th place team.
Jeff, did you say that the cooked rice team is in fourth?
I did, sir.
So our match on 19 and 20 is essentially a position round right now.
Correct.
And
But the team of Bittenbender and Marcella have bowled well enough to kind of work themselves in the mix as well.
Right. But on 19 and 20 so far, Jeff, there has been one non-strike.
Gotcha. So you're saying that one of the teams has no score?
That is exactly what I'm saying.
Okay, gotcha. Which of the teams has a score?
That would be the cooked rice team.
So Queen and Adcock both currently have not missed.
That's one way of
Jason's
saying
up right now.
That would be an no unstrike.
As
That
he
is-
rings a 10. Way to go, Lee.
Got him.
Black Cloud.
Way to go, Lee.
Black Cloud Lee. Black Cat.
Well,
Jason was
that's
just
bad
Louisville.
luck.
Actually, Jason was just Decatured.
Oh. Is Decatur worse than Louisville?
I'm not going to say that.
Okay.
Absolutely not. I know a lot of people from Decatur that are watching, and they know where I live. So
Yeah, there are lots of people from Decatur that are watching.
actually, Tommy had the front 5. Jason had the front 4. That might be one of the funnier comments of the day.
Yeah.
Right there.
Nice comment from Roman numeral 3.
His name is Bobby. Wow.
Corey Kistner just sent me a text to be careful what I say about Decatur. Everybody's watching. There's that darn 3-6-10 split again.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
So right now the team of Ogle and Preston are trying to put a Jenna alert.
Jenna,
She's already on 22, guys.
is she?
Yeah.
Yep, Jenna's going to make her. Oh, she's got a hoodie on now.
So we have a double Jenna alert. We need a cloning machine.
I remember I used to, when I first started working in the bowling biz, I worked at a Brunswick center, BRC center, and I was pretty quick on my feet on the deadwoods as well.
This is Dustin Miller on this deadwood.
Yep.
For some reason, I just don't think Dustin's going to have the same effect on the crowd.
Oh, see, Andy triggered the machine.
Yep.
Yep, now it's on second ball. It's scored. Yep, just really wrecked the whole darn thing now.
Lee, don't tell Dustin that he just got called a hack.
That was the worst deadwood getting I've ever seen.
Oh, man.
We're here with Jenna, the expert. So your colleague here, Dustin, tripped the machine on that trip down the lane. You have any trade secrets for the other pin chasers of the world? How to not do that?
They're taking notes.
Don't throw the pins in the gutter so hard.
That's funny.
You
There we
know,
go.
As there he goes on 5 and 6.
Yeah.
The world is watching.
yes.
Now see, that time he did it right.
Right.
He redeemed himself on 5.
The luck of the draw here couldn't be a whole lot worse for Wolf and Shepard. To catch
No.
this pair
Oh,
when
no,
you
God,
need
no.
a score
No.
right now is going to this game is going to put such a big space in between first and second place that it's going to decide the tournament right now.
That's like getting to finish your qualifying blocks on 1 and 2.
Yeah. Got a message from James Box in the chat, dude.
And Shepard can turn a 4-bagger here. He didn't like it off his hand, but it held. Jenna just got another deadwood. They're coming up all over the place.
Or you could just hit the deadwood harder so that it comes all the way back, and you can just pick it up. And
Another funny one, I told the story about me throwing the deadwood in the wrong lane, here, because it was pretty common practice that, in the PBA, if you had deadwood, you just roll a ball down the gutter and get it yourself, so you didn't have people running down all the time. Well, it's happened a couple different times in a couple different centers. Back in the original Heron Bowl, before the original one burned down, the older building, little 8-lane center, they had wood gutters, and Joe Labatt's dad, Tim, would always tell us, don't throw a ball down the gutter if the neck of the pin is facing you, because they used to have problems with it happen. The ball would hit the neck of the pin, drop it down, and poke a hole through the gutters, and then the pin would go down. So we'd have to always have somebody go do this. Well, there's another problem where if you hit the pin the right way and the neck is facing you, it happened here on 23 and 24, right before my deadwood incident in the regional, where you hit the pin with the neck, it shoots up in the air and shattered the deck light.
Oh, yes.
So it took about a half hour to clean all the glass up off the 20. It was either 23 or 24. But, yeah, that wasn't very fun.
No. And I think somebody commented that the center has a lot of deadwood. But I think, and I'm very sure Jerry has his ball detects, or the time delay on these ball detects set to the lowest setting he has, so the rake comes down immediately after the beam is broken. But that's the reason why is the sweeps are not getting down quick enough.
There's just certain buildings around the country that are notorious. I remember Spectrum Lanes in Grand Rapids. You could shoot at a 3-pin and bring it out 40 feet in the opposite gutter. It's just the way it was. That was at Mike Eaton's bowling center.
Were those AMF pin centers? 8270s?
You know what? I don't remember. I don't remember if those might have been Brunswick.
Yeah, that comment is right there in the chat. AMF pits bounce a lot more than A2s.
Well, normally, most installations, the AMF center pin decks are actually sloped back to front, which actually keeps the pins on the lane longer, where most Brunswick centers, the pin decks are sloped to the back. Pins exit the pin deck faster.
And somebody's asking for an update on Adcock Queen. They're doing well.
They each have 9 spare.
Yep, Tom had the front 7, 9 spare up in the 8th or 9th.
Every time we look at them, it's a rep 10.
Lots of strikes.
So we need to see if the team of Adcock and Queen can turn into Team Boom and make a run at the top 2 for position round.
Ogle might have darn near high game of the day in front of us if he can get out for 268 on 11 and 12.
Plus how many deadwoods?
Next year we should keep a tally, a deadwood tally, and we can have a contest.
Per bowler, yeah.
Yep. Well, we have a contest to guess how many accrue over the tournament, and everybody puts in $1 for the wager, and whoever's closest or on it gets the money.
Could do it another way. If you throw one in the ditch, deadwood, you owe $1 to the Bullstrong Foundation.
Yes. Oh, that would be a very good. That'd be a win-win.
I could live with that.
Yep. That would be perfect. Somebody's asking about Barta and Liz. They're down on 5 and 6. I'm seeing lots of spare markings. But I don't have my glasses on, so can't tell you too much about that pair. I can tell you, Ogle's working on 268 here in front of us. Wolf can go out for 2-0.
Wolf picked his ball speed up a little bit on that one.
Yes, he did.
Swing hard in case you hit it right there, folks.
That's right.
Jenna just got 300 new followers on Twitter. Jenna is trending.
She is trending. There's another strike. Ogle will be in the 260s.
I watched Tom throw another shot. He's throwing a 9-pin.
Bowling Fan 300, every time you ask us to look down at Tom or Jason, they leave a 10-pin.
So we're just going to quit looking.
Yeah, just let me know that.
This is kind of an interesting match here at 11-12. So, two guys, Ogle shot 260. Wolf is going to shoot 202. But then on the flip side, Shepard can shoot 265. And Ogle's partner can shoot 202. So this is going to be a very close match here. See what happens with these last two bowlers.
That count for Ogle meant something there.
Oh, definitely.
Whoa.
Oh, got the lily out.
In the words of Herm Edwards, that's why you play to win the game.
Yes.
Didn't he also say, don't press in?
That was big.
Don't press in.
That's a winner.
Yes, that was big.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, my.
I think that was a facetious yes.
I think so, too.
Ooh, starting to get reports that Aaron Rodgers may have blew out his knee.
Uh-oh.
So, carted off the field. Could be season over in Green Bay, unfortunately.
Could be a... I don't think there's any discount double checks on knee operations.
No, they may have to call Tim Tebow.
Hester says he tore his calf muscle.
Chris doesn't even know what a calf muscle is.
So it's going to be a win for Matt Ogle and his partner with 489 over Wolf and Shepard, who are going to shoot 445 on the Struggle is Real pair, 11-12. Adcock and Queen are wrapping up. What do we got on them, Lee?
All right, Tom's done with 257, so we can't black cloud him anymore.
All right.
What's Jason have left?
So he just threw that first strike in the 10th. He can shoot 279.
Okay, so they're still going at possible 530, and they're going to get the win, right?
That is correct. And the it's a close match on 21 and 2 between Bittenbender, Marsala, and Hermoculus and Robert Hammond, and both teams have plenty of strikes. Easily could both get into the low fives.
All right, so Lee, what can Queen and Adcock have if he gets this one?
57, 79, 536 plus 30.
So regardless, Queen and Adcock are going into second. They're going to get around Wolf and Shepard. So looks like they will be bowling Barta and Johnson for the title on 11 and 12. And barring anything unusual happening, we're going to have Wolf, Shepard, and Cook and Rice on 13 and 14. And it is still close enough to where, literally anything could happen. So what do they have, Lee? 530?
It'll be 536 with the strike.
eBay Jake, Barta and Johnson are leading this tournament right now.
Okay, so by my math, Wolf and Shepard have 2183 over. Queen and Adcock have 2246 over. So that should put them in second place by 63 pins. Wait and see what Barta and Johnson have. Can you see that far,
Liz
Dennis?
just shot 217. I can't see what Adam had.
Regardless, as long as they stay above 380, 390, it's going to be Barta and Johnson versus Queen and Adcock. I'm sorry, if they had at least 440, Adam needed at least 220. Regardless, the pairing on 11 and 12 will be Barta and Johnson versus Queen and Adcock. And then on 13 and 14, it will be Wolf and Shepherd versus Cook and Rice, barring anything from Bittenbender and Marsala. A huge game by then. So we'll get the official scores to you as quickly as we possibly can.
Let me check and see what Adam and Liz just did.
Okay.
I'll be right back.
All right. So we got a little bit of a break here at the 2014 Storm Holiday Doubles presented by InsideBowling.com. We have now finished 11 of the 12 match play games in our final round. We've got one match still going on, a few shots going. But at this point, they're going to take a short break. All the sheets will be turned in. They're going to go through and verify everything, get everything turned back in so we can get started with our position round here very soon.
Barta and Johnson 446 with a win, so plus 76 on that game.
So that puts them at 2281. So they will be 35 pins ahead of Queen and Adcock. So we'll have Barta and Johnson first, Queen and Adcock second, 35 pins behind. Do we have a score for Cook and Rice? Lee, I know Lee was looking or keeping track of that, but I don't remember what he said. So we'll need to find out the next 3 or 4 teams before we know exactly what the match will be on 13 and 14, and then for 5th and 6th and 7th and 8th as well. So we will get those numbers out to you as quickly as we possibly can.
That's still really up for grabs. Nobody's safe by any means.
Thud 300, Adcock and Queen are more than in play. They've moved from 12th place to 2nd place. They're 35 pins behind what we think are the leaders, Liz Johnson and Adam Barta. They'll be bowling on 11 and 12 right here in front of us, and basically with the 30-pin win in play, whoever wins that match, I mean, granted, you could win by less than 5, but normally if you look at it, whoever wins that match is going to be ahead on that pair, let's put it that way. I don't know how far behind third place is going to be because you could always have third place jumping.
Oh, definitely. There's lots of different possibilities out there, and this is going to be a very entertaining last game to see who takes it all home. I mean,
love that we have all 4 lanes right here in front of us like this.
Yes.
So.
Yeah, it's going to be very interesting. We'll see. Once again, if we can. I mean, 11 and 12 has been beaten. I mean, we've seen 260s, we've seen 250s, we've seen 240s. It's just a matter, but we really haven't seen 2 really, really big games. I think the closest we had was Stansbury and Peters.
Right.
Had a very nice pairing.
540?
Yep.
Or something like that.
Well, keep this in mind, guys. Here are the 2 teams that we're going to have on 11 and 12. Barta and Johnson, Queen and Adcock.
Mm-hmm.
4 right-handers.
Love it to play
4
straight.
of them that are a little bit straighter and with firmer ball speed. So there is no advantage for one team or the other on that particular
That's
pair.
for sure.
No.
But since there's a 35-pin difference, within 5, whoever wins this game is more than likely going to win the tournament and the $7,000.
Definitely.
All right, 21 and 22, Mike Ramopoulos and Robert Hammond shot 496, which defeated Marcel and Bittenbender by 2 pins. They shot 494.
Okay, hold on a second there. So that gives them 2090. Okay, and then what do we have for Cook and Rice there, Lee?
They shot 474, it looks like.
So that puts them at 2111. Okay.
We're coming up with that right now. Bobby 3.
So then the only one that we're missing is Lemish and Dole for now.
Let's run down the prize list that we're looking at here for these players. This match on lane 11 and 12 is going to be worth $3,000. The first place team takes home $7,000 for this tournament. Second place gets $4,000. The match on 13 and 14, I mean, at least the people who are in 3rd and 4th place right now are looking at $2,500 and $1,500. So.
Well, yeah, you're bowling for $1,500 a guy,
right,
just between 1st and 2nd there. That's a That's a big chunk of change, and I don't think with as close of a race as it is between the 4 people, I don't think there's any corping or splitting or cutting going on.
Probably not.
No. Which is a very popular practice now, at least in just about every tournament I'm bowling. I mean, there's always seems like there's deals being made.
Okay, Jerry Anderson's making the announcements now. The matchups are what we thought they were. On lane 11, we've got Barden Johnson at 22.81 over. Lane 12, Adcock and Queen at 22.46 over. Lane 13, in third place is Wolf and Shepherd at 21.83 over. So Barden and Johnson have a 35-pin lead over Adcock and Queen, and they have a 98-pin lead over Wolf and Shepherd. In fourth place is Cook and Rice at 21.11, so they would need basically a miracle to be able to jump up and win this thing. But they are only 72 pins back of third, so a win by 43 pins actually moves them up. And then falling down to fifth, Bittenbender Marsalis 20.90. So right now, it's basically a 3-team race between Barden Johnson, Wolf and Shepherd, and Adcock and Queen.
My doubles partner is having some fun with the inside bowling.
It's pretty funny whenever bowlers run around here and find a computer and just sit down and start typing.
Yeah, that was pretty good.
So we're getting right into it, folks.
Right.
So there's no practice, right? This is just
no practice. We started the game.
Here we go.
And off we go. So up on 12, we had Tom Adcock leave a 10-pin on his first shot. So keep in mind, the match here on 11 and 12 is for pretty much all the marbles. Whoever wins the game, there is a 5-pin difference after the bonus. So Adcock and Queen are going to have to win by 6 to be able to win the title.
What is it, tournament?
Win the tournament title. And then Wolf and Shepherd are going to need a little bit of help and a big game and still beat Jimmy Cook and A.J. Rice to be able to jump around them. But they are on the better of the two pair. I think if you had to pick which pair you'd want to bowl on, you definitely pick 13 and 14. Mm-hmm. But you also don't want to be as far back as they are. You know, they're still 98 pins back out of the lead. So I think if you had your pick, would you rather be 100 back and on the good pair or 30 back and be on the bad pair? I think I know which way I'd go.
Jason did the same thing that he did in first ball here. In the last time they bowled in this pair, he pulled that shot on 12 and let it run through the pocket.
And Brett Shepard with another ball change. So Mike Wolf and Brett start off with strikes each. So we'll keep an eye on that. That could be an interesting developing story because so far, over on 11 and 12, all 4 players have thrown a shot and nobody has struck. So this could be something that gets really interesting as the frames go by.
Matt, remember that angle change that we saw Jason make late in the game the last time they bowled here on 12?
Yes.
In the heads. That time he just missed in, and he did the very same thing the last game. He let up early and figured that out as they went. So. Yep. I don't know how tight he was playing on the previous games down on 19 and 20, but that might have been part of the arm swing coming back over here again. I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
Now, Tommy had a much better look on lane 11 the last time they were here, although he is throwing a different ball, and the angle's much different. So we'll see how that comes into play. But right now, with Jason after a split, he's going to have to get something going here. Well, Tommy's going to need Jason to have a big game for them to win this thing.
Oh, definitely. Well, Tom's ball is reading a little. Tom's ball is smoothing out the pattern a little more than Jason's is. Jason's is a little more skid flip. So
Which is kind of hard to say that when you're talking about Jason skid flips. So.
Yes.
As much as he can.
we'll see what he does here. I mean, this is just kind of a real sprint here. You just got to get out, try to get firing as quick as you can.
Nice shot there.
Nice slap 10.
So we had a little bit of a flat 10 on 14 for Mike Wolf. He makes a spare. But if him and Brett Shepard can put together some strikes, they're going to have a chance to run down our top two teams.
Liz pulled that shot, too. You could see her stomp when she got done. Any squeezing going on here on this pair?
I was actually just going to bring that up. I don't think so. I mean, of the 8 players that we have down here in front of us, all 8 of them have been in the situation numerous times. I mean, here we are in a doubles tournament that pays $7,000 to win. Some of that might seem minor compared to the things that everybody else here has done. Jason's a Masters winner. Liz has won all over the world. Mike Wolf, PBA champion. Adam Barta's success is well documented. AJ Rice just won the Proprietors Cup for $15,000. Jimmy Cook has won numerous events all over, and Brett Shepard, constantly is somewhere bowling and racking up wins. So
True.
All 8 of these guys have bowled for titles that are as prestigious as this, if not more. So I don't think that the squeeze factor is really at play here as much as it is fighting 11 and 12 and then trying to make your ball strike. So great shot by Tommy, picking up the double.
For those of you asking for the standings from 1st to 12th, they are now listed under the Event Information tab below the video window. You can look down there. It will be Game 11 for match play.
Brett Shepard picks up the triple over here on lane 13 to start off their game. So on 13 and 14, we've got Wolf with strike, spare, strike, and Brett Shepard with the front 3. Over here on 11 and 12, we've got Adcock with spare, double, Queen with split, and strike up on lane 12 in the 3rd.
See what kind of adjustment he makes off of that.
He's big forward or 4-6-7 a couple of times on this lane, so
Good,
a little bit firmer,
that time.
a little bit straighter
Yes.
off his hand, and great shots.
Yes.
Which is definitely going to help. They have both doubled, and right now you've got Liz up on lane 11, and they don't have a double through 3 frames yet. So
Liz pulled the last shot. That one there was a nice shot there. And,
so far on that
solid
lane,
10.
she's gone flat 10, ring 10.
Right.
So she's starting to get forced a little bit further left, which is a little bit out of her comfort zone. It's going to be interesting to see on how she can get her ball to go through the pins the right way. I would almost, if I was going to tell her, I would almost have her go down to like her totally defiant again, like she did on Phil Ball earlier.
I was going to say.
Because it's just going to be an angle change.
She's
at this point, it's almost worth going for it because right now, I don't know if that ball's going to strike enough for her to keep up. And if Tommy and Jason continue to strike, they're going to walk out of here with the title.
She's had that IQ Tour Nano in her hand for most of the day, hasn't she?
Correct.
Except for the test shots that she's thrown.
Yep.
Nice shot by Adam Barta
with a strike. So once again, they're in the 4th, and they've yet to throw a double. So this is a big shot by Tommy. They keep putting the pressure on him. It's going to make Adam and Liz feel like they have to strike on every shot.
AJ strike on lane 13. That gives him a double.
I think that Sean S. said, I think that's Sean Swanson, Schrader's greater.
Tommy got that one a little bit farther right. And again, it kind of hit the friction earlier, burned up and stopped, and flat 10'd on him. So.
Yep. Mike Wolf opens now. Looked like a 2-4-5. 2-4-5 that he chopped on lane 14.
Liz makes a ball change to a Marvel Pearl.
Wrap 10.
But again, that core is pretty rolly. I just don't know if that's going to be the right matchup for her. But I like the idea. I like the change.
Brett Shepard
Brett kicks a little 10 out.
And he's dancing a little bit out there now.
He's dancing.
He's not a very good dancer, but he's trying. I'll give him credit. Tommy makes the 10 pin in the 4th.
So you're saying Brett's not like Zeke Bate?
No, and he's definitely no Matt McNeil.
Well, that's true.
And Matt is no Zeke Bate.
No, sir.
Liz is a little bit more upright right now than I've seen her lately, especially on spares. I'm wondering if she's got a little bit of an injury going on or if she's just tired or what, but She's definitely a little bit taller at the foul line than what I'm used to seeing her.
Jimmy with a half 10.
Yep, well, Messenger almost got it.
Yeah.
Big shot for Queen here on lane 11.
Yeah, you got to figure he's got to make up for that open, get back on 200 pace here.
He likes it.
Got to carry.
Oh, that was a beautiful shot.
That's, even after all these years, all these years, he still has it, and he can still play and compete, and he gets into it. I like seeing
even
it.
with that little hop and mini run out, you notice his hair never moved.
That's right.
Not one single hair on his head moved at all.
No.
It's perfect.
He must use Dapper Dan hair cream.
I think Tricia has a stock in Aquanet somewhere.
That line that you just used, was that from Color of Money?
It was.
Yes.
His hair was perfect.
Yes.
So Tom Cruise.
Yeah.
So another big shot by Tommy
Oh, my.
to set them up
Bart is
in the
not happy
fifth.
with that.
Solid 9 now. Remember, they hadn't doubled either one of them, and he's thrown 2 pretty good shots on lane 11, actually, and neither one of them carried.
Yeah, he's really nothing's good happened to him. He's been knocking on the door both times on lane 11, just no result.
And when we say, I said pretty good shots. Lane 11's being really tricky for some of these guys all the time. So, off his hand, he's probably liking that a lot. And the shape wasn't bad going down the lane either. He could have gotten a break on it. He just didn't get one. So
Yeah, you hate it when you're struggling and you make a great shot and you get 9. There's no worse feeling.
That was in.
Good shot.
baby.
Wow, and still tomahawks out a 7 underneath.
That's a ham bone.
I think Harry Dunn is biased against two-handers. He just made a comment about AJ running out a 7 count.
I do that all the time.
And a miss.
Right.
Is not good.
Yeah, I have to comment that Wolf's hair hasn't moved much at all today either.
No.
Do you see that, Jeff? That was a wry smile from Mike
A
Wolf.
wry smile by
Right.
Mike. That's about all he's got in his bag.
I've seen 2 of those today now.
Lee,
Yes.
right did he smile?
What?
Right did he smile?
Right.
Liz just tried a totally defiant, I believe, and that did not work very well.
I still think that might be the right ball, but she just didn't throw that one very good. Well, Wolf is struggling. Brett's got the front 5, but it's going to be tough for them to make up enough ground to catch. Right now, they're staring up at Queen and Adcock. So.
Yeah. Well, if Wolf was doing something, then it'd be a different story. But, almost chopped that.
Does Chris Hester always stare up at Queen and Adcock?
Yeah. After 5, this was a 34-pin match.
Guys, looks like Barta and Liz are in serious trouble right now.
Yeah, they both just lost this pair, and they both need to get. I don't know what you think, Jeff, but Adam needs to get further left, and he might have to ball up because I don't know if that Burgundy hammer is going to finish.
Well, the biggest key, though, still is even through 6 frames, they're struggling. They're both clean.
Right.
So they haven't totally given anything away yet. Anything can still happen. We've seen that.
Nice shot by Tom.
In multiple situations. Wasn't it the TSC one year that Barnes was up 50
against Haugen,
and Haugen came back and still won late in that match? So, anything can happen. I'm not going to count players of the caliber of Adam and Liz out. But if Tommy and Jason keep striking, they're just not going to have an opportunity to catch them.
All you folks watching with us, we appreciate being with us here at the finish of the 2014 Storm Holiday Doubles, presented by InsideBowling.com and us.
And Grey Eagle Distributing.
And Grey Eagle
Yes.
Distributing.
I just had another beer, which was delivered by Grey Eagle Distributing.
Very nice.
Carry.
Oh,
Really
my.
good
boy.
shot for Jay.
I like those turbo shirts. Those are very nice.
He
Yeah,
carries-
those are our USBC team shirts, provided by Boom Apparel and our sponsor Turbo Grips.
Liz is just too straight here, I think.
I think she's hurting. I
It
don't know if
looks like
she'll
something's
admit
up.
it or talk about it, but I seriously do. I think Liz is fighting an injury of some sort at least, and it's affecting her quite a bit. So Brett Shepard now through 7 frames has no score. So if they're going to have any chance, Adam's going to strike right here. It's imperative.
And another 9 pin.
Yeah, it looks like Liz has a knee injury that she's suffering through. We just got a note handed to us, so feel bad for her because she's battled all weekend, bowled tremendously.
Right.
And to have something like that that you have to fight through with all the money on the line, that's just
that's
it's a
tough.
bad break for her. But at the same token, you kind of got to give Tommy and Jason credit because right now they got the foot on the gas and they're not letting up. So.
Well, that's a nice shot by
Very
Tommy.
nice.
They're taking control of this match quickly.
Some credit, though, Jeff. You know her game well enough, and watching what she's doing out there, that you pretty much called it before anybody told you that's really what was going on. We just got the...
Yeah, I think I've sat behind Liz at the Queens and other events and watched enough shots to know by now that you can definitely tell when something wasn't right with her. And not only that, but you can tell by the look on her face that she was hurting.
Jason Queen now up on the right lane. He's on a 5-bagger. Ball's going away, and it's keeping it tight, and he leaves a half pin as the ball hits up there.
That's just kind of the cost of doing business, though. He's been in the pocket, last 5 shots, carried. This one doesn't get there.
But still, a pretty safe shot.
That way of thinking, Matt. That is when you get into a tough match like this and the lanes are going to be that way, that's very true.
Nice shot by Liz there.
And keep in mind that earlier this morning, Jason threw a fill ball in Game 4 of the semis for them to qualify for match play by a pin.
Mm-hmm.
So they came into here in 12th place, as far out of the lead as you can possibly get, and they're just a couple frames away from walking away with $7,000.
Another thing we might want to look at, guys, is that Wolf and Shepard were behind by 98. Bonus would make that 68. As Brett leaves at 2-8, they're still having an excellent game.
Yeah, they still have a chance at
they
second.
They could get to second place.
Yeah,
they
very
could
possible.
jump. They could jump Barta.
What, $1,500 difference?
$1,500 difference because third place pays $2,500, fourth place pays $15 in this tournament.
Nice
Tommy
shot
can
by
pretty
Tommy.
much close it out right here.
But
that's that one.
Most importantly, first place is $7,000, and it looks like it's going back to Decatur, Illinois.
Yep. That's why those guys are my teammates. I can sit back at the USBCs and bowl my 620, 630 every year and not have to worry about let those guys do all the heavy lifting.
It's funny too because when we were looking at the results,
I can be the Chris Hester on my USBC team.
The results of the 4-game semifinals this morning, and we were sitting up here trying to furiously figure out the scores and who was in. And I'm looking down at them, and I told them that we thought they were in by 1. And Jason's looking at me and he says, "I sure hope you're right."
Yep.
He's trying to think who's dropping out and who's jumping in and what's going on. And
there you go.
Oh yeah, that's nice. They're laced right
Wow.
in there. He's just really just taking it all out of play. He's just, he's not going to give away the hole, and it's going to have a chance to strike every single time. And that's just smart.
Mm-hmm.
That's smart lane play from a tour veteran.
that was a better shot by Liz.
Much better. Early double.
She's battling.
Yes, she is.
Never
You
gives
see how disappointed
up.
she is too in her face.
Yeah.
It was very, very evident just then. So
I mean,
can't ever give
that's
up.
just another reason why she's a true professional. Is no matter what, you won't hear her say anything about her knee bothering her or anything like that. She's a Hall of Famer on the lanes and a Hall of Fame person. So you just can't say enough about Liz Johnson.
I'm looking forward. I'm going to that induction ceremony, and I'm really looking forward to hearing what she has to say.
Well, Matt,
Great
I'll
shot
see you
by
there.
Adam.
I'm actually going to the convention for the first time this year, so I'll be out there as well.
Oh, well, I'll be looking forward to it.
Awesome.
And Barta finally gets a hit on lane 9 after the back-to-back 9 pins.
Depending on what Liz does here, right now we've got Wolf and Brett Shepard over here. They're at 384 through 9 with both strikes in the ninth. And then right now, if Liz can step up here and strike, they're going to make it close as to whoever can perform the best in the 10th is going to take seconds.
Yes.
But I think everything's all wrapped up, especially with that shot.
Oh, yeah.
That was huge.
I think the champions
I
of
think
the
they know it.
2014 Storm Holiday Doubles are going to be Jason Queen and Tom Adcock.
And now this is the second inside bowling event where the person in dead last going into the match play portion of the tournament has risen
Come
up
back
to
and
win
won,
the tournament.
Yeah. Wow. Nice shot.
Nice shot. A
Much
little
better.
mixer. There you go.
So
That could be $1,500 worth
Right.
right
Yes.
there.
No
Oh,
quitting
yes.
that girl.
right. If Wolf and Shepard strike out, Liz and Adam will need to shoot 417 to hold on to second place.
And they're looking pretty good to make that.
Looks like Natalie's in the chat.
Yeah.
A little shout out to Natalie. I'm sure she bowled somewhere today. Multiple games, I'm sure. Come on, Jay. Ooh.
Trip for love on lane 12.
Big shot by Mike Wolf. And he goes light, leading a 2-5.
And that's going to put him
That
at
first hit was
190.
key, though. That gave him the
Right.
double. That should help.
Jimmy Cook, nice 237.
Timmy Mack, the scenario is this. Queen and Adcock have pretty much wrapped up first place in the 2014 Storm Holiday Doubles. Right now, what we've got left is on 11 and 12, Adam Barta and Liz Johnson are trying to hold off Mike Wolf and Brett Shepard for second. But it's going to be close.
Big shot by Adam Barta. And he
Wow.
doesn't get it.
2 solid 9s and a blower 7 for Adam in the last 5 frames.
Yeah, Lane, this pair has just been, he's hit the pocket nearly every time, and he has hit the pocket every time.
I think he
and
missed
got
pocket
nothing.
one shot.
But I think what we need here is a mark out of each of them to keep them
Right.
safe, right?
Yep.
Is all
now,
we need?
now all they need is 405.
All
Yeah,
right.
and they're, yep.
They
so-
should be fine then.
Yep.
A mark out of one of them will get them 405, I believe.
How about that performance today by Adcock and Queen? Never give up, always hanging around, never giving any away.
2 300s by Tom Adcock
Yep.
today.
Yep, in match play. In
match
the
play,
12
yeah.
games of match play. So I think with that prize money, he's going to be able to buy him quite a few Super Clips coupons for haircuts. We could even probably hire him a personal stylist. And as many Flobies as he can get in his car.
Mm-hmm.
Another one.
Now they're all falling for him.
Yeah, he had all the
269
shots.
finish here in
Great
this.
Beautiful.
performance by
Beautiful.
Tom. A lot of hard
Brett
work
Shepard,
out there.
big strike over there.
Mm-hmm.
You know, we talked at length early in match play about how you should feel like you're never out of it.
Mm-hmm.
You know, at one point, Tommy and Jason were, close to 200 pins out of the lead, and just that one game kind of jump-started things. They had the big 500 game and won, got them moving up in the right direction. They moved up to 6th, moved back to 7th and 8th, and back and forth.
Mm-hmm.
Then all of a sudden, another big game put them right up in the top 2 or 3, and here they are walking out of here with the win.
Yeah, just lacing them in there.
This might be the most impressive game we've seen on this pair all day.
Yeah,
Especially now.
because they had just come off of this pair a little while ago and didn't really win much.
And how
Or
much
didn't really
in the
do much.
five-
How much
20s.
were we leading up to this on 11 and 12, expecting nothing like what we just got done watching here?
Well, and how about the story too? They almost didn't get into the tournament because they didn't get their money in on time. They were on the waiting list.
And even better yet, they almost didn't get here in time to start yesterday morning.
13 minutes, or 17 minutes, I'm sorry, before the squad started yesterday morning. Jason was out stretching in the parking lot. I think he had Tom unloading his bowling balls out of the car at the time, so very, very nice.
Yeah, that was a you want to talk about outhouse to penthouse.
Well, folks, I hope you've enjoyed watching what we just got to watch here. Sitting up here at the table does a couple of things. We get to talk about what we're doing and enjoy talking to each other, but we have a great view of everything that goes on in front of us. And to watch what we just watched from Tom and Jason was fantastic today. Congratulations also to Liz and Adam and Brett and Mike for finishing the top three today. $7,000 to the winners. $4,000 to second place, $2,500 to third place is the payout for the top three spots.
Thanks to everybody that joined us in the chat. Natalie, thanks for coming by and watching. Have fun at practice. Always love keeping up with you on how you're doing, so good luck and keep bowling well.
And, Adam and Liz did hold second.
Okay, awesome. So finals, Jason Queen, Tom Adcock, winners of your 2014 Storm Holiday Doubles, presented by InsideBowling.com. Second place, Adam Barta and Liz Johnson. Third place, Mike Wolf and Brett Shepard.
We appreciate it.
Yeah, definitely. Jerry's phenomenal proprietor. I wish we had 10,000 more of him easily. He really gets it. He's a bowler. He does what's best for the bowlers. He's always there to take care of the bowlers. So it's just a great experience. Bowling here at Redbird Lanes always is and always will be. And, of course, Storm Bowling Products, Gray Eagle Distributing, Redbird Lanes. We're going to go down to Jerry.
Yep. I don't know if you guys can hear what's happening in the center right now, but Jeff Carter's doing the announcements at the counter, and Jerry Anderson is down on lanes 11 to 12 right now, going to present the prize money to these folks. Right now, Matt Ogle is going up there for 12th place right now, 1375 over, and he's receiving $900 for his team. $925 for Lambert and Roseberry, 1721. There was quite a separation between 11th and 12th place in this tournament. Got to the point where Ogle and Preston just kind of lost their look and were going through the motions for the rest of the day.
Yeah, and that was, still a good appearance for the defending champs.
Absolutely. In 10th place, Hayes and Butler with 1755. They were 34 pins ahead of 11th and $950 to the team.
Dennis, they were our 2012 champions, so our last two champions made match play.
That's right.
That is impressive.
Mike Peters going up to take 9th place prize money, 1940 over, and it's $1,000 to him in Stansbury to split. In 8th place for $1,050, the team of Hammond and Ramaclis. Mike Ramaclis and Hammond in 8th place right now, $1,050, $2,059 over. And that team just blew over the field on Friday night with Mike averaging in the high 250s. Kevin Williams and Michael Holloman. Kevin's from Springfield, Missouri, 2,066 over. They are in 7th, and they take home $1,100. We think Kevin was having some issues with his wrist toward the end of the day.
He actually finished with 277, Dennis.
Very nice.
With the front nine.
Lemish and Dole in 6th place, 2,080. They beat Williams and Holman by 14 pins. That's worth $1,150 to them. One of the hottest hands in St. Louis, Shea Bittenbender and John Marsallo, 21.35 over in 5th place, $1,200 for prize money. We've been calling them cooked rice all day, at least once we realized that's what it was. 21.73. About a 40-pin difference between 4th and 5th place, and that one was worth $1,500, a $300 difference between 4th and 5th. In 3rd place for $2,500, the team of Wolf and Shepard. Always very fun to watch. Mike Wolf rode Brett Shepard all day yesterday. It was kind of the other way around today, 22.94 over in 3rd place. $1,000 difference between 4th and 3rd place.
And that was, that's a real team effort. Both partners riding each other out there.
Yep. Well, nothing that wasn't expected for the weekend. A lot of teams picked a lot of people picked this team to win. Adam Bardo, Liz Johnson in second place, 22.98. Only 4 pins difference between second and third place, and that was $1,500.
I think Jerry's opening up the envelope to take his cut. Oh.
Oh, they're going to take one of those spread money pictures. I like those. I like those. Tom Adcock and Jason Queen from Decatur, Illinois, 23.92, almost 100 pin difference between first and second place, and that all happened in that last game. $7,000 champions of the 2014 Storm Holiday Doubles presented by InsideBowling.com.
Again, at the beginning of our 12-game match play, they were in 12th.
And they stayed there for the first 2 games, as a matter of fact. They didn't make a move out of 12th until the third game of match play.
And actually, after the second game, they were almost 400 pins behind first.
Right.
Yep.
We were talking about that.
Yep. So that's a true outhouse to penthouse story.
I mean, it only happened a couple of times, and I remember writing the story about Parker in the World Championships 2 years ago. There's a big story on his website, as a matter of fact, because of all the different things that happened for him in that tournament and what it felt like to watch that happen. The barely making one cut, barely making another cut, not even making cuts in the animal patterns, but bowling enough to be able to get into the top 24 in 24th position, and then to run the table when they get on the show at the same time. So that's just a great feeling for the tournament, and that's what we had here today.
Yeah, and that's those are those great come behind stories that you like to see and hear, and it's just it's as a bowler. I mean, I'm sure you've had this happen to you before. It's you're down in the dumps, and you get a little energizer, or a little spark, and then it's like, oh hey, I can win this thing, and you go after it.
We were talking about a couple, yesterday a little bit about folks who find themselves out of a tournament, like during qualifying yesterday in Game 6, where there's just no way in the world they're going to be able to make it, and they just kind of mail in the last 3 games, instead of knowing that there's no way in the world they'll replicate this condition or the environment when they're practicing ever. So the only place they're ever going to learn it is right now, right there. And if they don't use those last 3 games effectively, they'll never ever have the experience the next time when the condition comes around.
Yeah, that's why you're always trying to get as many pins as you can, 100% of the time, never giving up, never closing the book on anything until the last shot is thrown.
So, folks, thanks so much for sticking with us. I don't know quite how many viewers, but I knew we were in the 300 range this afternoon. It's been fantastic. Matt, thanks very much for sticking with me all day today. I appreciate that.
No problem, Dennis. Thank you very much.
It was awesome. I appreciate Lee and Matt sticking around up here. Jeff had to go do duty at the counter, but
we just got photobombed there.
Yeah. Oh, did we? By who?
Mr. Turek.
Awesome. Okay, that's cool. This will be it. This will wrap up the 2014 Storm Holiday Doubles presented by InsideBowling.com. We love that you spent the time with us this weekend and hope that you'll pay attention to. We don't know for sure what the next event's going to be because things just pop up all the time. So follow us on Facebook, follow us on Twitter, and the videos and stuff will be up on YouTube sometime this week, I would imagine. Thanks for being with us. Have a good day, folks.